lights are on, the cameras are hot, and the audience is fired up. Looking for sneaking on the seamless blade. Long range from Bunny Foo-Foo. He comes hopping through the forest.
Bunny Foo-Foo goes all in on me, and I'm like, oh my god, I hate this. It's really important for us to beat Coast.
Huge by Mancloud. The duel against Shifter. The knock at Shifter. Can he win this fight?
They're looking stronger, but I still think they're very beatable.
Wild Ghost goes out. They're going to get the blast in. Wood blast. Ricochet.
They got Bjergsen, the best mechanical player in NA.
So good.
We're definitely going to have to bring our A game.
They've been wanting to beat us for a very, very long time.
Welcome everyone to Week 10 of the North American League Championship Series Spring Split. We're coming to you live and in color from our studios here in Los Angeles. Hello everyone, I'm Ruben Division III, and with me is Joshua Chat Leesman. Chat, how are we doing this week?
I just got to say I'm doing pretty good, Rip. It's nearing the end here of this LCS regular season. We're just gearing up for the playoffs right now. But that doesn't mean these games this week don't have a pretty big impact.
Seems like it all just started yesterday. But big news this week. Dignitas announcing that after 2.5 years as a starter on the team, Skara would be stepping down off the Rift and taking over as the team's coach.
Yeah, it was really big news. And you know, this move was meant to stop Dignitas' slide down the standings and make them more of a threat for the playoffs. And you know, so far this year, even though Scar's had a great career, 7th in kills, 2nd in total deaths, and 3rd in assists for mid laners. So not the year you'd expect from Scar. But you can't discount what he's meant to his team and to the sport. Scar has been a long-time presence in the North American LCS. He went to Worlds in Season 2, was overwhelmingly voted to represent North American All-Stars, taking 50% of the votes last year, and he is also one of the most watched streamers and highly respected amongst all the pros. So still, great career for Scar, but he's out this week.
Right, and on that point, taking over the mid lane for Dig is going to be Golden Glue, who comes from the North American Challenger Series where he was playing for Complexity Red.
Yeah, he's coming off the Challenger Series where they placed 3rd in Series 1, and then they recently lost in the quarterfinals of Series 2. He was playing with some familiar faces as well. He's getting a bit of experience. He played with NK Inc. and Evaniscus, who used to play for the O Velocity, so he's kind of in there.
And we can't forget, Dignitas wasn't the only one to see personnel changes. Evil Geniuses have 2 of their regular players, Yellow P and Snoopy, returning to the starting lineup, while Crepo is out again today.
Yeah, covering support once again this week is going to be Ken from the Challenger team, the Blue Pill. He had a tough debut last week as EG went 0-2 against a decidedly strong schedule, COD and Cloud9. So today they face Dignitas and then Coast later in the week. So it gets a bit easier, but it's still tough.
See what they can do. All these changes come as teams lace up their shoes for the last sprint towards the spring split finish line.
Right. Each team has only 6 games left. The bottom 5 teams are also only separated by 3 wins, which means every game for those guys is critically important as they hope to avoid summer relegation.
And if they can't climb out of the danger zone, they at least want to give themselves the best chance of success by being able to choose who they face.
Yeah, just to people's home are following the NA Challenger Series. The pros are as well, and nobody wants to face LMQ.
Yeah, easy to say there. Finally, starting today, teams will be playing on the 4.4 patch, which means the Eye of the Void Vel'Koz is available for play. Now let's check in with the hashtag burning up the internet, hashtag LCS Big Plays. Today's standout moment comes from the European LCS with a massive momentum shift around the Baron pit. At Freljord, Ash writes, Super Hot Crew owning Gambit at Baron. Nice one from none other than Super Hot Crew versus Gambit. Here's your number 1.
Yeah,
and this play was ridiculous.
Yeah, Gambit thought they had the big lead here, so they tried to force Baron because Kale was dead. But the magic resist debuff from the Baron pit meant Super Hot Crew could just destroy them. Everybody just bail out right at the end, and they end up losing the Baron as well. It was a huge turning point in that Super Hot Crew victory.
So many people kind of forget that you still need a ton of damage to take down Baron as well, because he's going to deal it right back to you. Super Hot Crew pulls out of that one quite nice and gets that Baron on it. Big play of the week goes to them. Remember to share your favorite moments from today's games at LOL Esports and use that hashtag LCS Big Plays. There were some big shakeups in the European League table after their Week 10 action and resulted in, you guessed it, more ties. Joining SK Gaming in a 3-way tie for first are Alliance and Fnatic.
Let's look at those standings. Gambit and Roccat slid down to a tie for 4th place, and then clinching the MVP honors as well was Alliance's support Nip. He had a big week on Thresh and Leona.
And now let's take a look at the North American standings, brought to you by the new season of Game of Thrones. In first place, Team Solo Mid with only 3 losses on the year.
Big cheer for them, but Cloud9 just 1 game back in second. Third place is Counterlogic Gaming at 14-8, and then the tie for 4th. Pretty far back though, Curse and Dignitas.
And 2 games back, it's Coast in 6th place. Then tied for 7th is Evil Geniuses and XDG Gaming. We'll check out how all that changes after our 4 games today with Dignitas versus Evil Geniuses up first.
After that, it's a big match between Counterlogic Gaming and Team Solo Mid. Then Coast look to hold on to 6th place when they face off against XDG.
We'll conclude our LCS day with Curse versus Cloud9, but be sure to stay tuned immediately following our LCS action for the North American Challenger Series 2 semifinals. That's what's coming down the pike today, but let's take a closer look at the players we'll be watching.
Yeah, up first, the guy we have to watch is the new man for Dignitas, Golden Glue. After climbing to 3rd place, Dignitas has been sliding back down the standings, and this move has to give Dignitas some type of boost. If it doesn't, then what have they really done with themselves? Because this was a huge decision by Dignitas.
We'll see what happens. We'll also keep an eye on Nien from Counterlogic Gaming. He has a big challenge ahead of him when he squares off against Dyrus. If CLG wants to overtake Cloud9 or TSM, they will need to win today, and Nien will have to step it up and make some big plays for the team.
Yeah, and of course we have to look at Zion Spartan. He was so good in Coast victories, but he has been bad during their 6-game losing streak. They need to be a solo lane focused team. That means both solo laners need to do well, and that means Zion Spartan has to step it up.
Next up is Bunny Fufu. So far this year, Curse has had 3 different supports: Zken, St. Vicious, and now Fufu himself. In his 6 games, Bunny Fufu has had a better start, helping his team go 4-2, and now they've climbed into 4th.
Yeah, speaking of bottom lanes as well, Yellow Pete is back this week, and we're going to have to be watching him. He does not have Crepo with him for Game 1. He will be playing with Ken, and in order for EG to succeed, they've relied a bit on their solos, but if they really want to stay in the LCS, Pete's got to step up in his return.
We will see what they can do. If you think these players will give their team the win, then head over to lolesports.com and share your predictions. Be sure to click on schedules, week 10, and lock in your vote.
Also there you can find interviews with the pros, statistics, and box scores. Or if you're feeling nostalgic, take a stroll down memory lane and rewatch all the games from this year.
You can also plan your trip to the NALCS today. Click on tickets for all the details and how you can join our audience.
Yeah, and also, Riv, you can get international coverage at lolesports.com.
Yeah.
Big news out of the OGN, by the way. SKT, T1K, the world champions, and also the winners of last season of Champions, got 2-0'd by KT Roaster Arrows last night in the group stage. Spoilers, sorry, but it did happen. They're pretty much kicked out of the group stage as long as their sister team wins one more game in their two matchups. So that's just huge news there.
It's pretty crazy to think about. We got a lot of matches to go over for us today, but for now, we're going to send it across the studio to Kobe and Freak, who are joined by a very special guest.
Hey guys, thank you very much, Riv. And you can hear the crowd. Skara, you popular guy. I'm David Freak Turley. With me is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. So Skara, how's it going, man?
It's going pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, we could hear from the crowd. There was some really big news this weekend. We brought you in. It's going to affect pretty much all the mid laners in the LCS. Bjergsen got a haircut. What's your take on this?
I think him and Reckles have a lot of synergy now. Maybe looking to bring over a new AD carry from Europe.
All right. In all seriousness, though, bringing in Golden Glue, when you went to go pick him up, did you have any time to give him advice? Like, there's a whole lot to go over coming from the challenger scene going into the LCS. What were some of the big things that you really wanted to convey to Golden Glue?
Just like the mindset when you play mid. Like, it just seems like he needed someone to help him realize like what to do in certain points. Like, he may question himself in certain areas, and a lot of that just comes through like matchup knowledge. And that's something that I know very well. And so he finally has someone else to talk to about any questions that he has, and I'm just there to guide him to become a better player.
So what is it about Golden Glue that made your team seek him out to put him in the mid lane?
It was like a month ago where I was like, oh, I think Golden Glue could be actually pretty good. And then after that, like I started performing pretty poorly, and the team decided to search out Golden Glue to replace me as a mid lane.
Mm-hmm. What do you think Golden Glue will bring to the team?
I think he's a more aggressive player, and he's got specific champion picks that I don't play. So, and I don't want to say anything else, but he's really good on those champions, and it's going to be a treat to watch today.
Yeah, did the rework of Gragas have anything to do with this?
Yeah, that's the main reason. My team was like, you're done.
4.5 Gragas, Nevermore for Skara. So, yeah, we have seen Golden Glue play a lot of Assassins, Akali, Yasuo being really big ones in the challenger scene. So you said you talked to him about mindset and stuff. Have you already seen him grow in the short time you've been kind of coaching him, or not yet?
Yeah, definitely. I've seen him become a better player in front of my eyes, so to speak. It's just like I feel like the questions that he has are like very simple. It's like he only needs a wall to bounce back what he already knows, and for like the most of his questions, and I could just be there and be like, you're right. So he just needs someone to literally be there and be like, you're right. And I feel like that'll help him a lot in terms of confidence and just playing the game better.
That's good. I'm glad you're helping him out there to get his confidence up. So then I want to talk to you then about your career here, because you've, of course, been with Dig for 2.5 years, popular streamer for a while. What are some big moments for you for the last while?
The biggest thing I can think of, and I was playing Yi yesterday, was my APE game against TSM. That was really the shining moment of APE as soon as he got nerfed, like right before he got nerfed. So that was a pretty big game for me in terms of the LCS. Of course, one of my favorite memories was my first debut at IPL 3. We came out, I played top lane, so something completely random, and we won the tournament with me playing a champion I had played like twice before. So it was just a really, it's like the first tournament I ever went to, so of course that sparks a lot of memories.
Mm-hmm. Always a good feeling. So looking forward now, you're moving into sort of a coaching position. What are the goals that you have so far for yourself for coaching Team Dignitas? What kind of direction do you want to take the team in now?
I think it's really easy for me to be able to slip back into a coaching position, because a lot of times I was just focused on how to make myself better. But now that I can see like the bigger picture, like making the team better as a whole just means that I have to concentrate on like their biggest weak points. Like we spent a lot of time this week just working on rotations. Stuff that like the mid game where I feel like Dig has a near perfect 5 minutes. Like the first 5 minutes, Dig plays extremely well. But after that, it's like starts to crumble. And so I spent a lot of time working on that crumbling factor, especially this week.
Mm-hmm. At least you'll see if you guys can keep the crumbs together here with this one. We want to get your thoughts on our Twitter question of the day today. The groans make it worse. Our Twitter question of the day. Twitter question of the day. Man, I'm bad today. Which player in the North American LCS has impacted the way you guys play and how? Now for Skara, any players that have impacted your career?
I would say like for seasons 2, I know GG played a really big impact. And although he's not here with us anymore, like he impacted almost all the mid laners in NA. And I know personally from talking to him a lot, like I know I used to talk to Link a lot. And in this in the previous season, and in this split, I talked to Shifter. I ended up talking to Shifter quite a bit. So those are the 3 mid laners I've like looked up to / just conversed with a lot, and just had a lot of different like back and forths with.
Mm-hmm. And actually, as a follow-up, I know a lot of players after hearing your retirement, like pros, talking about how much you impacted them as well in their careers. How do you feel about like the pros who are like they're kind of like sad you're gone?
I mean, it was really heartwarming, I would say, because at the time that it happened, like it was still kind of a shock to me, and now it's like they said that, so I was able to be like, well, I'm glad I was able to make these kind of memories for them and like with them.
It's good.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us and making some memories for the North American fans here today. And for you guys at home, actually, if you want to send your answers to @lolesports.com and use that hashtag LCS, then you might hear your 140-character response later in our show.
So, guys, while you draft your tweets, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll jump right into our first game of the day, Dignitas versus Evil Geniuses. Stay golden glued to your seats.
back to the North American LCS. You're on the right place. Don't touch that browser. It's time to get the action underway with our first game. Dignitas versus the mustache-twirling Evil Geniuses. Jap, between substitute players and roster changes, these are two teams in flux.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of anxious Dignitas fans awaiting to see how they perform with Golden Glue taking over the mid lane for Scar. And like we mentioned, Golden Glue was most recently playing in the Challenger Series with NK Inc. and Evaniscus on Complexity Red. In fact, Complexity Red is actually in the verge of qualifying for the Summer Promotion Tournament, but with Golden Glue being here now, he's going all in with this Dignitas team.
And, well, Golden Glue is an unknown quantity on the team. You could say the same thing about Evil Genius's Pobelter.
Yeah, Pobelter is known as a wild card for his team, and there's a reason for that. He has the potential to carry, or he has the games where he just does really poorly, which is dangerous because EG is tied for 7th right now, and they've had difficulty closing out games against the teams in the top half of the standings. It also means Pobelter has been playing worse in the second half of the season because EG has been on that slide. They really need Pobelter to step up in this match, because that's how they get their wins.
And one thing is EG's roster swap they had last week was give some new face a shot at the bigs.
Yeah.
And we caught up with Robert X. Lee, who got a taste of the dream to play in the LCS.
It's all about one day being on that big stage in front of hundreds of thousands of people, maybe one day millions when it comes to being on the world stage. Like that's the dream, that's the goal. It really is hard for challenger teams to get onto that LCS level because they're practicing, trying to play on an LCS level, but getting paid absolutely nothing. That's just tough on players that deal with real life. And that's why I always tell myself, like, one day, when I'm on that big stage, playing against world teams and putting up a fight, and my fans' Twitter feed, Facebook feeds going crazy, friends, family, that's what I always tell myself that I'm going to be. And that's how I keep myself positive. I think I've been pursuing the professional league career for about 2 years now. So the incident was when we were trying to go for promotion. My team ended up ghosting. It was like stress from every single side. That was probably like one of the biggest impacts of my life, saying like cheating just shouldn't happen. From then, I told myself that I won from having a tarnished reputation of, I was told being told as a cheater, and it was a really horrible feeling. The best way to do it was to just go clean from then on. Previous teams, I've always had like people that weren't 100% committed to it. So there was a phase of my league career where I was just a streamer. So I stream here, I practice with my team. When I stream, sometimes I like to wear like silly hats. So like let's say I'm like, oh, screw my team, let's just get farming. And I just wear my rice hat, After losing to EG in our latest promotional match, I was honestly devastated. Like, to simply put it, I thought to myself, like, I could have played better. I really targeted myself. And then afterwards, it kind of like got myself on the feet. I would probably thank my family and my girlfriend for, keeping me in check. Well, life is always going to, you're going to have your ups and downs, and you're always going to get knocked on your ass. It's just more so of getting back up. The thirst for competition, that's what fuels me to become a better person, become a better player. I got contacted by the manager saying, would you like to play for EG? And I would say that the main thing that was going to my head was not the 100 people in the crowd, but the hundred thousands of people on Twitch.
Oh my God. Robert X. Lee. That's unlucky. Cupcake. Trap. A cupcake. Oh no, he comes up big with the Yordle trap. It's not even a Yordle.
After playing with EG, I got the taste of LCS. I know that I could play on an LCS level. And I know that I could translate that to turn my team into an LCS team eventually. And I really, really want to play at that Staples Center. That's where I want to be. Words can't even describe of how bad I want it. I've dropped almost everything just to pursue this dream. The next time you'll see me is in the next relegations when we play against a relegated team. Being a top 3 team for the playoffs isn't even a question. We will be the top 3. 100%.
The fight that the challenger players have is something I'm always intrigued by. They haven't had that win yet. So they want it so much, and the games become so crazy.
And Robert Exley has consistently been one of the top players in the challenger scene. We'll have to see if he ends up getting his chance 100% in his mind, but not in actuality. So they still got to win their way in.
Well, we got our game today. Let's move on to the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Dignitas. Cruiser in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Golden Glue sitting in the mid lane now. I'm a Cutie Pie at 80 carry, and Kiwi Kid on support.
Yeah, and on the red side, an Evil Genius's lineup that hasn't been the same 5 ever before in LCS play. Inox in the top lane, Snoopy in the jungle, Pobelter in mid, Yellow Pete on AD, and Ken supporting Yellow Pete.
Let's see what they can do. Coming into this one, like we said, Ken still filling in for Crepo. They do have Snoopy back this week. It is one of the louder voices on the team, so they have one of their shot callers back.
Exactly. That's going to be very critical. It's actually more of a burden onto Snoopy this week because you won't have Crepo to kind of fall back on and bounce ideas off of. There's also the question of how much Evil Genius has learned from those 2 stompings they got that happened to them last week at the hands of CLG and Cloud9, whether or not Pobelter and Inox being kind of the head dogs on the team once the 3 Europeans were gone, whether that transfers over to them being able to call better this week will be very interesting.
And we'll have to see what the synergy of Golden, Glue, and Crumbs is coming out of the jungle. We spoke a lot about switches of the junglers happening with XDG, with Xmithy going back and forth with Zuna, and how that affected ManCloud and Benny in the top lane. Now, how will it affect Golden Glue? And what happens from this?
Yeah, there is so much unknown for both of these teams coming into this one. You add to the fact they're also playing on the 4.4 patch this week. There's a lot of change coming in. Lichbane has been nerfed a little bit. Lulu's still banned, though that's very expected amongst all this. Elise has been taken down significantly. Crumbs and Snoopy weren't necessarily the players to play Elise to begin with, but it's still a fairly large factor. There have been a couple Dignitas games where Crumbs did play Elise. It's been banned fairly frequently as well.
Yeah, very high ban priority. That jungle gets focused out quite a bit, especially in the early part of the year. And now that the Assassins are coming back, we're usually seeing them banned out right quick. Kha'Zix, however, is flying through this ban phase so far. Might be a quick pick. We have seen Crumbs on that twice, but he is yet to find a win.
Ooh. And Kha'Zix is up right now. There's a couple really powerful picks up right now, actually. LeBlanc is one of them, and Kha'Zix is the other one. At this point, they're just going with the tried and true Kha'Zix. It's the 2-second stealth on his ultimate very early on in the game. Gives him absolutely absurd control. And that's exactly what Crumbs wants to lock down in the jungle early. It would even give him a little bit of LeBlanc survivability, because at level 6 he's going to have that 50% damage reduction for 2 seconds each time he pops that ultimate.
It's always nice to be able to walk into the fight and just take all the area of effect or turn it off when it's coming at you. See what Inox and Snoopy have, and they look like they may take that LeBlanc. I'm super happy to see when Pobelter and Golden Glue, or if I should say, they get high picks this game. Pobelter so far has, because they are both playmakers, and it is going to be a brutal mid lane.
Yeah, and Golden Glue's aggressive champion pool as well. The Zed would make a lot of sense in this. You fight just in absurd amounts of damage with the same thing sometimes. And the slipperiness of Zed can somewhat be matched with LeBlanc. Those two actually have fairly similar play patterns as far as being able to go in and still escape at the same time. You're really just trying to match that pick when you go Zed against LeBlanc.
Wow, Kiwi Kid breaking out the Karma for the first time. He has 13 games on Annie, and he actually had doesn't have a chance to pick that. I'm sorry, it's banned out. So he goes to Karma. I'm seeing a lot in EU.
Yeah, the Karma pick is a little... It makes sense in this situation. I'm confused at how Kiwi Kid stopped playing it, because he was actually one of the first people to play Karma support in its new iteration. He played it all the way back at the Battle of the Atlantic and did pretty well against Alliance at the time, if you can believe it, and then has stayed away from it this entire NALCS season. I really like the Karma pick now. I think people are finally starting to value it for its absurd peel potential. Just getting fights on teams with Karma is difficult, but Nautilus, Riv, that's what I need to talk about now.
Got some changes. Let's hit it up.
All right. Nautilus. Something that is true to my heart, as well as Snoopy's, I'm sure. In fact, this is going way too far back. It's probably not even relevant. The Riot Games World Invitational at Season 2 that was played in Vegas, and Snoopy actually came to that. I got to play Nautilus against him. I lost.
That didn't go so well.
No, it didn't go too well. But anyway, the reason Nautilus is being seen right now. Nautilus is... Kiwi Kid's getting a little too casual. No feet on the table.
That is some flexibility.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted.
Nautilus.
Nautilus, man. His shield has went down to 18 seconds at all ranks instead of scaling down from 22 to 18. And the early game is going to be so incredibly critical for what Snoopy does. I believe that Nautilus needs to hit level 5 fairly quickly so his shield doesn't break while he's jungling, and it makes him a really fast jungler as far as that is concerned. So if Snoopy should actually take some early lane farm, or he needs successful ganks early. Otherwise, he will fall really far behind. As soon as his shield gets broken, which will happen in late game team fights against this Dignitas team with the Sivir ricochets and the Shyvana random AoE, Nautilus is terrible if his shield breaks. So he needs to get tanky very early, use that extra now 15% max health bonus on his W shield, and just get that going. Otherwise, the early game will not be good for him.
Neither of these guys, really, usually somebody comes out with somewhat of a poke comp so they can disengage, but everything is all in here from both teams. Both have the gap closers with a little bit of disengage and a whole hell of a lot of speed from Dignitas with that Sivir ultimate, the Karma speed up as well. They're going to be doing everything they can to get in the face of EG.
We're going to need to spend a significant amount of the early game talking about these team compositions because we can't talk about all of it now, but Dignitas is what I'd like to call just the speed comp. They're combining Sivir and Karma.
That's Stampede.
Yeah. Oftentimes, Karma alone is enough to speed the team and give you a mobility advantage, but you add to the fact that they now have the Sivir on the hunt as well, and they will be flying around. It'll be a question of how fast you have to be to dodge all the hooks coming out from Evil Geniuses.
This is going to be crazy. Everybody jumping all over with the picks we have, and as the teams load onto the Rift, let's see who you predicted to take the W. According to LOLesports.com, 68% of you are giving this to Dignitas coming into the matchup.
Yeah, going with the Golden Glue. New player to the mid lane. He really, really needs to perform here. Golden Glue, as a player, he wasn't super hyped coming into this one. This is another one of these Dignitas picks where they think they can find a guy that has a lot of potential and kind of grow him.
Yep.
I think they did a very similar thing with Kiwi Kid at the start of Season 3. He was a fairly unknown top laner, and he was great when he started in the top lane before he started falling off. And then, moving him to support, they found a place for Kiwi Kid to exist, and he's one of the better supports here in the North American LCS. But he's not the type of player that you hear, oh, they picked up Golden Glue.
Right.
Wow, he's going to dominate now. He's untested and unproven.
And we're seeing a little bit of different as well. It would have been a Gragas, an Orianna, something with AoE damage, usually an AP coming from Skara, maybe the Lulu. But we get a Zed right away, something that's going to change up the composition a little bit. We'll see what they can do to get some kills in the mid lane. Let's see what the two, not new teams, new team for Dig here with Golden Glue, but without Krepa on the side of EG as well. See what these guys have for each other.
And Riv, this whole week is going to be very high stakes at level 1. On the 4.4 patch, the warding trinkets can't be placed until 2 minutes. And I was wondering about this, are people going to start with regular wards? EG says yes. Can actually start at Health Crystal, Biscuit, and a regular ward. He had the extra gold from the Mastery, so they've warded their own buff. And this is even more important for Evil Geniuses because of the early game reliance of Nautilus to get going and not get counter-jungled early with a buff steal. It's not about the buff itself, it's about the experience that the buff can provide. Snoopy needs to make sure he gets at least 2 of his buffs here if he wants to stay competitive with Crumbs in the early game. The ward start by EG is pretty good, but they're not in line to have a crash course with each other right now. They're on completely different sides of the map.
So is Snoopy almost putting himself in kind of a tight position up against that Kha'Zix, knowing it was picked with the Nautilus?
Yeah, I mean, I think almost no matter who he's up against, unless he's up against something like an Amumu who has almost no early game power, so you're running a risk with Nautilus. He needs to be able to get to level 5 and level 6 fairly quickly.
And we'll see if it can have the impact they want it to. Right now, 4 strong in that top lane is Golden Glue. Just figuring out, as he stays in mid, what's going on around the rest of the map.
And I really have to reiterate how dangerous these early games are for these guys, because they are doing all of this completely blind against a Thresh right now. Dignitas is invading with 4 people against someone who could be waiting in a brush with 5 for all they know. That's why EG was invading around with 5. They wanted the level 1 edge, and they're going to end up stealing each other reds. But this was done blind. They both just guessed that's where they're going to be.
And they got the teleport down to the bottom lane too, so safety for Cruiser there. Inox has it as well on his Lee Sin. We'll see where he goes.
Yeah, we're going to be repeating these changes fairly frequently, but this is also something we expected to happen. 4.4 patch teleports. Cooldown is reduced by 100 seconds when used to a turret. And when you combine that with the trinkets having a lower cooldown and the increased probability of level 1 fights, teams want to stay together as 5. So therefore, when the top laners, they're much more likely to bring teleport. They will invade with their team and then teleport down.
Oh, Flay into the Sonic Wave. Connect for Inox. It looks like they're just going to go hard on the turrets here in the bottom lane. They should have the advantage without that armor.
Yeah, Inox actually stayed a little bit longer, waited to see where Cruiser teleported, and then tried to punish. Inox still has the capability to go up to his turret and get a wave of experience if it presents itself. But right now, he's actually going to help. He's actually being a jungler right now, while Snoopy is getting jungle experience.
Able to soak up experience with a little bit of safety of everybody in the bottom lane. So Snoopy's going to have actually a very easy jungle here with eyes on Kiwi, or not Kiwi, Crumbs in the top lane.
They're going to send 4 people to that bottom lane and try and outshove. Dignitas loves to try and trade these turrets, but they generally do that when they can trade faster. The top turret has more damage reduction. They will be a slower push in this bottom one. EG could get 2 faster and still maybe protect their second tier.
Yeah, when Dig has gone for this in the past, it's been with Jinx. And PewDiePie has a nice record on that. This time, Sivir, they go for a full movement speed team. It looks like they'll keep a bit of pace, but they're slightly behind.
I really wonder if EG's going to send some defenders back or just continue this push, because if they stay 4 strong right here, there's no telling where this push could stop. You think it's going to stop at the second tier turret, but depending on how long they wait here, they could go for more.
They're only going to have a little bit of vision being up here, but they're not going to find any pressure, so nobody's going to have to use that vision as these turrets going down quite fast. Dig is kind of caught up in this situation now with that wave clear PewDiePie's been bringing. Looks like they're going to have a tied-up turret takedown.
Yeah, and this is really crazy. EG is sharing a little bit more experience, which means Inox is going to have a pretty substantial lead onto Cruiser, but there will be a minor disadvantage on the EG's AD carrying support as far as experience goes, because they were splitting between 4 as compared to splitting between 3. Now they could even just go back and take this dragon. Ken, hopping in.
Wow, level 2, level 3. I was almost about to say, would this affect Snoopy on Nautilus with opening up the map so much and being such a dangerous jungler? But they put themselves in a great spot. Going down on a pole belter. He puts the chains down. Golden Glue loses sight in the brush, but it looks like they'll be able to clone. Does he have the dance moves to get out of this one alive? No, they want the dragon still. They're taking so much damage here. Snoopy's able to smite it down. No, Inox gets it.
We're 4.5
Looks like
minutes
they'll
into
be
the
good
game,
on it.
and we're about to have a 5v4. EG trying to run away.
Gets a double slow on him. There's the flame breath from Cruiser. Turns on the burnout. It looks like they'll get a bit of damage. Nobody's gone down yet. Everybody limping away.
All right, everybody calm down. This is not what's supposed to happen at the start of the game. Dignitas pushing mid lane now. EG did take the dragon. I think overall, Snoopy is behind now. He got very few minions in the lane, is still level 3, 5 minutes, 20 seconds in, and his jungler has not been cleared. Inox is ahead of Cruiser. Lee Sin needs to punish Cruiser, and Crumbs needs to punish Snoopy. Other than that, the teams are pretty even.
Mid lane returns. It's PewDiePie and Kiwi Kid trying to push this one down now. And they have a bit of a CS lead due to this foray that just occurred.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy start of the game here. We see, I guess the vision's going to change things up a bit overall.
This has been all team play thus far. There's been very little individual expression in this game. It's just been hordes of people trying to push down turrets to very little defense. Now, I feel like the game really starts. Pobelter did get cut out. That was his bad. He should have seen it coming. But now Pobelter is in danger of getting punished.
Oh, uses the distortion. Crumbs finds that. He jumps straight into the fight. They may have enough damage here. It's going to be Snoopy just on the outside. Golden Glue! He gets himself locked up, and Inox is there as well. These guys are just on the move right now.
So many rotations. Inox is just ignoring his lane effectively, even because it's already pushed 2 turrets in, and finally using that teleport. Didn't even need it to secure that kill. He actually didn't get a kill or assist amongst that. Snoopy gets much-needed experience, and Pobelter gets a much-needed kill on the Golden Glue.
It doesn't look like it, but slight little leads being taken. Each of these lanes is going to start surmounting to a big lead. Crumbs being pushed out of that one there. Golden Glue is going to have to take a little time off from that engagement, so EG pulling up a little bit of what they need here to get ahead, especially without having Crepo in that bottom lane. They've been doing quite well.
I'll see you later, Ward. I do have to say, this is a very intelligent start by EG. This is really playing to their strengths as a team overall. when they get isolated laning phases so far this year, they generally start falling behind. And because they've kept this game so rotation heavy, they've really limited what Dignitas can do. Great moves. This is dangerous.
Snoopy feeling quite strong here. He has NACS just on the top side.
Prince!
He's going to get double hit up. He makes the call. Will he have the flash? It is down right now. And so is Snoopy.
Yeah, that was bad.
Looking for a little too much, a little confident.
Yeah, they were looking for a bit too much. Even if there wouldn't have been a jungler there, it's still a questionable dive onto Cruiser, who has his flash up on Shyvana, and he just gets punished for being where he shouldn't.
Looks like EG using a lot of these shields they have for early game. A level 3 to a level 5. I think this could prove to be bad.
No flash either, Ken.
6Z coming down. They're going to start giving Dig a little bit of what they want here. Gold going in for Golden Glue and Kiwi Kid. Crumbs is going to be on the other side of the map picking up blue. So nothing really going to come of that kill, just some extra money.
Ward control is incredibly important if EG wants to continue to make maneuvers like that. Ken was trying to set it up, but that was a very unsafe ward to place.
Yep.
They had no control in the river, so they were running the risk of being spotted while invading, and that's exactly what happened to Ken there as a collapse happened from Golden Glue.
NACS in the top lane, going for the E level. A lot of people like the fact that you can kind of level whatever you want playing Lee Sin up there. 3-1, coming up on 9 minutes in. Looks like, as you said, EG playing it pretty strategic here in the early game, but a few moves have gotten themselves killed now.
Their overall strategy has been sound, but recently they have overstepped their boundaries. They're losing pink ward control too, which is very important that they protect these if they want to continue to make invades.
It was a big jump to get out of that one.
Ken needs to find a way of getting some experience. They've spent so much time with Yellow Pete solo in a lane. He's a level 3 Thresh 9 minutes into the game. You just don't see that.
Oh, that turret shot. Still hurting.
Another 4-man stack.
Crumbs is level 6. I'd probably zero out Ken right now if we were able to get to him. You see in the top lane 7-6 as NACS is winning that. Always doing better on the carry champions when he can outplay his opponent and not have to sit back in lane and play it safe. 57-31 is everyone's in the mid lane right now. That's the CS difference there. As Pobelter definitely taking advantage of the new guy in mid.
Yeah, they need to find a way to get control back in this game if you're Evil Geniuses. Dignitas has kind of withstood this early barrage. The CS on Golden Glue is quite low, but he has been able to pick up that one kill. It's very important. Dignitas, some very nice ward kills there. Quite honestly, getting control back here with how much EG has been roaming around and just the catch potential of EG's team. EG is almost all catch, whereas Dignitas is a much stronger 5v5 team fight.
Well, we'll see. They're going to get just that in a few seconds, chat. 30 on the clock. Golden Glue clearing out the pink wards with Crumbs in the past few minutes. Is going to set them up for a nice amount of vision. We'll see. Pobelter trying to go in, misses the chain, and it's going to be Crumbs just on the backside. They can't get the full amount of damage in. It looks like Snoopy may have to cover here, and that could mean Dragon.
Ooh, he's got to be careful covering, though.
That's a lot. The distortion to come in. No, he does not want to lose the blue buff. Kiwi Kid makes himself present as well. Death charge goes out, but it's not enough. They're going to start going down 1 for 1, and the turret did, in fact, swap. It did not find Golden Glue, but Crumbs for another shot.
Ken, Ignite off.
Gets it. That's going to go past the shield, most likely. No, he's going to stay alive. The health potion ticking as well.
That is huge for Dignitas. High pressure situation very early on for a lot of fairly inexperienced players.
Yep.
Now 5 kills to 1 for Dignitas. Take another look at this one. Pobelter just had to go in once that hook landed, but the rotation from Kiwi Kid coming up there, because the lanes don't really exist. That's why ward control is so incredibly important right here. The turret did pick Crumbs instead of Golden Glue there to attack once Kiwi Kid had went out of turret range. And with the dragon coming up shortly, this next dragon could definitely swing things. EG has lost control. If they lose this dragon fight, they may just lose the game off of it.
High intensity situation there as Dignitas finds what they need. Like you said, Dragon is about to be present as we have a bit of ward wars in the mid lane. We do see Ken that has finally hit 6, so that will at least help to zone out with the box on the next fight. But they're 1,000 gold down. If that starts going to Golden Glue, Skara said he's a guy that can make plays. Just give him Zed with damage, and you start making those plays.
Those plays are team efforts as well.
Since the beginning.
He's been fairly well supported. This is a much higher action game. Just with the way these teams have started really fighting over wards after all the rotations started coming out. That brush in particular. It's not a lot of wards in it. Very important here. Both teams have teleports up in their top lane.
Posturing for Dragon.
Dignitas is much stronger if they find the right fight.
Goes down in the top. We'll see how much focus they put on EG here. Inox will be able to get to the fight, but so will Cruiser. They both have those ultimates ready.
All the zone control right here is in the hands of Dignitas. However, they are a very squishy team right here, which is why they're actually trying to get this catch with the move speed.
Double speed up. They go on to Ken. They know it's going to be an easy kill there. Yellow Pete without the damage. A full culling onto 2 members of the team, and it looks like they're just forced to back off.
It's exactly what happens with Dignitas. Why the Karma Sivir combo is so deadly, really. Anytime they force around the Dragon, unless EG all comes through the exact same corridor, Dignitas has such a move speed advantage that they can choose who to isolate. As soon as EG tried to collapse from different angles, Dignitas just picked one angle, got a 2v4, and picked up a kill.
It's really hard for EG to keep track of Dig in these fights with so many gap closers or blinks, if you will, moving around. You see Snoopy just trying to walk around, apply his passive on people, but he's chasing the whole time. EG's trying to catch up in these fights, not initiate them. It's 6-1. We can see it kind of happening over and over again here as we approach 14 minutes. Turret in the mid lane is going to be the focus for Evil Geniuses now. They need to open up the map a bit so they can add their own pressure.
And I feel like Snoopy's fallen behind on Nautilus, which is quite devastating.
Yeah.
He needed to get much tankier at this point in the game in order for himself to be effective. He's one of the rare champions where his defense is also his damage. As soon as his shield breaks, he loses probably over half of his damage. He still has some crowd control, but he becomes pretty much a non-factor in these fights. So Snoopy needs to find a way to get back in, whether that's power farm in the jungle or just catching a lucky fight.
And what would that even look like? What would the terms be if they could engage?
Yeah, the terms for them to engage is actually if the game somehow became about the lanes again, which is very unlikely with 5 turrets down. Nautilus excels in 2v1s because he is inescapable. Once he gets in range of you, all he has to do is put down that depth charge on you and you pretty much have no escape. But if he puts down a depth charge in the midst of a 4v4 team fight, Dignitas is still going to be able to run through and kill the priority targets.
Well, right now, sticking together, EG seems that power in numbers is the way to go. They do get mid back and a little bit of gold scraped up there, but they're looking 2,000 behind. Inox is going to get the upper hand here. A bit of that Hydra hit. Well, actually, he's only on the Tiamat still, but getting that AoE damage in.
This is the one remaining advantage for Evil Geniuses on the map. And you can see Dignitas trying to punish. Crumbs is invisible.
There he comes in. Inox is like, oh, there's another guy at this party. That wasn't an invitation I sent out, but he's gonna, oh, he kicks him away, the bird. Oh, he jumps too. Like I said, oh, the jumping.
He jumped all over the place right there. Put the ward down to see if he's still chasing. Great escape.
Yeah.
Right there by Inox. He needs to remain solid for his team here. Because of all the early rotations, remember how Cruiser was stuck at level 1 where Inox was able to share experience with the rest of his team. That's where Inox got that slight edge, and he is a very good solo Lee Sin player who has been able to punish Cruiser fairly well. One of the great things that solo lane Lee Sins get to do is they get to max their E, which gives them magic damage as well as physical damage, which makes them nearly impossible to itemize against, which is the problem Cruiser's been running into. He wants to go Sunfire Cape, but then he gets shredded by the E of Lee Sin.
So you're saying he can beat Shyvana with her own medicine?
Oh yeah, split damage. How do you deal with that?
Not too many kills. As of the last few minutes, everybody's trying to gain ground on the map right now. EG has been able to get a little bit back with the patience of Inox in the top lane and pulling over a lot of pressure from Dignitas, but Dig's ready themselves. You can see Crumb setting up in the bottom lane. They're going to get a push on this turret, probably make a move after.
I think I have to give a lot of credit to Dignitas for the last 16 minutes of this game. Getting ward control.
So Scar said they were the strongest.
Yeah, they really kept the rotation strong and controlled the vision, because against LeBlanc, Nautilus, Lee Sin, Thresh, like, just disasters waiting to happen. Oh no.
Hey, back into the laning phase. That's what they needed.
Yeah, that was just as I was saying they were doing a good job with map control. They walked right into the LeBlanc. Yellow Pete, though, look out.
Oh, that's not actually a lot of extra damage he's able to apply there. And Golden Glue kind of taking a hit on what he thought would have been a kill.
He's got a lifesteal up as quickly as possible to avoid another push-down death. Dignitas trying to rotate mid lane after that death bottom.
He can see NACS putting good damage on that turret as the rotation mid happens. Cutie Pie's back, picking up red ever so slowly. He'll get it soon. 18 minutes coming up on the clock. And both teams probably going to look to pressure that dragon in 2 minutes. So set the pieces in place now. Figure out what they can do.
I really wonder, EG needs to find a pick before forcing the dragon, or they need to be the first to that spot. You can see EG actually has decent ward control of the dragon area right now. They need to keep that, and they actually need to catch Dignitas while warding, because if they catch Dignitas while Dignitas is grouped, they would lose control. The gold is still very close, though, because EG has kept the persistence up as far as their lane pushing goes. A lot of that has to do with Inox holding his own. More than holding his own, holding that lane strong against 1 and 2 people at a time.
Yeah. I'm surprised the other lanes as well had so much control back and forth in them. Pretty close in CS still, 112 to 127. It's still in Pole Belter's favor, but those AD carries almost equal in CS. We'll have to see once they meet face to face in these ones. We've seen the Dig having the fights in favor. We see EG able to pick somebody off, and it's all over for Dig. But can they do it? It's going to be very hard. They have opened up to 2 more turrets on the map, so Dignitas is working with less vision. And EG is still taking that top. They can't stop Inox right now. They're not even putting pressure on.
It's interesting. They've actually abandoned the Shyvana as a plan for that lane. And they might end up trying to put Golden Glue against him, which I think is a bit better of a plan, but still not ideal just because of how farmed Inox has become.
Pole Belter, there's that wild card going crazy, and it looks like they have the advantage now. He tries to get himself in a position for a kill. Looks like he's going to be disengaging on this one. He'll have the ultimate in just a few seconds, so no worries there.
Yeah, so Crumbs' ultimate might be down for this dragon fight. Inox does have teleport. And Cruiser's going back to base will teleport up as well. The question is, does EG force the dragon fight, or do they just see how far Inox can push on his own?
Culling down, giving the turret a little bit of breathing room. Anchor toss just on the outside.
Hook City's got to get better synchronization going down.
Yep, the 1-2.
Blade and Nautilus hook. Got to get it.
Trying to flex his muscles here and push Inox out, but he's just waiting for the next wave. He's really not too worried about it.
EG's actually pulled ahead in gold after that last turret kill by them. So really great job.
Oh, wow. Cutie Pie going for that full flat damage build. Yeah, the pickaxe. Actually, he had the pickaxe before he even had his BF sword. So he was just throwing damage in there all along the course of the laning phase. There's the Stampede. Looks like Ken may have turned around. Oh, my lord! He just gets exploded as he turns around and blinks.
They got one back, though, and they didn't really have to burn too much. Snoopy still has his ultimate, and there's still the pressure of Lee Sin in that top lane. I think this is going to be a dragon from Dignitas, however, because Yellow Pete's back in base. That is kind of to be expected. They have the team for dragon control, and EG did not catch them while warding. But Dignitas wants more here. EG, they got to be careful about how hard they check this.
All right, they hop out. I was going to say that would be very scary. They got a big wave in the bottom to take care of. Mid lane is equaled out, so nobody really has to go for anything at the moment. They can decide to push this and gain ground on their side of the map. The gold's still very close here in our first game of the day. Golden Glue not doing too shabby for the team. Kept himself at pace and still helping make plays.
Yeah, I'm very interested in this game right now, just because of how EG has really clawed their way back. They, like I said, they have so much potential for getting kills. It's very dangerous everywhere Dignitas goes, and it's surprising how they've been able to accomplish the map control with very rare catches. They only have 3 kills amongst all this, even though they're the team revolved around catching, whereas Dignitas has it as well with their move speed. But I'd expect much more brute forcing from Dignitas to try and group up. But it's almost as if the strength of Inox's Lee Sin is stopping that from happening. Everywhere Inox is, Dignitas has to respond with 1 who can't actually fight him, or 2 if they want to get anything done.
A factor of that teleport coming in, the idea of Pole Belter even catching one person out with the Deathfire Grasp, putting Dignitas a little bit on their heels. Pole Belter now to clean up the bottom lane, so seeing him down here and everybody else spread out, Dig has to know that EG is also on the back foot and just waiting for Dig to come to them. It's now the mistake game. Who's going to make it? Usually this fight, if there's no Dragon or Baron to be taken, will be coming off of a ward being killed and somebody just one step out of place.
It's been a very long time since Snoopy's used his ultimate as well. He was hoping to find it in that lane, but his boots of mobility got broken by the minions. Nautilus just needs to get in range of someone so he can use the ultimate, and then it's just so inescapable.
Looks
And
like
they're
no
back to
push
Blazing
there.
Fade,
Yep.
yeah.
Ken looking to sit in the fog of war and grab a hook off, but nobody was biting. Golden Glue playing a little more safer than he was before. Didn't want Yellow Pete in that 1v1 situation this time. Pink ward's being put down. You only see one of those around the map, but EG has a good amount of coverage in Dignitas's jungle. It's going to be hard for Dig to disengage in that area.
Just got to wait for one of those to land. At this point, EG is just trying to get more and more control. Having finished 5 turrets, each invade becomes increasingly dangerous as long as they don't have a large gold lead. Because if they do get caught in a 5v5 or even a 4v4, they're in a fair bit of danger. There's the speed.
Stampede goes on. Snoopy hooks himself into the fight. They have Kiwi Kid. The depth charge puts up 3. Cutie Pie still in the fight with full health, though, throwing out damage. Crumbs turns it, gets himself in the fight and out. Going for 3 kills now on the Evil Geniuses. A double kill coming from Kiwi Kid in that fight as he is running around with a sliver of health. Now for NACS. He approaches pretty much the first fight of his game. Gets a retribution kill for himself, but it's 1 for their team's ace.
That is still the danger. Dignitas caught them in that 5v5. Sure, it started with the hook on a Golden Glue, but the speed from On the Hunt and the flank from Crumbs. Yellow Pete thought he was safe. Crumbs finished him off. The teleports both come in at the same time. They mirror each other, neutralize that out. And then at this point, it was just curtains for EG. They never got the first kill. Snoopy's shield got broken very quickly, so he can never deal the damage. And Dignitas, with all of their AoE and chase potential, cleaned house with EG. And they get the Baron defeat.
Dignitas had the fight team coming into this matchup, and it shows right there, just below Wraiths on the red side, how much more power they have in that small area. 12-4. We hadn't even had kills for quite some time, though, but they just racked them up quite fast into 3,000 gold lead along with it. Dignitas still looking to push turrets. They were able to get Baron off of that, so now they're going to have to move forward a little bit more. It's going to be turrets next.
Yeah. So, EG had gained their turret advantage, generally by split pushing and using the threat of their 2 main assassins to keep Dignitas not grouped up.
Right.
Inox was too strong for anyone to take on, and Pobelter could zero out any squishy who went the wrong way. But as soon as EG started pushing deeper and deeper into Dignitas territory, the map funnels into a smaller spot, and that's exactly where they got caught as that 4v4s during the funnel. So basically, EG can't, I almost feel like they can't even look at mid lane again. They need to keep Inox in 1 lane, and if they're going to group up 4, they can't. They need to group up 3 and have the other 3, right? They almost need to do a full 3-1-1, because if they ever get caught in either a 4v4 or 5v5, they're getting crushed, which is why it's very smart that Dignitas is pushing straight up the mid lane with 4 or 5, because with the Baron buff, EG is almost forced to respawn, but when they respawn, they lose that battle, because it's a Baroned up team versus a team that they already are weaker than in a 5v5. So
right.
Great call by Dignitas, doing exactly what they need to do to capitalize on this advantage.
You're looking at it, you think it would go in favor of EG. They're like, let's just clear out these waves a little bit. We got the culling, hit it with a few more. Inox can tempest it out, but Dignitas is so strong, even with melees. They're in the face of EG all the time, and it looks like Crumbs, he actually gets delivered in for a second, and they still don't want it.
Yeah, but look at that like ricochet that just hit EG. They're all at 2/3 health now. They have to burn the Ken ult as the turret falls. This means the Dignitas push gets to continue, because now EG has to go heal. There's still a few minions here. This is disastrous.
And this plays into mind games, too. You can see that EG is running scared on this, and Dignitas is feeding off of that right now. Knowing they can just sit on the front steps here, take a few pop shots, being peppered by EG, but they're going to be all right and probably take this inhibitor.
The poke from Kiwi Kid as well. It's not to be joked with. He started with that Spell Thief's Edge and has put a big punch on that Karma right now. There are 5 big threats on Dignitas at the moment as they continue to power down that turret and poke EG.
Even Kiwi Kid getting in for the auto attacks on the turret. Gets a nice Q out. No mantra on it, but you can still see the damage. Kiwi Kid not going to get himself in. I thought he was going to speed up the team, and they do it one last time. But they have a minion wave 20 yards out, coming in quick, and it looks like they may try to get the last bit of damage into the turret. The hook is down, so that relieves a bit of pressure. They're going in.
And Snoopy's shield popped already. He can't go in for any type of aggression. Minions still pushing for Dignitas. Let's see how much they do. There's the Sivir ult.
Right when the hook's up, they try to use it again. Pobelter gets focused on there, but he's out of the fight. Deathmark's going to take him down to about a quarter. Cruiser is just being a hell of a tank on the back line. Golden Glue getting grabbed up, but they're not able to get anything off those hooks. They just got to watch and wait.
Very good strategy by Dignitas. Not much tactically EG could do about that one. Dignitas with the direct power play, and now they're just cascading their advantages. Blue buff and Dragon on the way out.
Strong play coming in from the whole team, really doing work. You look across the board and Golden Glue's died twice, only because he's really got ganked. Very good ganks from EG in those 2 instances. The rest of the team really playing on par. Even with the rotations, the early game of what was happening. Got to give credit to Dignitas for really finding
Dignitas
their way in the
actually
chaos.
swept on their way through the jungle, so they know that EG can't see them coming back.
Oh! Man.
Ken with the save, though.
Rightio on the boomerang. That was pretty painful. Level 14. Wow, Cutie Pie's level 14 to Yellow Pete's level 12. So Dignitas themselves, the Baron, and everything they're getting here in a huge surge on the map. Really surmounting. Good distortion damage. The shutdown coming in very big with the Deathfire Grasp. Inox looking to get 3 on the fight here. He still has, his ultimate is about to come up. That's why he was not able to kick anybody back. Culling across the side. Kiwi Kid the last few shots, but he shields himself up. There's the box. Oh, the long way. Get the lantern. Brings in Paul Meltzer. No way he's going to have the damage. They cannot get the chase on a cruiser. He gets the double distortion follow up, and they do find the kill after the long haul. Kiwi Kid trying to live as Golden Glue gets himself back in with the team. They're looking at the trifecta now. 3-point attack going in on a Yellow Pete and the rest of the team. Yellow Pete's out and back and forth, a 15-13. This does not look like a safe matchup.
Oh my god, that was cool, as far as Thresh and LeBlanc are concerned. But if we think about this fight strategically, Dignitas had about 10,000 unspent gold, and they just lost the Baron buff. But the fights continue.
Oh! The 1-for-1. They missed. Eye for an eye.
He burned flash for that. Golden Glue looking real strong and looking for more. They know Lee Sin isn't here. The turret is safe. Oh god!
Kiwi, oh, he was lit for a second. Crumbs is there. You have no mana. Get out of there. Dig is trying to push their advantage a little too much here.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1. Well, they know how many minions they have, and with the duration of that fight, the super minions were actually able to clear out a Nexus turret.
All right, they can still push it.
All right. That was kind of EG's big chance. Dignitas did overstay because they had so much unspent gold without a Baron buff. But now that they didn't have a full disaster there, they only suffered 3 deaths. They got a few back. We need to watch this one more time. Watch how Cruiser actually breaks both, but then he activated the R like as he was getting pulled in. Just ridiculousness. And the mind of Ken to know as he's taking that wild ride
was impressive.
to throw the lantern over just allowed for kill. But Pobeltha can clearly finish him off. And this top fight is pretty interesting because Golden Glue still had his ultimate and was able to burst out Snoopy and basically scare Inox off, which is what ended up stopping this push. If Golden Glue didn't get such successful damage down onto the rest of EG, the Lee Sin would have been able to continue to chase and may have made that a disaster for Dignitas.
Wow. Dignitas Fight Squad really looking good here coming out this week. Week 10. They are on top of their game. 15-7.
Karma.
Death cap over onto Kiwi Kid. He already had the Morello Namicon sitting there. He just needed a little bit more gold to bring the pain. Kick to Crumbs in the top lane. I don't know if he's making it out of this one. They don't have the damage to take him down right away.
You know things have gone badly when the enemy support has more ability power than your mid laner.
Ooh.
Yeah. 350 AP onto Kiwi Kid. 352 actually. And 326 onto LeBlanc. Obviously he went DFG, so he's a little bit more about the single target burst. But it just shows how powerful Kiwi Kid's karma is right now.
And at that point, you're almost nullifying what Pobelter's going to do with the size of the shield you're giving someone. So he's not having a good day anymore.
Exactly. Like, for instance, the regular shield is 400 damage, and it's on a 400 shield, and it's on a 6.5 second cooldown. And if he mantras it, it's a 430 damage shield onto the whole team that also gives move speed. So it's rather effective right now.
Just the tad. 2,000 effective health coming in and shields for the whole team. A big gold lead Dignitas has been able to get for themselves over the past 10 minutes here. 53,000 to 46. The kills are going on both sides. EG is able to pick up a few, but Dig has been working on grabbing the next turret after these fights. They're finally, with the minion waves pushed up, able to activate something after they get the engagement. It looks like they're looking for more. Why shouldn't they? That inhibitor is open.
Smart move. They don't need to force a Baron with the potential for a steal when they know they can brute force a 5v5. There's no split push option for EG right now. If EG tries to defend this one, it's most likely going to be deaths and potentially the game. They kind of have to give this one away.
Wow, that's a Negatron cloak on Inox, and he's still taking big damage. The tether over to Snoopy. He's forced to Lantern out of this one, so a lot of the shield safety for EG is down. The damage is going to hit hard. And it's going to be NACS next up. The clone for Pobelter does go down, but he's alive on the backside. They give themselves some breathing room, but it's forced an inhibitor down.
Very valiant fight there by EG, not suffering a single death. I believe Ken actually flayed Crumbs out of a jump that could have snowballed that fight. Very critical move there. Now that Golden Glue's low enough, the Baron isn't even a realistic opportunity for Dignitas off the back of that. Nice hold by EG, despite losing the inhibitor.
This game getting pretty tough for Evil Geniuses. Even if they're to go for a Baron would take quite a long time with the team they're providing and the damage they have. Golden Glue clearing out the bottom lane. Dignitas getting all their ducks in a line. They're going to be back to the lanes to push it back in on EG.
Yeah, EG wants to find a catch here. They want to see Dignitas come towards the Baron pit without 5 people so that they can kill someone.
Getting antsy. Crumbs saw him. Thwarted. It's just that.
Thwarted. Just don't walk.
As much how intense it gets, trying to hide in the brush, one guy to walk out, and then it's all thwarted. 33 minutes in as we just crest that moment. Pink wards are starting to go down, and they're starting to be cleared out in the Baron pit. With 15 seconds on the Dragon, the average level of the game is actually around 15, so it's going to be worth just about that Baron gold.
Yeah, in the one chaotic fight that EG had down on Ken's Wild Ride, they got a bit of experience back. When you're a lower level team and you kill higher level opponents, you get a monstrous boost in the experience gain from that fight. So that was actually a little bit bigger than you would think of just a normal 3-for-3 or 2-for-2 trade, but EG is still substantially behind.
During that point in the game when EG was pushing very hard, Ken actually surpassed Kiwi Kid in levels, which has happened for Kiwi Kid again. But you can see that EG definitely had a very big surge here that Dignitas took into consideration, flopped it right back on their head. 56.7 to 50K, just about. We'll round that up. It means Dignitas has a few core items on other members in the team. Yellow Pete not looking too bad in the way of an 80 carry. Cutie Pie's looking for that Infinity Edge to finish off his build.
Yeah, they're just going to move down for this Dragon now and hope that EG doesn't randomly collapse on them, because Dignitas is just trying to make sure they have adequate gold. They needed to go back and restock on wards. You can see they also have 4 sweepers to make sure they clear out the Baron area. At this point, Dignitas is just trying to find ways to end the game, and EG is completely on the defensive.
Looks like that might just pull them over to a Baron fight that they're taunting them to. Ken on the top side is going to try to get a sneaky ward in for the rest of the team. It's going to be a teleport in from NACS, so they're going to have to work this perfectly and stall it out.
Goes down pretty fast. They got to be worried that they don't get Magic Resist debuff too much for a potential Pobelter pop. So that Baron starts raining the debuff on them. There's the initiation.
Very nice hit. Cruiser to the back line in a 4v1 situation. They get down. Golden Glue. Wait a minute. Pobelter going down. Crumbs. Oh, he gets the lantern over. Another safety throw by Ken. He's going to get the hook as well. They take down Kiwi Kid. They take down Cutie Pie. The Baron for Dig did not help them at all.
Everything old is new again. Dignitas had the advantage and got screwed by forcing this Baron right now. EG is going to get this one, despite not having the better 5v5 team. Unless Crumbs tries to pull off a miracle, but that would be suicide. That is a massive turn by EG. Oh my word.
So many teams not taking into consideration that debuff damage that Baron puts on you.
Check this out though. I mean, yeah, exactly. They're still sitting on some of it, and Pobelter finished off Golden Glue before Golden Glue could be a part. And check this out, because Crumbs went after Pobelter and didn't get the kill, it was basically a 5v3 after that. Because Pobelter made it back into the fight. Just the way that fight played out meant EG could miraculously come ahead because of the total outplay by Pobelter. Just wild card coming in big.
Well, they're still getting everything out of the base and trying to clean up the tornado that just blew through. They have their inhibitors back, spawned up after they cleared the minion wave at the Nexus turrets, but they're still down a Nexus turret. If they lose a big fight here, it's going to be straight home for Dignitas for the win. But if EG can do that again, Dignitas is definitely going to be on their heels even more. EG's not really in the position after these fights to push turrets. They have the tankiness. I don't know if it'll be the full game without the minions.
Still recovering from that last fight. EG was pretty much dead in the water before that. And even though it's very easy to say Dignitas threw the game at Baron, that's not exactly what happened. The peel was fairly sound. They just didn't have vision on Pobelter. and they didn't control it properly. They needed to have Cruiser in the front of that fight, and they needed to approach it properly. They just, when Golden Glue gets caught out like that, it completely swings things. It was just a misplayed fight by Dignitas. Not necessarily a terrible tactic. Their tactic was to peel off of Baron and use their movement speed, which is all fairly sound. It just was executed so much better by EG.
Yeah, ridiculous how they actually are keeping themselves able.
Dear.
That's the support.
That's the karma.
That's the karma. Yeah. How they can keep themselves in these fights with Snoopy being so far behind. He can still beat Nautilus in this. 90 CS to 125, has a few health items, but really isn't something that can take a hit from a Zed, Cruiser, or Crumbs.
Yeah, just with the way the gold is scaled in this game, you know. Kiwi Kid versus Ken, and then Snoopy versus Crumbs. As far as farmed people, there was 5 farmed teammates on Dignitas, and pretty much 3.
This is a hard mode for EG.
Yeah, it's all the weight is on Inox, and Ken. Those karma pokes. They hit hard.
Area of effect. Damage in your face. Pole Belter knows how it feels. That Baron buff going to keep him regenning though. Looks like they have about a minute, just over a minute left on that for themselves. With Pink Wards going down. They'll be able to hold here, but for how long?
Yeah.
They've just been here forever.
Yeah, they're going to try and push this down while they have the Baron buff because they want to try and brute force. They have a big wave in the bottom, so they're pushing up a bit more. Another reason those karmas are hitting so hard is Dignitas is a mainly physical damage team. So EG is itemized pretty much nothing but armor. And there's a hook on Crumbs, pretty big.
Bing, bang, boom. Crumb gets out alive, though. The other team wanted a nice death charge onto 4 members. It's going to be Snoopy. Is that the focus they want? They do take him down. It's the disengage from EG, but can they return fire while they're backpedaling? It's not going to be enough, and Dig retakes back the front of their base. I don't think Inox is out, but you know what? I think wrong a lot of times.
Lee Sin is a slippery man right there. Inox maybe saving his team a little bit there, keeping 3 people alive, and the main threats on EG are alive as well. But that fight kind of goes to show you, when fights are executed well for Dignitas, how superior they are. EG needs to make sure they can kill some of the priority targets before the fight. At that point, they put so much damage on a Cruiser that they just got ran over in the team fight. Despite Ken landing a hook, it's just not enough. They need to kill somebody instantly. Like, let's see exactly what happened here.
That ultimate.
Yeah, they went actually heavily onto Crumbs, who is fairly tanky right now. It was a nice ultimate by Snoopy, but it just didn't give them the reprieve they required. Cruiser jumps straight through the box, shatters it for everyone else, and then they continue to chase with their move speed. Nice overall play there by Dignitas.
It's actually a really great idea. Dragons descending down a few
through
walls
the box.
if you can.
Just
Why
get them
not?
all down. Get rid of them.
Just take it out of there. 23 seconds on Dragon. Somebody's going to scrape that guy up. Baron still has a minute or 2.5 minutes, I'd say, left. We're 17 to 10. The turrets are being opened up a lot more than the kills are, as teams are playing very cautious right now. These kill death timers are getting quite high, as we do have a level 18 Inox. But you look around, and he has been farming pretty hard. He's the only 18 in the game right now.
Yeah, and it is also pretty rare that you see a game have 8 turrets on one side and 6 on the other. It just kind of goes to show how it's been a very swingy or back and forth game where EG had the pressure early and then Dignitas came in big later. They're trying to force something.
One hook after the other. They do get the ult out of Crumbs. Very, very useful with that patched Kha'Zix.
So no on the hunt. They're going to try to use that move speed to finish this off, but if the move speed dies, they will be a little bit vulnerable. Many ultimates burned. Dignitas still a very strong advantage here. If they were to win a fight here, the game is over for EG. So EG is being the more cautious team right now.
What is Ken waiting on back there? He was getting something else. He has the home guards. He's back in the fight, though. It'd be a little scary if they realized he was gone for too long. Minion wave is quite far away as well.
It's actually a pretty good pink ward as long as they can protect it. That just means when Crumbs comes in, he can't invisibly fly away. He'd still have the damage reduction when he goes in, but they would be able to crowd control him, which is very key.
Dig's going to have to consider what's going on in their side lanes here after they pressure down this Dragon. It doesn't look like EG's on their heels too much, so they have time. They're going to clean this up, relieve some pressure in the lanes, and I believe Baron, that 1 minute mark as you can see on the screen.
This is interesting. Dignitas is going for a blue buff steal. It's giving EG time to get Baron Pit access, but they're not cleaning wards very well. No one has actually used their sweeper as they walk through that. I think that's a bit of a mistake because now they know exactly where EG is. Grab it! He's safe.
I can see that Ken
The inhibitor, though.
possibly
Inhibitor's exposed.
saving his sweeper. Yeah, Crumbs.
And even if EG home guards through for this, it would still be a 5v5 they do not want. They're not even synced up on this either. That is just a rotational advantage by Dignitas. Don't go.
Be a grab here. One distortion. It's, oh my word! Kiwi Kid gets a distortion hit along with the Deathfire grasp. That would have been a safe pole belter anyways. The Zanyas is there. Inox is going to safeguard. The Zanyas still for pole belter as Dignitas getting a little chaotic here in their engagement. Now trying to disengage. Inox, Snoopy, and Yellow Pete on the front line trying to return fire.
If he could have zeroed out Kiwi Kid, it would have been worth it, but that was the danger of flying in. Whew. Oh, man.
Kiwi Kid, he didn't think he had to. His Banshee's Veil got popped, and he was like, oh, I should have hit Spell Shield.
Doesn't even... No, Kiwi Kid's on the Karma right there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Cutie Pie.
Yeah.
Getting him mixed up.
It's tricky. When he goes full glass cannon like that on Karma, he is at risk. And EG understands how much he's doing for the team right there, so he's actually become a priority target. Additionally, he's the only one really dealing magic damage. So if they take him out, all the armor stacking they're doing from the jungle in the top lane position makes it much more difficult for Dignitas to be successful in team fights. Now they have some vision control on Baron because of that steadily pushing bottom lane.
St. Vicious.
Same game.
I see Nautilus and I say St. Vicious. Snoopy on Nautilus. Going up for a Thornmail just after the Randuins, just trying to be a beefcake for the rest of his team. They're going down quite quick in these fights, especially with that front end power coming out. The cues of Kiwi Kid. Crumbs his first attack. You're not going to be living very long. Ken on the outside. They got the wards they need for this one, but it's going to be scary. Good activation on Baron.
Yeah. Piss the Baron off. Make him a Kiwi Kid. This fight is really dependent on how Pole Belter executes. Dignitas is going to try and stick together, but if Pole Belter can kill a priority target, there's a lot of Banshee's Veils on Dignitas, which make a huge difference for the block, just because of the spell block. So basically, Pole Belter has to find Kiwi Kid, and even then, there might be too much damage coming from Dig. I didn't think this game would make it to the 45-minute mark, but now that it has, it really became interesting.
Interesting indeed. Snoopy going back, picking up the dagger for some attack speed. Trying to get that W damage out maybe, or going for a wit's end after that?
Yeah. Got to build an item sometime. Not sure exactly what his plan is with that one.
We'll see.
Yeah, honestly.
Doesn't have much time.
It helps him clear jungle.
Yeah.
Much faster.
See around the map, that Maul Mortius built on Crumbs quite a while ago. Saw it save him in 2 occasions with that shield coming up to save his life from the burst of Pole Belter. And now Dignitas in the driver's seat here, pushing the mid lane. They finally got their outer lanes pushed up. They're at least at halfway. See what they can do around Baron.
And Dignitas has been in the driver's seat for quite some time.
Yeah.
EG has done a very good job staying alive. It's not to be understated how difficult it is to stall a game like this when the other team has such a substantial teamfight advantage. But EG is doing it nonetheless.
Dignitas having a little trouble getting in close now with EG's ability to disengage and play safely on these fights. Crumbs seeing what he can do to taunt over Evil Geniuses here, but they are already the Evil Geniuses. They know this is happening.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear. That could be Ken going down. He could throw down the box. It would be nice to shut down at least the team for that time, maybe buy some time, but the rest of the team just breaks right through the door on that. Ken still getting a lot of focus. EG may have time to get a reaction on this fight, but they're still disengaging. Ooh. A huge Q. Yeah, coming out of Kiwi Kid. And it looks like Pole Belter's going to have to Zanyas, gets himself to safety as the clone, not really playing a role in that one. This is going to be a chase down Jat, not looking so good. Fast. Dignitas should be going for the base, but they know these kills are going to equal that anyways.
Well, they only got the support. Amazingly. They're going to go for more here. Snoopy trying his best to get away from Crumbs. This is...
Cue the music. Oh, gets the stun on him. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. Oh!
It's not very fun.
Tiny little anchor toss. You got to do what you got to do. The jump, the kill. He doesn't even let Golden Glue get an assist. What a nice guy.
Yeah, and a 60-second death timer off of that one, plus no smite threat for the steal. EG doesn't have too many options right now. After that crazy fight, it was a good catch by Dignitas around the back. Once again, it was because EG was split up into different squadrons, and Dignitas could just pick one and rush it down. Very nice try there by Pobelter, but because he couldn't zero him out.
Yep. They know the power
For not.
is what they're trying to dodge here. Infinity Edges on the AD carries. They have all the power they need. This is maximum potential fights coming out here.
Yeah, and they're all at full health here. EG decides to give it up smartly.
This is crazy. They're going to have to put up the riot shields on this one once they get back into the base. EG getting as much push on the lanes as they can. Hopefully it takes Dignitas a little more time to get into the base. But it's only going to be a few more seconds. Dragon's up. We'll see. We'll leave in on top over the wall to grab this one if he's not trying to deny more experience. Just a ward, and then he'll grab it.
NACS might be able to pick up a dragon here, which is pretty nice. Keeping the gold even. As far as itemization goes, though, we're reaching the maximum items pretty soon for everyone, and at that point, the gold will actually cease to matter. Pobelter can finish off his Rabadon, so it'll be huge. There it is. And until there's magic resist on Kiwi Kid, now with a death cap, that combo that Pobelter did on a Kiwi Kid right before that Baron would kill it. So that's a very important threshold of damage.
The way the game's been going, you can see both teams focusing CS about the same. With Kiwi Kid having a little more wave clear, he's picked up more for himself over Ken, but nobody's stealing anything from the jungle too much or taxing lanes as we get here to this late game. We see it being pretty even. Crumbs in the front. Everybody's 18 except for the supports. Like we said, it's getting to that full potential as the teleport comes in. Dignitas is showing they are ready and rare to go.
Yeah, and I cannot mention too many times how overpowering Dignitas is in straight-up 5v5 team fights. Pobelter has to be a wizard in these fights. That's not what a wizard does.
No, it's not what a wizard does at all. Wizards come back to life. Lots of magic, not death. 49 minutes on this one. Dignitas looking to put the final stamp on the game with 8,000 gold in their pocket ahead of Evil Geniuses. The last few fights are just really coming from shurikens and a few spikes out of Crumbs before they get what they want.
And how much does Dig want to brute force this? Because they don't have side lanes pushing. They're trying to go right up the middle. It's still only one defensible turret, but the base is so close for EG. No harass will stick. They basically have to go all in on one if they go. And now they're tanking that turret without minions, which is somewhat vulnerable. But boy, they're strong.
I was going to say, Cutie Pie gets grabbed, but nobody can go in on that just yet. Pobelter does take down Kiwi. That is huge damage that Dignitas is looking for. NACS makes it out, and he pulls out Crumbs' ultimate. Can they still go in? Pobelter missing the chain on that one as Crumbs gets out on the invisible style. You saw the Fog of War there change the vision of EG. They're able to stave off a bit of that battle, but is it enough?
Jeez, and the game continues. We did say how vulnerable Kiwi Kid was going to be to Pobelter, and that's what that death cap meant, is that he could finish him off. Kiwi Kid's got to get a Banshee's Veil as soon as possible. Otherwise, those holds will continue. He can zero out that guy.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to push. Late game LeBlanc. Very difficult to play, but very rewarding when done properly.
You kind of saw it also as kind of the keystone in that arc for Dignitas. Once it fell out, they crumbled. They didn't have the speed they wanted after On the Hunt was down. The shields weren't there from Kiwi Kid, and a lot more chaotic fight there with Kiwi Kid down.
You got 30 seconds on Cruiser, too, the tank right there. So everyone is actually a little bit vulnerable to Pobelter, despite having Banshee's Veils. I wonder how much EG can really get out of this one. 4 seconds on Kiwi, he'll be here soon. This could be a fight from Dig.
On the Hunt just came up, so they have very low health, and this could be a huge activation on the engage. There goes Crumbs. On the Hunt hits out as well. Oranduin's flying through the air. They start to go down onto Pobelter. He falls. Another kill for Snoopy. Runs away with a sliver, but Kiwi Kid picks it up on the skill shot Q for a double. 3 are now down. 4 are now down. Yellow Pete trying to run on this one. He has the GA, pops Crumbs, and he's going to be running for home.
This will probably do it here, Rib. Dignitas just went in 4v5 because they knew how overwhelmingly strong they were. They got the fight properly this time, Pobelter. They're not zero anyone out. 51 minutes of power there from Dignitas. Hard-fought game.
Calling is down. He does have that 400% damage to minions, but he will not be able to give the Nexus turrets any breathing room here. Dignitas suffocating and putting that last stranglehold down onto Evil Geniuses in an incredible game for both teams here to start off Week 10. 51.5 minutes in, Dignitas find the win.
Golden Glue finds victory in his first game with Dignitas, but boy, did EG make him work for it.
Yeah.
That was an incredible defense from Evil Geniuses after they could not win a straight-up team fight, drawing it out to 51 minutes, taking many turrets, 17 total turret kills in that one. But hey, Dignitas makes a swap, finds a victory.
And it did start to look good for Evil Geniuses. Dignitas has that 5 minutes of the game, right in the beginning, and then a little bit in the middle when they were able to team fight. They really took advantage of those times. With a 3,000 gold lead, they were able to do oh so much. But like you said, kudos to EG as well. They cannot be forgotten in this game. They played so well being behind the whole time. Something we really haven't seen this year. Teams just fold under that pressure.
A couple golden glue chances out.
Yeah.
It's a nice intro into the Dignitas roster. Now, what does this really mean, though? Because EG is already at the bottom of the table as far as standings going. With an early loss in this week, just puts them farther in the hole. They need to really start winning some games. And for Dignitas, I think it gives them a little bit of security as far as making it into the playoffs. That's really what they needed from this one. Just can't say like how hard that game was for Dignitas. It shouldn't have necessarily been that hard. I know probably in the post game when we talk to Dignitas, they will mention how they wanted to close it sooner, but a win is a win.
But that Baron?
Yeah, the Baron did not go well.
Didn't, but they were able to flip it
What's Scar doing
around.
there?
He's saying, Golden Glue, I got you. GG, I'm gonna pick your stuff up for you.
Such a nice guy.
But no, he's also talking to QD. This and this, this and this. And really amazing game as well from Golden Glue as we're still speaking about him. Looking at his past games in Challenger for, if you put the past 2 or 3 weeks together, he didn't have a Zed game in there. Yeah. So it's just been solo queue and practice Zed for him.
Yeah, it is one of his most played
in
solo queue Challenger. He's sitting around rank 100 in Challenger right now, which is high but not immaculate. Right. A lot of his time has obviously been put towards the actual competitive Challenger games, the 5v5s, the Dignitas scrims. So you can't judge too much off of that. He was going hit for hit with Pobelter. I would say this is more of a team victory for Dignitas very early on. A lot of performance coming out just from the rotations of the team to find those fights eventually against the split push.
And that was something that was really cool. Now being on the 4.4 patch, seeing the amount of teamwork in the early game, the amount of team rotation, and not just one person.
What's required? They have to stick together now. I really want to see how these early games hit. There's a lot of debate about whether having your trinket wards up at 1 minute or 2 minutes is better. Pros are very mixed on that, but as of now, unless they're willing to invest in wards like EG did on Ken, you have to make those invades blind. And it means the teleport is very important for the top laners right now. They need to see where the lanes are going so they can match it and find their right spot.
That was the next one I was going to mention, teleport. We actually saw 2 that game.
Yeah.
So
we're going to see a lot more top lane teleports.
Going to happen. 100-second cooldown coming up for 200 seconds when you got it to a turret. So a lot safer, a lot easier to get back to lane if you're going to be a little riskier in lane. And a lot of people are like playing the carry top lanes now as the bruisers are kind of falling out. So it's going to help a little bit.
This moves Dignitas to 10-13. Moves Evil Geniuses to 6-17, which is... Now, it's not what Evil Geniuses wanted when they decided to make the move over to North America. They've had some difficulties. They still did not have their main roster this game. So 0-3 with the substitutes so far.
A lot of people hoping they would perform as the sister team. Yeah. Alliance has been a huge surge.
Alliance has really surged up lately.
Yeah.
Yeah. But EG still hasn't made that step.
We'll have to see if they can. There's a lot more league games to go for each team. And remember to share your favorite moments from today's action. Send them to @LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. I know we might have had one in that game with a Thresh hook.
There's a big one.
Let's throw it over to Freak and Kobe, who are joined by 2 members of the victorious Dignitas.
Thank you very much, Riv. Hey, guys. Welcome Crumbs and Golden Glue to the desk. Golden Glue, you went 8-3-8 on Zed. Crumbs 5-1-11 on Kha'Zix. So, obviously, great performances in that game. What were your thoughts coming into the match?
I personally thought if I could go even, that we would be able to out-rotate and just win the game. And it took us a while, but we were eventually able to do that.
I got to ask you, how much time have you had to prepare for LCS matches and play actually with the team, play with Dignitas?
About 4 to 6 hours a day because I go to school 8 hours and then I come home, I go straight to scrims, and then right after scrim ends, I either study or I go to sleep. So it's pretty busy. So not much time.
And I heard actually that you're going to be flying back over to Texas after the games on Sunday.
That's true.
Yep. So pretty tight schedule for you.
Yeah.
Crumbs, how many days, how long have you been playing with them?
Oh, well, that's actually 3 days in total. We played in 3 days, and I don't think the 3 days were full day of scrims. So Monday was a day off, and we didn't play there. So we played it starting Tuesday with like half-ass scrims, and Wednesday the same thing. Thursday we played, and then we tried to get scrims yesterday, but he had to fly, and that kind of took all day, so we couldn't get scrims there. So 3 days only.
So I got to say, when you guys are looking for a mid laner, what made you pick up Golden Glue here? What did you see in Golden Glue that made you want to take it?
Well, you have to look at it, people from the amateur scene, basically, or people that are just high-ranked in Challenger that kind of show that even though they're playing solo queue and that's not necessarily an environment to want to make people shine, somebody that just really wants to be in the competitive scene and proves that in both solo queue and LCS amateur league, basically. So even if you can actually show to somebody through your play how you conduct yourself that you want to win in solo queue, that already is a testament to how much you want to be here.
Yeah, so that was actually very impressive. So we do have a replay we want to watch. I think in the mid lane, you guys work together, taking down a quick kill. If we can get that on your screen. Talk to me about what happened in this fight.
Yeah, so right now we see LeBlanc, and I'm Kha'Zix with my ultimate, so going for a gank is pretty easy. We're just waiting for her to use Distortion, and I tag her with my W right here, which forces her to flash. And, okay, so she's pretty chunk, so let's push down this turret, and I still have my ultimate charges. And Nautilus is coming in. I don't know why he's going, but I'm just like, I have my passive, my ulti, just go on this guy, get some damage on him, and he lands this hook that ends up costing his death, because now we're going to get a 2 for 0, basically, because that hook put him in a bad position, and then I still have my jump to get on him as soon as he distorts back. And Thresh comes in trying to get a flash ignite kill, but Kiwi saves the day with a pot and a Karma Shield.
I saw that was really impressive, actually, coming through there. What's the coordination like in fights like that, where like someone's suddenly a target again, and you're just yelling, "Kill this guy"?
Yeah, so it's like I just like kill this guy. Like, what do you think? Like, go on this guy. He can't be here. Yeah.
So that was actually your second kill. We didn't get the first one on screen, but how did it feel when you first got that kill in the LCS?
I couldn't believe it. Like, especially, like, I just thought I would go like 0-3 before I got a kill, but I was able to get a kill pretty early, and it really helped me just finish the game off with not feeding.
Yeah, I mean, 8-3 and 8, you've got to have exceeded your expectations there. I mean, like, are you still kind of feeling it? I know you tweeted last night, like, I'm in LA now. This is kind of surreal.
Yeah. As soon as I landed, too, I felt an earthquake. And I was like,
yeah, that's right.
That's got to mean something.
It was like a 5. It was the biggest one we had in like a month or so, too.
Yeah. I didn't feel it. I was like, what? Everybody around the car was like, whoa, did you feel it? Like, no.
Yeah, we were in the car, and we're at a stop sign, and it just started shaking. I thought the car was like trying to go, and then we talked later, and he's like, "Oh, I thought Scar said I thought you were kicking my chair." I was like, "Oh no, that was an earthquake."
California is actually trolling you. It's not even.
Yeah.
All right, so let's bring up another replay though. This is pretty much what I consider to be what won you guys the game. This was the first team fight. It's in your jungle. Let's get this on your screen. This is where EG were setting up a pick in this bush where you guys already had a ward. And it starts out, it looks pretty good for them, but you turn it around. Can you explain that for me?
Okay, yeah. So we see them all in the jungle, and we're just calling for a fight because we just think we can like straight out kill them. And we have Crumbs like coming in from the side. So we burst Poe Belter, I get out, and then we just pretty much clean up after the initial. I don't know if I get out. Yeah, I get out with like 2 health.
Level up.
Yeah. I love Dangerous Game.
Such a good mastery.
Yeah, so basically we won that fight because they weren't able to finish me or Kiwi Kid off. If they would have finished that off, that probably would have given them momentum to win the fight, but they weren't able to. So that's how I think we got all 5, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they got them, but yeah. So that was definitely a worth fight for us.
You don't want to have your AD carry 1v1 in Kha'Zix.
No. That
Isolated.
seems like a horrible situation.
Yeah.
Do you actually look for that then in fights? Do you like look for isolations when you play Kha'Zix, or is it just kind of like jump in, just hit the back line?
You go tank build pretty much when you're playing the new Kha'Zix when you evolve your ultimate. So you don't really have that much burst to look for, I'm going to get a reset here, reset that, because you don't do that much damage.
Okay.
So if you can get a one guy that's just going to be alone, you know he's not going to be able to kill you, because even though they had a lot of CC, I went with Ninja Tavi and Warden's Mail as some of my first items, so I knew Lucian was not going to be able to take me down. So if I could just get him out of the fight, I'm already doing a good job of playing the champion.
Yeah, so by the late game, do you actually shift your focus to looking to get people to burn things on you while your ultimate is going?
Yeah, you just want to be in the front. Like, I think the final fight that we got, Sivir ulted and I just jumped into all of them, slowed Randers, like, hit me. It's like, either you hit me or you run, and you can't really do damage to Kazakh's 50% damage reduction on top of tank build.
All right, so you guys, of course, picked up a really good win here. You're in sole control of 4th place right now. Tomorrow you guys face Cloud9. Golden Glue facing up against High. How do you feel about that?
I'm really excited to play Cloud9 because they're ranked 2, right? Mm-hmm. I just really want to like upset them, and I just really want to just beat them. That's like my main goal.
Good. What do you think your chances are, Crumbs?
I mean, every match we've played against Cloud9 is actually some of the closest matches we have against top teams, I guess, ranked 1 through 3, CLG, TSM, C9. Yeah, so I think it's going to be another close match. I think that's a team that we have a good history of just not getting neither side gets really stomped. It's always really close. Even last split, even though we lost all the games against them, they're relatively close for a large majority of the game. So I think when we play, it ends up being really entertaining games for both the fans and the players. So it's one of my favorite teams to play.
Great, and of course we'll see you guys playing that tomorrow. Guys, thanks very much for your time. Congrats on your win. Got more games coming on though. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, 3rd place Counter Logic Gaming is going to challenge 1st place TSM in our next match. Don't go anywhere.
Stampede goes on. Snoopy hooks himself into the fight. They have Kiwi Kid. The depth charge puts up 3. Cutie Pie still in the fight with full health, though, throwing out damage. Crumbs turns it, gets himself in the fight, and out. Going for 3 kills now on the Evil Geniuses. A double kill coming from Kiwi Kid in that fight as he is running around with a sliver of health. Now for Inox. He approaches pretty much the first fight of his game. Gets a retribution kill for himself, but it's 1 for their team's 8.
And CLG, I think that they have a huge target on our back, and they've been wanting to beat us for a very, very long time. They haven't been able to beat us because, one, right now we're the best in NA. Two, I think that they're going through some team problems, and they had their roster swaps and they have their strategy and their analysts, but they haven't really hit their stride this year, and I'm not sure what it is.
Welcome back to the North American LCS and our next game of the day, the 90th game of this spring split. Counter Logic Gaming versus Team Solo Mid. Chat, we heard Dyrus saying that they're playing with a target on their back, and he might be right. CLG is going to catch TSM or Cloud9. They have to win here.
Yeah, and so far this split, TSM is 3-0 against CLG. And even though CLG hasn't beaten TSM yet this year, they are playing well. And honestly, they're one of the two teams that realistically challenges TSM in this league. Dexter, in particular for CLG, has been having a couple big games in Elise, and so far is 4-0 on that champ. But remember, this is the 4.4 patch. Elise has taken a couple hits. Yep. She's still going to be an effective jungler, but nowhere near the level she was when Dexter went 4-0.
The last time these teams faced off, it was with Reginald in the mid lane for Team Solo Mid. But now the Burger King is back and open for business.
Yeah, and Reginald did great in his week back, and in Bjergsen's first week back, you know, he reminded everyone what a danger he was. He retook the lead in kills for the LCS, despite missing 6 games. Currently, he has 121 kills and is getting closer to ManCloud's record for most kills in a season. Look at that. He averages 7.8 kills per game, and he will get that record. Historically, he has been the best. If only he could play a whole season, he'd have that record, especially this year. He's averaging 1.5 more kills per game than any player has in the LCS ever. Look at ManCloud, 5.96 is the closest to him.
Well, guess what? He's got more time to do that as we got a game coming up right now. So let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Counter Logic Gaming. Nian in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link in mid, Doublelift at 80 carry, and Aframu on support.
Fan favorites on both sides. On the red side, it is Team Solo Mid. Dyrus in the top lane, Aldrin in the jungle, Bjergsen in mid lane, Wild Turtle on 80 carry, and of course X Special on support.
And that is going to bring us to today's featured matchup in the top lane, Nian versus Dyrus.
Yeah, Dyrus has been absolutely solid for Team Solo Mid. And to give you an idea, he has 0 deaths in 11 of their 22 games, and in other 6 games, he's died only once. So TSM can always rely on Dyrus to perform, and he will always be farmed up for team fights. But for CLG, you know, you look at Nian, they don't need him to carry. They don't ask him to carry. They actually just ask him to break even in lane. Then, if he gets into a team fight, he can be an asset. But he is not the same level of consistency that Dyrus has achieved.
And Dyrus actually spoke about that directly to that point. I don't want to go in my lane just to play my lane to go equal. I want to play more aggressive. And I don't know how many more times we've seen him on Renekton, actually. He's got 5 plays on that champion.
Yeah, Dyrus definitely stepped it up when Reginald was in for those 2 weeks when Bjergsen left, because prior, they had just kind of known that Bjergsen can win the lane and be like, all right, he's the reliable one, Dyrus, be consistent.
Yep.
But when Reginald came in, Reginald was the one they wanted to be consistent, and Dyrus and Turtle and X Special were the solo lanes that they kind of wanted to carry. But now that they've had that experience with Reginald being out, going, 5-1 in the 6 games?
Yep.
They're keeping that aggression across all lanes. So TSM, I think they're the best they've been all year.
And looking at Reggie's stats, as we brought up a little bit last week, it was kind of like just getting the band back together with the lead singer. He had just about the same KDA that Bjergsen had. He was 0.4 off of it at 6 KDA. So Reggie was still able to put up the numbers. The team has flowed through these weeks, and really they're building off of these wins. When you hear a team say, we can build off that loss, they're building off every win they've had.
And the coolest thing about this spring split here is, like, even though they're 19-3, they're still really pushing for every one of these wins because they really want to go to the All-Stars. They want to be the number 1 team in NA, and of course they'll still have to win the playoffs. But being the number 1 seed actually holds a lot of value for them. It means they get side choice in every game in the playoffs. It guarantees them the bye. Obviously, there's still an outside chance TSM couldn't even be top 2 if they lost a bunch of games and CLG were able to win out, which is why this game is also still very important, because CLG has an outside chance of making the top 2 as well. If they win all their games, and then if Cloud9 loses to TSM, CLG, and one other team, CLG could actually get that 2nd seed.
Well, with the joining of Dexter on the team, they've definitely picked up enough wins to make that look possible. He has had some amazing play. We mentioned his Elise just a little bit ago in the pregame, but his Eve as well, along with the odd one playing Eve, is something we're going to have to watch for today. He was an absolute menace on it, and who is not when they're on Eve?
Yeah.
Always in your face, always creating problems. We'll see what they create for picks and bans here. Zed's going to be the first one out there, as Bjergsen brought that back last week. Nobody liked it. He's 3-0 on it. Still waiting
He's
for more.
undefeated on a lot of things.
Yeah.
As TSM with their absolutely absurd record. Of course, COG's only lost 3 times with Dexter in the lineup as well. So they've been quite strong since he's been acquired. Lulu ban, fairly expected. The Renekton ban will lead to some interesting components in the top lane here, actually. I wonder if Nien, he really values Ryze. The entire COG team really values Ryze right now. And Ryze is pretty good at keeping Shyvana at bay if they wanted to funnel Dyrus onto that pick with the Renekton ban. I wonder if TSM's going to counter with a similar ban of their own for Ryze. Yep.
How about it? Speak of the devil.
Nien goes, damn, really wanted to play that.
We might just have to go back to his Shyvana. We'll see. Dyrus definitely loves that as well in the pickup. Nien has 13 plays on that half dragon. He likes to be able to control the top lane and not get pushed out.
Kha'Zix's really going to get through here?
Again, 2 games in a row if he does.
It's either a Kha'Zix or a LeBlanc.
Yeah.
I wonder.
That would be a big pickup for Link.
Yeah, the Sivir ban has normally been held through for the last... because both teams are so strong with it, actually. If you combined both these teams' record with Sivir, they would be 13-1. Really? They would first pick a Thresh and let Bjergsen have the choice at LeBlanc. I really wonder what Link wants to play against LeBlanc. He could play something like a Nidalee if he really wants to stay at bay. Link's Nidalee is very strong. He's only played it once this year, but he's 1-0 on it.
Everybody seems very calm. They're ready for this to happen. Bjergsen's going to take it, so Link felt comfortable with that pick happening. I'm really interested to see what he has, and maybe they're just going to save it all the way for the end so Link can completely counter the team.
Huh. They're smiling right now.
They have the Thresh. Whenever you take the Fiddle, you
Fiddle
get the
Thresh is a fantastic combo. The Fear would also be decent if Dexter's reaction times are fast enough to fear LeBlanc right as she jumps in so she can't jump back to her distortion and you can burst her down. But it is a risky pick and requires an immense amount of vision control. They haven't locked it in yet, which makes me think they're not going to go that direction.
Dexter's talking a little too much for that to be at the placeholder, just playing with the minds of Team Solo Mid. It's like Nien. We haven't seen Trundle come out in a week or so, but he will make his presence now for CLG.
Yeah, that's going to only be his second game on Trundle all year, actually. He had really favored Shyvana, so the Renekton ban working against them a little bit there. Unless they really want to plan on running Trundle up against Shyvana. Dyrus is near unstoppable on the half dragon, though.
Yeah, 5 plays on that as well, just like his Renekton.
I feel like TSM's getting everything they want right now. Giving them Shyvana, LeBlanc, especially if they go with this Eve. Once again, though, they're hovering over it like they might not decide to pick it. Really?
Oh, can he decide to pull out here? This will be the 3rd play for Odd1 on Evelyn. We'll see what he can do as the general. And Wild Turtle still hovering it, locked in the Twitch. Considered to be a bit of a lane bully as well.
He used to play a lot of Twitch. And I'm wondering why this is the time that he decides to break it out. Because we've seen a little bit of Twitch over in the OGN in Korea, is one thing. Against Lucian, he can trade fairly well early game. He won't get outranged like he would against Caitlyn. I would have expected a Caitlyn pick for TSM, but it does provide them a much higher amount of AoE damage. It gives them a bit of extra flank potential when you consider Eve and Twitch can both come in stealthed. I like the pick because we haven't seen it before. I'm just trying to figure out why.
Thinking. A little shock and awe on the initiation once you get the team fight going. You got Odd1 coming in from the side and a Cask to start off the slow. Everybody's done for the fight. What are they locking in for these last ones? Double Lift already has his Lucian, so he may be locking in. A little bit of a jump strat. Lee Sin for Dexter. That's going to be the first time he grabs that up in the split.
Especially early on in the game, if he wants to chase down Wild Turtle, the stealth reveal on Lee Sin could actually be fairly valuable against Twitch. One of the remaining junglers for him, he opts not to go for Elise here, with the Elise nerfs being taken into account. And then obviously COG just, Ziggs is meant to try and shove out LeBlanc, so LeBlanc can't get the roam going. It's about what Ziggs is good for. It's very risky pick against LeBlanc, though. Everything really is a risky pick against LeBlanc.
Except Lulu.
Yeah, pretty much. Except someone with massive self shields.
So the Twitch pick does get locked in. Very cool. Sweet fact, last game Nautilus. That was the 5th time Nautilus was ever picked in the LCS.
Wow.
Yep.
Leona, did you know, Riv?
Did I know?
Yeah.
I will in a second.
That the Twitch Poison will proc Leona's Sunlight?
Yes.
So it's actually a really deadly combo if they get any type of close, because pretty much every single spell Leona uses, as long as Twitch hit that target, gets the proc, without Twitch even
It's a cool little synergy they have together. Definitely got to consider the extra bit of damage. It's not going to be huge, but it'll be good enough to really start that engage and get that kill, and if you want it, enough and the level 2.
So looking at these team comps, I really feel like TSM got everything they want, and CLG is really going outside the box. Consider this. They've never played Dexter's never played Lee Sin in the NALCS. If I can be trusting these, CLG has also never played Lucian. Doublelift hasn't played Lucian. One of the most popular AD carries hasn't played it. One play on Trundle. 2 plays on Ziggs for Link. They're playing a very untested composition here against what is really in TSM's wheelhouse, aside from the Twitch.
Well, a little bit, talk about it in a second, because there's another cool factor. The champs are locked in, so we have to take a look at who you guys voted, because you do. We like it a lot, and the teams care. 79% of you from LOLesports.com think TSM are going to win this matchup. And as we were just talking about, sweet and little cool facts. Looking at the lane of Doublelift and Alframu, the most amount of their losses come from a Thresh and a Lucian lane matchup. So they're taking that in their own hands this time and saying, we lose against it. So if we can't beat them, take it.
Yeah. What have they lost 6 times against Thresh, I believe?
It's 6 Thresh, 5 Lucian. Little
8
crazy.
losses on the year. CLG.
Like one of them gets hooked or just shot.
Now here's the added question. Dexter and not Dexter, the top laners, Yen and Dyrus, both brought teleport once again. I think we're going to be seeing this pretty much throughout the entire week. But CLG has been the tricky team at level 1. Yeah. They have pulled off a lot of maneuvers to get kills, even before the trinket wards could be placed, only at 2 minutes. Look for CLG to try something very creative here, especially with Thresh.
Everybody's ready and raring to go. We're going to have Xpecial on Leona this game. He himself has actually only played 3 unique champions in Annie, Thresh, and Leona. You're always going to get one of them. Xpecial likes to stick with one of those 3. And this time he'll be throwing down the solar flares again. Had some pretty crazy ones last week. You saw in the preview show one of those huge plays with a 4-man solar flare.
People aren't going to be target banning the support against a team with as many threats as TSM.
Yeah.
So it's a very safe strategy there for Xpecial to just cycle those 3 supports. Leona's also the only support he's undefeated on of the 3. A lot of stats going in TSM's favor here, just from Champion Select.
Well, CLG is one of the teams that has a higher KDA. So maybe they can match that this game. We know Bjergsen is on a good clip to be breaking that one this season if he can keep it up. And right now, it's just going to be a regular start. We saw a lot of invading coming from Game 1 and Dig versus Evil Geniuses, but TSM and CLG are just going to play it safe.
But note how Xpecial did the Relic Shield plus Potion plus Ward opening, which is an option I think a lot more supports are going to be going with now that they cannot place their Trinket Ward until 2 minutes. It puts the late invade ward down where the late invade would generally come towards TSM's blue buff down on that bottom side of the map. And now gives TSM a little bit more freedom to roam around.
Well, so far, they have a 2v1 in the making.
I actually feel like they're going to catch CLG walking this late invade. I think CLG is going to walk over that ward, but it's yet to be seen. Are they going to go the roundabout way?
He didn't see him.
No, CLG did not get spotted by that ward.
Don't get antsy in the pantsy. Oh, no! Oh, no! Huh, wait a minute! No!
It's because they didn't know where CLG was. It's that absence of knowledge that ends up happening.
Very, very close game of cat and mouse to start it off.
Ooh, this means Odd One's going to get counter jungled on his blue. He's most likely not going to... Depending on which way Dexter runs out, Odd One would go to the wrong thing. And Dexter's taken the full route of counter jungling I really want to see what happens with these junglers here. They could very well be on a collision course, depending if Odd One comes over.
You can see him, Dexter, trying to
He's going straight for the blue. Good, yes. Because he has a support with him.
Yeah.
And they kept Dyrus up top to jungle because they see the 2v1. Very smart move by Odd One going straight.
Got to get the team synergy. We talked about it in the first game. The early game here in 4.4 is all about the team movement. Got to get a little bit of help from everybody coming out here. Dexter feels like he can do it alone, and he makes a good impact, but Nian's soaking up his wraith as well, so it's going to have to be a little bit slower.
Yeah, and the top laners becoming second junglers very early on in the game. We're going to potentially see that double turret trade once again. This is one of the implications of the trinket change. You wouldn't think it at first glance, but since the lanes are very difficult to scout, you have a lot of blind invades, and the teleport chain is for cooldown reduction. All of these things become much more possible, and we're going to see a lot more turret trading.
Bjergsen going hard on Link right in the beginning, but he does have the flasks, so he's drinking up those consumables to keep himself safe. We see top lane and bottom lane going to go down, mirroring last game here. It was a bit different of a start, but they do find themselves in the top and bottom lane.
And the time is very similar.
That timing, yep.
Yeah, as far as killing the turrets. So these second turrets will probably fall about the same time too. And one added effect of this is so strange. You have the top laners jungling and the junglers laning. Eventually people are just going to shove with the top laner and let the jungle actually jungle. It would be much more efficient, if you think about it.
You think so? I don't know.
Especially if they're bringing teleport.
Got to get that red buff burn on the turret, man. Just kidding. 4 minutes on this one, and we are looking for CLG to drop the bottom second tier, or the top. And we'll look like it's going to be the top bottom turret going down, back and forth. Got to flip it around. 6.7 on each side, and now this opens up the map. Where is the vision going to go? Usually we see the teams slow down a little bit because they don't have enough of that vision just yet.
Yeah. So nothing to be gained really by either team. Since both the top laners decided to jungle, it was kind of a matter of who jungled a bit faster. And Yen jungled slightly faster. And now it's because COG is rotating for the dragon. They're very low to this dragon, though. TSM's not in position to collapse, though. So overall, COG with the bottom lane take, because they peeled back for the dragon, gets this one as well, which will give them a slight edge.
This is what EG did last time as well. They were able to get it. So kind of following suit here with what happens in the 2v1 swap. You're going to have all three in the bottom. Why not grab the extra gold? So CLG now pulling up about 400 gold on that. Link usually goes and does a roam at level 5 on that Ziggs because everybody's expecting you to back. And he does get that gank off. But now with so much chaotic switching up, it's just a farm lane for him.
These are COG's strengths as a team, actually, recently. They focus very heavily on objectives, and they generally get them. Starting the game like this just starts the objective game early and neutralizes the laning phase where TSM is quite strong here. Double Lift and Aphromoo are probably the strongest 2v2 laners for COG, so they're the ones that are probably not too pleased about this one, but they'll do it for the team.
Double Lift has been thrown out of his natural habitat very early in this one. He won't be farming too much.
Back to the jungle.
He'll find it. He will find it. We'll see if TSM can get the poaching crew out and figure out where he is.
Yeah, level 4 wraiths being done by Double Lift.
Hey
nice,
man,
nice
gotta get what you can. Big special. Being
he got the pink ward.
Omnipresent all over the map. Doing the support duty. Not too much pressure from both teams. They're definitely giving each other the consideration here in the early game. No ganks towards Bjergsen or Link in mid after the lanes have kind of panned out in the way they have. The junglers is just trying to soak up what they can. So slow. It's probably going to be that next dragon or one of the ward engagements we talk about.
Yeah, or maybe just a big shove in the top lane. How many people are COG going to send for this lane? Because they kind of got 3 on the way. This is big because Dyrus is freezing the lane, whereas Nyen was pushing the lane. So now COG does have a potential to push. We're going to see a 5v4 up here if we're not careful.
Great timing. They know Dragon's down, and they have the timer on it, so they have all the time to play around up here. Looks like they're going to be able to cut off Bjergsen from getting there, so he'll force mid, draw Link back down as well. The kill may not come here, but the turret should eventually.
Yeah, Link doesn't want to spend too much time away from home, but teleport actually coming in. 4v4 dive attempt.
This is going to be big. Nien taking a few turret shots there. They disengage quite well. Ian throwing down pillar to help. And it looks like they are going to still get a few shots.
There's 5 people up here now for COG.
That's the hook onto X Special. Nobody's able to get in there for the play. Dexter's a little far off. Gets Tempest down for first blood. And he is going to be hit up. How did Link get all the way back there? He's in the fight too. Then Lantern out from Afromu. And it looks like they're going to be safe. No move from Bjergsen in mid just yet. There's another kill coming in. Burnout could be coming up for Dyrus, but they wait on that one. 2 kills and mid-turret damage.
Yeah, I think that's actually pretty disastrous early on for COG because they are the ones that invested 5 people up there. Oh, but can they get Dyrus?
That is nice. Very good job coming in from Double Lift and Afromu. Just talking about that bot lane.
That almost evens it out. Now you just have to consider that Bjergsen got all that uncontested farm in the mid lane because of the 5v4. Slight edge to TSM. You don't expect to see a 5v4 in the top lane this early on in the game. Only 2 people, I believe, have their ultimates here. There's the Dragon's Descent and the Ziggs ult to come up here. And Yen just pinging 6 as well because the Lee Sin queued. Decides to take it. Or tried to take it. Never mind.
Oh, there's Link.
Yeah.
How did he
Link
get
came
back
all the way
there?
inside, then he flashed in. But see, Yen had the turret at this. They ran out of minions, and COG couldn't fully support that dive. With the way the fight ended up happening behind the turret there, if COG could have somehow all moved through the turret, they may have had the upper hand. But because they isolated themselves and ended up being a 2v3 post-dive.
Very risky from Counter Logic Gaming. And that was that teleport forcing the fight in. Usually we see them being very methodical and strategic about their movements around. We've seen some of their games go in a win for them with very low kills. But it's going to be different here, it seems, as we see the aggression coming out early in the game. Only 9 minutes in, already 2 kills to each side and 2 turrets down as both teams going very hard at this double turret takedown and then kind of feeling each other out here, sort of towards the mid game.
Yeah, it's a pretty big chess match right now. Both teams heavily invading. Vision control is paramount at this point.
You can see.
But the
very dark.
The sweepers this early on in the game are not very effective since no one's level 9 at this point, and getting vision is hard. That was a nice ward take by Dyrus, actually.
Oh, do it
another one.
Good, good. Ah!
Much more important than you would think here.
Yeah.
Vision control.
That's all the wards down except for the vision one that Nien has up. He's really not helping this fight too much. He's going to be going down here. A good focus down by the team, and that is the vision that's able to give that to him.
Straight up vision denial right there. As TSM continues to roam around. Every time someone goes to farm a free lane, the other team takes a power play immediately. That's what TSM is doing with this red buff because Double Lift is off in the top lane.
The Wild Turtle's in mid. He's going to get a Mega Inferno bomb, but he's all right. The whole team of Counter Logic Gaming is trying to anticipate TSM in their jungle, not who's mid. They have so many things on their plate to prioritize right now. They just can't get to each one. So more gold in the favor of Team Solo Mid as they split open the middle of the map, and they just have the bottom turret going down in probably 40 seconds after Dragon because they're going to pressure.
I wonder if they can catch Turtle, though. He's invisible. Dexter couldn't make it in range in time to get the reveal. Now they're trying to push right down the mid lane. See, it's just one move followed by a counter.
Oh, that was nice. He actually walked out of call for help range on the turret.
But all 5 of TSM collapsing.
Big Special doing what he does best, delivering the sun over to CLG, and it looks like Afromu getting a hook he may not want altogether. They start to back off of that. TSM saves mid-turret. Dragon's going to be up in 8.
Yeah, Dexter kicked Dyrus out of his Dragon's Descent, which saved CLG some pain right there. But Dragon is up and Dexter is very, very low. Teleport down from Dyrus, so this could be a 5v4. Once again, soon as someone goes to the other side of the map, does the other team make a power play?
Culling doing some good damage. Looks like they will have to back off here. Pillars up, may stop the re-engage, but it does not look like they fully want the Dragon. Turtle gets hooked, but they do not go in without enough vision over the wall. They only want what's in front of them, and it looks like they'll get it as well.
It's so strange seeing team fights this early on in the game because not everyone is powered up to fight. So you see very slow kills, very drawn out engagements. Ward control is so damn important because the numbers are what matter right now. And with the Dragon being on them, they're getting a little bit low. Odd One trying to delay for Shyvana.
Yes, I'm so far ahead in these fights. 7 for Odd One, a level 8 for Turtle. He's 2 ahead of Double Lift here coming into these matchups. Neither of them with a Bloodthirst are finished, however. They're just looking at the damage that they have on their abilities over each other at this moment. Gold very close in this game as TSM wavering back and forth on that Dragon. It stays alive for now, but I think they'll be able to get it.
Well, with how low the levels are in this game.
Yeah, Afromu doesn't have ult yet.
Yeah, the Dragon does such substantial damage. Basically, a fight either needs to happen or you need to catch multiple people back in order to force something.
There you go. Have Bjergsen put pressure on the mid lane, relieve pressure on Dragon, and it looks like we're going to get a good chase about here. A little cat and mouse between Dexter and Bjergsen's going to give TSM the Dragon. It just takes a little play off the ball for them to get what they want.
Yeah, CLG rotated too much to the mid lane right here. Zigzalt's a desperation attempt. Odd one with the patience.
This is going to be going for broke. If they really try to get into this fight, TSM can easily turn this match. It's 4v3 from what they see. Double lift on the bottom. May be able to get some good damage, and Xpecial puts himself right in the fray. Dyrus goes down immediately. Xpecial's going to be hit up here. He's chased down by Nien. He does not go down. He thought the Ignite had him. They almost turn it back around. Turtle flashing over the wall. Bjergsen stays alive, and they got the Dragon coming out of this one, so not too shabby.
Nien lost a kill there, and it means TSM comes ahead in this fight. Very close fights happening in this game. Take a look at Dyrus as he tries to jump away. He gets flayed again. He hasn't been able to get a Dragon to send off. Because of that, it looked like COG had the end. But then Yen abandons the team as Bjergsen actually came around the back from here. And Bjergsen is the one who flies over the wall to finish off Dexter. These fights are incredibly contested and close right now.
Very chaotic movement in that for CLG. Just down 1,000 gold here as they're getting kills in these fights as well, but losing that Dragon, losing an objective before the fight is definitely going to start and give TSM enough of these power plays where they can get ahead in the game. Dyrus should be able to get this. Twin bites it out, gets himself down. He should be able to get this one too. Oh, played off of it. Afromu with the ward skills. Oh.
These are the vision wars of today's games. Bjergsen with a very early DFG. Link's going to grab this blue buff. It also gives him enough gold for an Athene's Unholy Grail. He's going to want to get that as quickly as possible. I really like the Tiamat choice by Nien on Trundle right now, just because all of these engagements have happened around people going to free lanes and farming, and pushing waves quickly is so important in this game. Trundle is actually a very slow wave pusher by normal standards. The Tiamat changes that and allows him to shove very quickly. So now they have the guy with teleport being able to shove lanes, which is actually very
Xpecial, he is almost in range. That Solar Flare is up, but they do not decide to use it. They wanted the Zenith Blade first. They begin to back off and set up, see what kind of builds are coming out here. Link just finishing that Unthane's Unholy Grail. Bjergsen has that Deathfire Grass though, so Doublelift has to be watching his back. He does not have too much safety other than not being in that range to die.
Yeah, COG pushing down really heavily here. And I do have to point out a stat we found a little while back this week. Bjergsen hasn't bought a pink ward yet in North American LCS. He has won this game.
Oh, Afromu gets hit up pretty hard. I don't think he'll be able to make it out. Very nice job by the spray and payback from Wild Turtle. TSM special, maybe able to get hit. Oh! Odd one. The General ducks.
Is here though.
Lets his teammate go down on that one. A lot of damage. Link throws out the last bomb, and the minefield won't be enough. They're getting a little too crazy on this engagement, and that is a lot of turn shots to tank right out of the Dragons once again. And it looks like they try to keep going for the kills. Dyrus goes for the bite. He takes down Lucian, but it's going to be the back and forth trades here. 1 for 3.
I am so impressed with CLG's ability to stop Dragon's descent. Dyrus has not got an ultimate off on CLG this game. It is incredible. That's the reason CLG came ahead in this fight. So yes, Afromu gets caught very early on because he had some turret hits on him, and that really begins things, of course. And then CLG is slowly collapsing down. Remember, Bjergsen isn't here. The level of skill shots in this game is extremely high with that knockback on a TSM. This is an incredibly dangerous dive right here because Dyrus has the ability to destroy someone. He waits until he could use it for an execute, and CLG knows that. As soon as he tried to use it, he kicked him back. It was ridiculous timing by Dexter. That's what made Turtle commit as well, because they thought that Dragon's Descent would kill Ling. Because it doesn't, CLG cleans up the fight.
Pretty much kicking off an audio cue.
Yeah, unreal. But one thing I do have to point out again is Bjergsen hadn't bought a pink ward up until this point in the North American LCS. Normally TSM completely relies on Odd One and Xpecial to put the majority of their pink wards down. But the reason I think he bought one this game is there's so many early turret kills, and there are more vision battles and rotations in this game than any game TSM has played this season. He felt the need to buy the pink ward this game because it is such a paramount objective right now just to have control of vision.
making sure that they have all the wards, clearing out the pinks they need to get, giving the odd one. Wild Turtle safety as well coming into these fights. CLG within the fights is prioritizing amazingly, as we have so far seen. Around the map, though, TSM's able to grab that lead, but the 1,000 gold lead is now stretched, or squeezed down, I should say, to 600 in favor of Team Solo Mid, and CLG is looking to make moves as well. Dexter pink warding down above the Baron, and they're all going to start hovering towards the top.
And the team play has been so important in this game, as we've already mentioned, but just to kind of illustrate how CLG is doing it a little bit better, Link and Doublelift both have 100% kill participation at this very short juncture of the game, whereas TSM is much lower than that. You can see 7 kills. The most someone has participated is 5. So CLG is actually grouping up more than TSM, and TSM is prioritizing farm a little bit more. That's why they have more CS in lanes.
Yeah, it's something we've seen CLG do since the beginning of the season, especially once they got Dexter. Moving around the map, avoiding the team and getting a kill along the way if you can. You see in early 2v1 swaps, you can get somebody swapping back. CLG works on that almost the whole game. Yeah. Now to the top lane, they grab down the turret, hopefully opening the map to get some of those swaps.
Yeah, and speaking to the strategy of these teams right now, TSM trying to get farm inside lanes. Wild Turtle is trying to finish up some items, while CLG is maintaining this 5-man mob in the top lane. How dangerous will this dive be? How willing is CLG to dive in here? Because the levels are still fairly low.
Got a very far Wild Turtle crawling over now. Looks like he's going to actually grab Dragon as he tells the team to kite, not fight. We're going to get some extra gold across the map.
Yeah, TSM finds yet another pink ward. I will say all this movement as well has really neutralized the Odd One's effectiveness early on in the game. He hasn't been able to exploit lanes.
Yep.
Inability to ward him out because everything's been a big mob. Dyrus gets caught.
Oh,
gets away this time, though.
The Vision Wars. Yeah, finally, it's used in defense. Maybe it's going to be Nien on Subjugate is there. One last hit from Nien, and again, he cannot close out the kill, unfortunately. Odd One's there creating too much pressure, but the team, they would have had that.
Just an inch more for Nien, and he would have had 2 more kills in this game, but let's see if the pressure they created there gives them yet another turret. They're really laser focused on objectives here. The whole reason they got that is because they were baiting around the red buff.
Erickson over to blue. They know the team has a pretty good upper hand on the situation. They may get some damage on the turret for CLG, but they're not going to take it. Team Solo Mid is just too big right now. Erickson backing. TSM really not forcing anything.
CLG pretty low on health and mana right here, which is why Xpecial decided to go in there. The turret is barely finished off there. CLG gets what they came for.
Gold is tied. 31 threes, 5-4 in turrets now. What a game so far. Second game of the day here. Like we said, 90 games in. And to look at the head-to-head between these two teams, it's 3-0 in favor of Team Solo Mid. CLG's putting up a good fight right now.
Yeah, and even though CLG is fairly unlikely to finish the regular season in the top 2, this fight and this game is really to try and prove their competitiveness for the top spot in North America. For so long this year, it's really been a conversation between TSM and Cloud9. Who's the best in North America? But if CLG can win this one, they will have proven to beat Cloud9 in a game, to beat TSM in a game, as they continue to try and improve through the end of this season. It is really a huge confidence game for CLG, as they too want to be considered for that North American All-Star spot.
Well, when we talked to Link, he said those were the guys to beat him. Team Solo Mid and Cloud9. Why? Because they will constantly out-rotate us. They will make the better moves, and they will make it before we do. So far, CLG has been able to read that book pretty quick and adapt this game. So they're staying and stop the bleeding that was happening in the early game. Staying in this one.
So will things calm down here, now that so many turrets have been pushed back?
Right.
Is a bit of a question. The Dragon is going to be very important, and getting vision control over the Dragon and Baron area is so contentious. And as more turrets fall, the amount of map that you need to control just increases, because there's no turrets for safety. Also, when you consider there's 2 stealth champions on TSM and a LeBlanc.
Say that.
And a LeBlanc.
It's a little
Link is
scarier.
so much danger.
Just about those 2 stealth champions you were talking about.
Notice how he barriered there too, because he didn't know what else was coming at him, and he thought he was going to be dead, even though the Lantern came in to save him eventually. That's a lot of vulnerability now for Link.
We'll see what they can continue to produce here with the pressure they just created in mid. With double lift in the bottom, this is a
Did not want to show there, but he had to, and you could see he had second thoughts about going there because COG does not have vision control over the Baron area either, and they know this is a 4v5. Expect a scout maybe with the Ziggs ultimate.
Mega Inferno Bomb, yep, that is up. That's going to be the Baron debuff if they're able to hit that on, but TSM leaves the base. The Solar Flare kind of hitting wide on that one. They go on to Nien. They're going to have to put a lot of pressure on this. Link does not get the satchel charge he wants in this one. Bjergsen's almost pulled into the fight. Odd1's going to go down very quickly here. CLG finds what they want. Nien starts to return, and they want the initiate here. Subjugate is already down. He's going to try to lock down Xpecial. Could have the pillar coming up quite soon. Throws down the movement speed. Xpecial flashes over. Dyrus makes it in with Dragon's Descent. He's able to get one, but they turn it down. On the backside is the spray and break triple kill from Wild Turtle as he puts the shell on and goes hard. Now it's 3v1 as they chase out double lift.
That is why Wild Turtle picked Twitch in this game, finding the corridors that CLG would chase into and wrecking people with spray and pray. What a fight there, back and forth. You can see right at the start, a missed initiation by TSM as CLG very handily disengaged, and then Link not jumping all the way away, actually baits TSM a little bit in there. They kick Odd1 forward and trap him in, but then CLG feels like they have the upper hand. It's all about kiting back for TSM, but notice how Wild Turtle's in stealth. When he pops out of this, he gets the attack speed bonus, and CLG is in a line for the spray and praise press Dragon Descent, and it rips through the CLG lineup right there. Everyone going down, including Link and Afro.
Such a crazy play coming in. TSM wanting that fight and actually having to produce it by manipulating CLG into moving behind the Baron pit. They did exactly what they needed to. He came out with a 2,000 gold lead after that fight.
So TSM with a bit more of an element of control here. Obviously Wild Turtle, huge amounts of money now. He is going to be a much higher priority.
He's going straight for Infinity Edge,
Straight for Infinity Edge. There's not too much armor on the side of CLG right now. They have to fear for Bjergsen as well. Even though Bjergsen, this is not your typical Bjergsen game. CLG has neutralized him fairly heavily, but the threat of LeBlanc still exists. He can still close to zero out double lift or Link at this point if he flanks around in the right way of team fights. CLG just continuing to try and keep map control here.
Yeah, that fight actually was a loss of vision control once they walked into the brush behind red. Not doing that again. You can see him hip to hip here, power and numbers as they move around the map once again. A few more core items coming out. Double lift trying to finish up that last whisper. And we actually see the Talisman of Ascension here, 25 minutes in, still not finished up as Alphamu is thrown in. That Spectral's Cowl as well. Gonna need that.
Trying to get Spirit Visage to increase his healing a little bit. Trundle is a monster in late game team fights, often because he has that percentage health heal when people die, as well as the resist steal. It's just such an amazing scaler if he can exist to the end of team fights.
Nien in the bottom lane now. Probably what they would have wanted when Double Lift was down here, since Nien has that teleport, but it won't be much use as they're pushed up against the walls of their base. We see them pretty much backing, getting themselves set. Double Lift up in the top lane, only getting himself to 187. He is 5-1-5, but Wild Turtle picking up 6-1-3 now at 211. You see how much hurt he has put on the team.
This has not been a farming game, that's for sure. And a lot of Wild Turtle's success actually came because CLG was prioritizing objectives heavier than laning. And TSM was obviously laning a little bit more than objectives. They've been matching each other a little bit in both. But Wild Turtle was the recipient of a lot of that extra farm, and then he was still there when they had the big team fight. So we could use that very minuscule edge he gained through the farming and lane to get even more kills. And he is trying to turn himself into that monstrous Twitch carry.
Oh, Xpecial, the Solar Flare once again. This is the Zenith Blade though, a good flash coming from Link there. Actually jump out, I should say, on the satchel.
No follow-up with the team there, so a miscommunication by the TSM team. Their Xpecial said go, and for once the team did not follow. They were not in position to be fair.
Right.
And luckily it does not cost TSM much, but Xpecial's ultimate. That does leave a vulnerability here if CLG finds something.
As the teams push each other out here and figure out how much power they're dealing with. We look at our top lane matchup. It was Dyrus versus Nien for the featured matchup of the day. And with that swap, with everything that happened.
Oh, they caught Odd1.
That's the second time this has happened now. Odd1 was kicked back in the last fight, throws down the Agony's Embrace. He is so tanky right now, not going down to Dexter or the end. The Mega Inferno is able to get him. Dexter goes in on the Lee Syndrome and gets the kill with the resonating strike. Culling coming across, a very nice pillar to initiate and keep it going. Xpecial's getting bit up here. The Randuin's goes down. It's going to be one after the other as CLG is catching up.
And TSM bailed out near the end of that fight. Turtle decided not to fight. He did not have his ultimate, and most importantly, they knew they did not have the ultimate from Xpecial. Now, Bjergsen is in the wings. Dyrus is in the wings. How difficult is this Baron Force? There's no spot on TSM, but a power play from CLG. This is huge.
This fight comes from, we were just talking about him, Nien's movement and positioning, but can they keep the whole team together here for a big power play? Still waiting on Xpecial to come up. Odd1's not going to make it all the way back. They may not have enough to get the damage onto Baron, and now they're being chaotically strung about in front of the pit.
It is a hold off by TSM right there. An incredibly tense situation, but TSM is able to prevail in that one. Wow. They had to split up into two sides there, Dyrus and Bjergsen, to push and pull CLG in a direction, and unlike the CLG compositions of the past, they don't have that Sivir, they don't have the Karma, they have no ability to very quickly just out-move speed someone. The mobility is very closely matched in this game. So the push-pull from TSM was successful in getting them off the Baron.
TSM slowly pushing themselves into the right positions, making CLG have to back off on that Baron as we saw, but they are right back. Gonna get ward vision on this.
Get vision back.
Yep, they got 2 pinks to clear out, but they still have a pink on Wild Turtle to be used in this. He's quite far off. The teleport's up on Dyrus. We could have another go.
Wild Turtle is really strong right now with his Infinity Edge, especially when you consider there's no Randuins completed on anyone from CLG right now. And Randuins is extra good against Twitch because if he shoots through a Randuins, it will slow his move speed as well as his attack speed. But right now, it's just the wards now, so it's the attack speed that would be reduced. And CLG really needs to get at least one guy with a Randuins to hopefully close down on Wild Turtle. He is the priority in these fights for CLG to close on, and the rotations continue.
Well, they got what they need to take down that one guy. 4 pink wards right now in the inventory of CLG for any invisibility they have to deal with in the next fight. Minute and 40 on the clock. It's getting more tense for these fights, however. Doesn't look like Dexter's going to be able to thread the needle on that one, so they're just clearing out the mid wave to create pressure.
The teleport coming in.
It's going to be enough. Bjergsen on the backside. He's going to have Dyrus right there with Link so hurt on this. They may be able to force something.
Yen just went in.
Not
way before the team.
Too sure what that was about. That was an error.
He tried to match teleports with Dyrus, but CLG was not on the same page, and the ward he chose was dangerous. Then he didn't cancel his teleport and got punished for it. Now it is a 5v4 with Link extremely low and no Ziggs ultimate. TSM might just force this down. Baron at half.
Unfortunate engagement coming in for CLG. TSM going to try to take advantage here. Double lift just on the outside.
Danger.
He puts himself in the front.
Great
Dashes
culling.
backward during the calling to try and get the fadeaway damage. He's trying to orb walk it, and he does take down Dyrus in the matchup. Bjergsen's very hurt on the outside, but that's the clone. He actually goes down to the hands of Dexter, and TSM is still trying to find where the rest of the team is. A double kill. Beautiful play from Dexter and double lift, and they're going to keep going. A very low Xpecial. Odd1's out of mana, and they're going to have eyes possibly on Baron.
Are they doing this with 2 people? Eva's still alive with a smite. This is crazy by CLG. Can't say enough about the play by CLG, but this is a bold call.
Flash is not up. He's got enough to speed his way in and try to get the smite down, and they don't have vision on any side. Nian comes in. They got the pink ward to figure out if Odd1 is even close, and he's backing.
What a move there by CLG. This is the best game I've seen in North America this year so far. 16-14, and these plays are ridiculous, Riv. Even just the kick from that last fight, from the very start. Double lift gets off a perfect calling. That is exactly the way Lucian is meant to be played. And also, Dexter able to jump through to finish off Bjergsen. That was critical. And then the savvy to know that there's 3 TSM members. Odd1 thought he was hitting in that, and then to kick Turtle back into double lift and make the 2v3 an advantage for them is just amazing headiness from these guys. Already getting the synergy.
Double lift.
And the Baron after.
All the abilities to slice the pie on that one and get himself another kill with the dash. CLG picks up Dragon after picking up Baron. They bring themselves into a 2,000 gold lead, a turret up so far. And we haven't seen too many turrets drop lately. It has been at each other's throats.
This has been a really, really well-played game on both sides. Wild Turtle there was never able to get the fight he wanted. CLG jumped through and around the fight very well without Nien. The fact that they played that last fight without a tank is incredible. Dexter has turned himself into a tank now with the Randwins. But Turtle needs to find the right way of opening up in fights, and the Last Whisper is really important for that. Twitch needs to become a tank buster because he's going to be getting dove on very hard by Yen and Dexter, and without that Last Whisper, they would be able to beat him down. Additionally, Bjergsen has really been held in check this game by the overall rotations of CLG.
Something we see him having a lot more impact on. Really, Dyrus and the outside lanes have been the ones on the move. Bjergsen and Link were left to fend for themselves, and they're too good to kill each other one-on-one. So like you said, in check, definitely causing the impact plays here to be a lot less frequent. Dexter
Double
in and
was
out.
in the top lane, so they have to do the push and pull. X Special wanted to come at them with the ultimate, but Nien had to put the pillar down. Baron is not a factor right here. I think TSM right now is strong enough to stop turrets from falling. Diving on top of a Twitch on top of a turret is just too much.
Too much slow. A lot of things to lock you down. Dyrus and X Special will have their way under that turret. Top lane, double lift, doing what he can by himself, and this is CLG. The rotations now, trying to catch somebody on the rotation to where they're going. Not going to happen this time as TSM is definitely playing with their hard hats on here. We'll see what double lift can do. That Sheen hitting off the turret from the Triforce.
Yeah, and even with a Negatron cloak, double lift takes a large amount of damage. Bjergsen didn't even DFT burst him there, but of course, large amounts of lifesteal there on Lucian. The siege is very dangerous for CLG. I actually feel like they're going to have to pull back pretty soon. A large wave in the bottom lane, someone would want to clean up. But they're sticking around. They want to try one more time at this one.
They have too much clear coming out. Very nice job for TSM to stop that one. Double lift. That was just a 2-hit there. He did get the ultimate on the duplicate, so he's not actually taking that much damage. And if he gets full distorted on, it's going to be his death.
Staying very aggressive and trying to poke down the turret as much as possible. They knew Dyrus went back to base, so they're just trying to get pot shots in, though. Remember, though, these turrets now regen.
Yeah.
So if CLG doesn't either maintain this push until it goes down or return very shortly, all this will be for nothing, and they're losing a substantial amount of creeps in the bottom lane. TSM wants to make something happen. I just don't know if it's in the cards.
I know Double Lift is cringing about missing this CS in the bottom lane, but they're doing what they can to get this inhibitor. It will give them such an advantage in a game that they've been on their heels. The wave clear is good. The siege will be there on the turret as well. Ooh, Double Lift. Just on the edge of getting Zenith's Blade over by X Special, but they're safe.
They don't have much Baron buff left either. They've spent a lot of this time just poking down this turret. I mean, the next wave is here. They have X Special pretty low. If they don't all in on this turret, all this is pretty much for nothing.
Not doing too much damage to Dyrus. Got a culling to be used here. Double Lift looks like they're going to be able to hit the turret up one after the other. They're really just timing this one out. They're saying 100 more damage on the next wave, and then the next wave.
Exactly. With how much they're getting on each wave, Riv, this next one would be the time they get it, but they've overstayed. They do not have Baron anymore, so this would be a fight that they could potentially lose if this one goes down. I expect a battle to happen like right now.
The part I like, though, when that turret's about to go down, the other team wants to go in very hard, but how can they when you are so low? The hook onto Dyrus. He is going to get shattered out of the fight. Bjergsen on a double lift, and he is going to stay alive. The Ignite will not take him down. Odd One is going to be in the backside, not able to help. Yen take the Lantern and a 3-man satchel to burst out the fight. Turtle's got to walk through the minefield. The Q. Dexter, does he want it? And he hits it. It's going to be an all-out battle as they go for broke. CLG's got the Odd One, and they ace Team Solo mid.
Riv, with the time left on the game, 30 to 40-second death timers and the minion wave, this could actually be the win for CLG.
This is absolutely amazing. Persevering through being pushed into their own base. Counter Logic Gaming comes back huge with movement around the map and strategic play, taking down the Nexus turrets and most likely the Nexus 37 minutes.
They have the minions, they have the win, they just defied TSM and destroyed them in 36 minutes.
It will not be a 4-game shutout for Team Solo Mid. CLG takes the last one, and they're going to go 15-8 in the spring split so far.
a standing ovation, I'd say, from the CLG fans in the crowd.
Absolutely.
What a finish right there. CLG.
They are reeling.
CLG had to make very dangerous calls to win this game, and the execution had to be perfect in these situations. Just consider that they had that fight as soon as the Baron falls. If you think about textbook League of Legends, TSM did the right thing by fighting CLG there. As soon as the team tries to siege you without the Baron buff, you fight them because they think they're stronger than they are. But CLG got the catch onto Dyrus. They finished him before he could become a factor. And then Turtle almost wiped them out. He almost finished them with that final spray and pray. But they landed all of their skill shots. The hook, the Dexter moves on Lee Sin, and just the movement by CLG
amazing.
Was just, it gave me chills at how well that was executed. I did not expect the teams to play this well. Like, yes, TSM got outplayed. But that's because CLG did something they've never done before.
In many ways. First time Lee Sin for Dexter. First time Lucian for Double Lift as well. And this also means that Team Solo Mid cannot tie Cloud9's record.
Yeah. It also, if Cloud9 wins today, means there's a tie at the top of the North American standings, which means that first seed is up for grabs again, which will lead even more importance to the next Cloud9 versus TSM game, right? Not to mention, Cloud9 has to play CLG again this season, too. Yeah.
Kind of just like, need some oxygen for a second. What an amazing game.
Yeah. 9, 3, and 10 onto Dexter. He should play Lee Sin more.
Yeah.
Personally. My personal opinion on that one.
Those kicks.
Yeah. The feature match of the day, obviously, Yen versus Dyrus.
Right, in the top lane.
We didn't get to touch on that too much, only because the game was so rotation-focused and it was mainly about the team fights. I would actually say CLG did just a ridiculous job at shutting down Dyrus. I think they really made him second-guess himself on his ability to use Dragon's Descent. The way Dexter was able to stop it and the way Aphromu was able to stop it. Even Link, if you could theoretically get him with a satchel charge. Like, there are some things they could use to stop it, but I'd say over half of Dyrus' ultimates got fizzled, and every time they did catch it, he could never successfully ult away and live. Was incredibly important. And then Yen had that one misplay, but it ended up turning into a CLG advantage.
Which
the other
kind of blows your mind to think about. That was one of the biggest errors that they made in the game. As a team, it's not just Nien going in there. The communication was for the fight, and he didn't stop it in time, obviously. But for the team to come back after that, the use of vision in this, maybe even it's just because of 4.4, crazy stuff in the early parts of the game and then throughout the game, was really what was winning these fights. It wasn't a lot of turret dives. It was a lot of, let's vie for vision here, and let's vie for our lives.
And I can't say enough how much LeBlanc and Bjergsen was just completely neutralized in that game.
Not the same game we usually see.
He had been 4-0 on LeBlanc. He'd had some of his best games on LeBlanc. He had like 13-1. His one death was suicide in the Nexus. Like, just jokingly easy games for Bjergsen when he's been on LeBlanc. But because CLG was grouped up so much of the game, and they had really on-point crowd control whenever Bjergsen decided to go in, they shut him down. I mean, to consider that TSM had 14 kills in that game, and Bjergsen was only a part of 6 of them, that's just not your typical Bjergsen game.
That's true.
He was shut down.
The one that's on clip to beat ManCloud's highest kill, highest kills in the split.
Yeah, he needed to get 7.8 kills per game. He had 3 in that last one.
That was an absolutely crazy game in terms of how CLG was able to come back. I know we're just reiterating it now.
Yeah.
But with the fact that laning phase broke so early, that's where we CLG hold the longest.
Right as it started.
Double Lift and Aphromu want to farm their faces off, and they came out of lane at 80 CS when they started roaming.
It's a lot of the new CLG that we see now, even going back to really since Dexter joined the team. They've been heavily objective focused. They're continuing to move in that direction. And as we can see now, all of the time and effort they put towards breaking out of the laning habits, starting the team fight together, making the right calls in high-pressure, dangerous situations, it's really starting to yield them results in their first win of the year against TSM.
And we gotta say, the Aphromu first pick for Thresh really paid out for him. He has, as we've said in previous preview shows, heat-seeking hooks that lock down these games.
Hey, they
gave Bjergsen LeBlanc this game for that Thresh.
An incredibly bold first pick for Thresh, but how many of those fights did he land the hook on the priority target? All you can say is worth.
Worth indeed. So for a first-hand account of that huge win, let's turn it over to Freak at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. What's up, guys? Joined by Dexter and Double Lift. You guys played incredible that game. Dexter, start with you. Lee Sin, I think it's the first time we've seen you on it this year. Why?
When I first started playing him, I was like really rusty and I didn't want to pick him up. And then people started banning it out in scrims for no reason and I couldn't really practice it. So I was like, whatever, I don't play Lee Sin anymore.
Okay.
And then 2 days before this game, we were like, okay, we want to play Lee Sin. And then I practiced like 3 or 4 games in solo queue. And we practiced a bit in scrims. And ever since then, it has been working out good for us. And then we were like, okay, they have Evelyn and maybe Twitch. So I just go for Lee Sin. And then I picked it and locked it in.
Yeah, that worked out really well for you. I actually want to press you on that one more time as well. So you went a fairly offensive build. We're low tankiness, Lizard Elder, Hex Drinker, Sightstone, finally late Randuins. How do you navigate fights when you've got so little durability?
I think everyone is kind of stuck in an old Lee Sin mentality still, where you just build like pure tank. But if you play Lee Sin, you can create picks, and like we had Thresh on the team as well, and we could skirmish around. And I knew that when I had Hex Drinker, LeBlanc won't do anything to me, so I can just 2-2 the Evelyn with Ziggs together. And yeah, I snowballed really well in early games, so I could afford to build damage. And after that, I just wanted to have the Randuins for the Twitch, and otherwise I would have probably stacked more magic with this, because all I had to do was like hit a Q on a priority target and maybe look for a kick. And yeah, I was just there in the team fights for disruption and to create picks after all spells have been thrown out. So
yeah, worked incredibly well for you, of course. Now, Double Lift, want to talk to you a bit. Incredible Lucian game, 9, 1, and 10. I think it was the first Lucian game you played this split, or one of few.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't really like Lucian at first because I was still stuck in playing like Ezreal every game, and I'm primarily just meant to play hyper carries. That's like my old mindset. But Lucian's really good for taking objectives, and he's really, really good at cleaning up fights when people misplay. And he's got like a really big mechanical skill cap, which I didn't really know before. And after playing against these LCS level Lucian, especially when I just played against Turtle in scrims a lot, and he played Lucian, and I was like, oh, like Lucian's pretty good actually. So I kind of stole his champ.
I told him like since the start of the season, play Lucian, play Lucian. No, Lucian sucks. I don't want to play it. And then Sneaky got to rank 1, and then obviously he had to pick it up again. And then,
salty, dude.
Salt. Oh my gosh. So you fought against, not in lane, but in the game at Twitch, someone we haven't seen much this year. Played in Korea a bit, first time for North America. What do you think about with Twitch?
Yeah, Twitch is what used to be one of my go-to champions, and I understand that he's really strong late game. He's an insane hyper carry. Once you get to 6 items, I mean, he's got 850 range, he's got an attack speed steroid, and his ulti gives him AD too. So he's just really strong when it gets to super late game. But these days, doesn't really get to super late game, as you saw.
Yeah.
He's really good for making picks because of his stealth. And when you have you're up against Twitch Eve, it's really hard for you to push out side lanes. So we were always scared to push him out in case Twitch would like randomly gank us. But his biggest weakness is in team fights, he's really, really unforgiving for bad positioning. So, you know, like, Turtle just kept flashing forward or getting hit by hooks or something, and as soon as that happens, Twitch is useless.
Yeah, so actually, speaking of Twitch getting caught out, we have a replay of a crazy chaotic team fight right before Baron. It ends with you getting a miracle kick on Twitch. Plant, of course, yeah. We can get that replay on your screen. I want you guys to walk us through this battle.
You can do it.
Well, so they just gotten a pick on Nian because we misplayed, and then they just engage on us because 5v4, they think they can win, but they're all really chunked from Baron because Ziggs poked them and Baron's was hitting them the whole time, so I'm just on their front line, and Link just dies instantly, but we managed to kill LeBlanc, which is the biggest thing. Basically, Link kind of suicided to kill LeBlanc, which is totally worth, so now it's a 2v3. We don't even think that we should go back in, but this miracle kick happens right here because Turtle wasn't really paying attention where Lee Sin was. And then after this, it's just really easy to clean up. I mean, I just E forward, kill X special, it's free. Free SM.
And then Nian thankfully respawns in time for you guys to take Baron.
Yep.
So I want to kind of talk to you about what was happening in this game, though, because you guys were actually at a gold deficit almost the entire time. It was close, but oftentimes deficit, because while you guys were pushing turrets, TSM was farming. Yep. And so you were up 5-4 in turrets and down 2,000 gold. First of all, were you even aware that their farm is keeping them up so much in the game?
Actually, I was under the impression that we were ahead in the game, but obviously now we're really objective focused, and it's even more important against stealth champions like even Twitch to take away their towers so they don't have like safe spots to like stealth from. So they have to stealth from their tier 2 and stuff. So we just kind of took all their towers, and they weren't able to make as many picks as they probably wanted to. And when we're grouping down a lane, I mean, it's totally worth if they just get some farm, whatever, and we take like a tier 1 or tier 2 turret. It just takes away so much control from them.
So then how did you play the rest of the game out where you've got no turrets to take anymore? The game's actually still very, very close. How do you get the next advantage?
Well, we have Thresh and Lee Sin, and we are really good at skirmishes, and they have TP, so we know that they want to use the TP, and we had Nien versus Shyvana, both had TP, and we knew that on the rest of the map it's a 4-on-4 100%. And if we get the catch, we win the 4-on-4 100% because we have Thresh, who's really good, we have Lee Sin, and we have Lucian, like hyper mobile and everything, and they have Twitch, and if we catch Twitch, like if I get a Q on him, he's dead 100%. There's nothing he can do against it. And we knew that as long as we keep vision in the game and they don't flank, like the thing is, when you play Twitch, you want to flank. And they almost caught out Ziggs as well in mid lane several times, and all they wanted is kill Ziggs instantly when he had no flash. So we just had to keep up the vision pretty much with pink wards and everything, and don't let Twitch flank us. And as soon as we saw Twitch, we tried to go for vision, because if you just face tech the jungle and they engage on us or flank us, then we might lose the game. And double stealth is what kept them in the game so long, because it's super annoying to play against. And I mean, Twitch has a 100% win rate in Korea for a reason, and he's super good. And if you can play him really well, then yeah, it's pretty strong. And it's really annoying to play against, because you have to keep up vision all the time, and it's super annoying to play against.
Well, of course, it did work out for you guys, and actually, you guys eventually transitioned into a siege in the top lane. Our second replay is top lane inhibitor siege. If you can get that on your screen real quick. You guys actually stayed after Baron buff timed out, and they engaged on you when Baron buff went away.
Yeah, we knew that they want to engage on us because Baron just timed out, and we knew also that we are stronger because we have Ziggs. If they engage into us, Ziggs can just throw down every spell, and there's nothing they can do. We also have Thresh with the Banshee spell, landing a hook right now on Dyrus, and we were like, go, 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 and we killed him before he used ultimate. And then they re-engaged before, like after the tank was done. And yeah, I saved double lift there, and after that, after Dyrus got caught, the fight was over. We just clean up, pretty much.
Well, I live with like 1% HP, and so did Yen. I calculated that pretty well, and I healed off doubles right here. So like, Twitch probably thinks I'm out of the fight, so he just like flashes forward.
Going again.
And
we got re-engaged, flash hook, really good from Afromo. I slowed down everyone with my E, and then the game was over.
Yep.
And you max safeguard second on Lee Sin, right? Is that the standard?
E.
Oh, so you actually it's rank 1 shield?
Yeah.
Rank 1 shield saved your life. There you go.
Saved my life. Thanks.
40 health, all you need calculated.
You just need damage.
So just full damage. That's interesting because
full damage Lee Sin.
Yeah, most Lee Sin junglers also tend to max.
I knew that E is really good against Twitch because it slows the attack speed by 60%.
Yeah.
And I know that if I jump in with my E, 60% slow and attack speed. With renderings combined, Twitch will just stand still and can't do anything.
So was that an adaptation, or would you normally max E second?
I think E second is better right now, and
just
everyone does it. Yeah, you can max W second as well, but I think E is way better. It's better for dueling. It gives you more damage, and yeah, I think it's better.
Okay, and of course
just preference.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So, of course, it worked out for you guys. Of course, congratulations on your win. So now you've taken a game off of both TSM and Cloud9. You're looking pretty good. Are you still looking to make it into the top 2, or are you happy just to play from 3rd place in the playoffs?
Well, all I wanted is to win at least once against TSM and Cloud9 and know that we can beat them. And if we go into playoffs, like right now, I don't really care if I am 3rd or 2nd, because we know that we can beat every team when we play our best. And I think top 2 is still the priority, but we can't really control that.
Sure.
Cloud9 has to lose a lot of games, and I mean, we got like a game right now from TSM, which is really good, and we still have 5 more games to play. But I don't think Cloud9 will lose to like any bottom 5 teams or something, or maybe drop a game.
Sure.
But yeah, it's not in our hands if you can go top 2. It's all about like Cloud9 being consistent, beating those teams, and I think if we just win all our games, then we are pretty happy with our performance, and I think ever since I joined, we have been like, I don't know, 13-3 or something right now.
You guys are great, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to have that one win that we know that we can beat them, because it's like, if you go into playoffs 0-4 against a team, you know that, oh man, they're so much better. It's like a mental block. But now we played really well, and yeah, we know that they're not unbeatable, and I really hope we can play them in the playoffs.
We really didn't want them to have the C9 25-3 at the end of the season, because now they're just going to go 24-4, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Well, you know, I mean, last year's playoffs, you guys had 4-0 TSM. They beat you in playoffs. You could have reversed it here.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that too. Like in the back of my mind when I was playing this game, I was like, if we lost, like maybe it would just be the reverse of like last season where we beat them in playoffs anyways. But I think that was like just a huge fluke, because TSM was going through like a lot of really weird changes, and like their atmosphere was bad. So we just like followed them in the regular season, but then at the end of the day, they're a stronger team.
Yeah. All right, well, guys, congratulations on your win. We'll see more of you throughout the week, and good luck tomorrow as well. We're going to have more stuff going on today. They're going to catch our breath, and then after this next game, Coast looks to snap a 6-game losing streak when they face off against XDG. The North American LCS continues in 3.5 minutes.
ward, kill the ward. Poke, 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 poke. Yo, we can poke, we can poke. I can save you. They're coming in, they're coming in, they're coming in, they're coming in. Kill him. I'm on Leona. Bjergsen, Bjergsen. Shyvana, Shyvana. Bjergsen's dead. Nice. Yo, you can take it slow. Take it slow. Take it slow. Take it slow. Twitch is right here. Twitch is right here. Take it slow. 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 You got this. You got this. You got this. Nice. I got this.
crowd. Welcome back to the NALCS. I'm Rivington Biz in the third, and joining me at the caster desk for our next two matches is the man himself, Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler. Welcome to the desk.
Thank you, Riv. Nice to be here.
We all know in League you can plan and you can prepare, but sometimes there are just those players or champions that seem to have your number. It's no different for the pros.
I definitely think like C9
be my kryptonite.
Ooh,
That's
yeah.
what they kicked me off for.
Damn. Good old Saint. Oh, well. Now we want to check in with the conversation going on at Twitter. Early in the broadcast, we asked all of you what player in the LCS has impacted the way you play and how. And here's what you guys have been saying. At Rhinal Shredstar says, sweet name, being able to carry games by getting yourself better has made me a better player. Doublelift taught me to stop blaming my team and win.
There's a lot of players now that have sort of reformed and are preaching this message, and I do like it.
Yeah.
A lot of streamers and stuff, so I'm definitely
actually
on board that.
Learn that from G-Bob. Good dude. Oasis7, our next Twitter? God, can't get that word mixed up. Definitely the odd one, he says. He has inspired me to play jungle, and I love how he plays for everyone else but himself. All hail the general.
Yeah, he is definitely. He was one of the guys who started the selfless jungling thing with Maokai Jungle.
Yep.
And also Nautilus. He was definitely a big fan of that one too, as we saw Snoop bring that one out today.
Absolutely. Our next tweet comes from Cameron Gould, 3. Lemon Nation actually helps me a lot with my support play. The way he studies the game and makes me look at the game more tactily.
You have to be careful when you're watching Lemon for tips and like following him on Twitter because he trolls a lot too. So if you can decipher Lemon's messages, then he's got a lot of great information, but you have to be careful about being trolled.
Remember back in the day at IPL 3 when Dyrus died to Wolves? Everybody remember that one on Gangplank? They all thought it was because Odd One used to put troll builds up. And he said, you should do this with him. It didn't work.
Sabotage his own teammate?
Sabotaging. Not at the time. They were on different teams. Thanks for all the tweets. There are a ton of great answers coming in today, and it was hard to narrow it down to just 3, but you guys use 140 characters quite well. Now it's time to dive into our next match. That is Team Coast versus XDG Gaming. On the line here is sole possession of 6th place. It's a big one, which becomes increasingly more important as the summer promotion creeps to an end.
Yeah, last time we saw that Shifter put up a valiant fight in their loss to CLG last week. You know, he tried to carry his team as Ziggs, and he managed to pick up 14 kills, which is the most in a single game for this year in the North American LCS. And I have to say, now it's almost like a cliche to talk about Coast being the solo lane-focused team, but it is still true. And the only thing you have to remember is that there are 2 solo lanes. And lately, Zion Spartan has been struggling. It's in part due to many teams focusing him and keeping him down early, so Coast are definitely going to have to look to get Zion going.
And meanwhile, on the other side, XDG have pulled themselves out of last to tie Evil Geniuses for 7th now and are just sitting 1 game back.
Yeah, Coast is 2-1 against XDG, so historically they have the edge in this matchup, but that 1 game that XDG won against Coast was the game that they played right after swapping Zuna back to his main role, Smithy back to the jungle, and they picked up Sheep. So with Sheep, they're 1-0 against Team Coast. We'll have to see if they can have better results, continue their better results with this lineup. But Smithy still does have a lot of ground to cover, speaking of the jungler, because he used to be so strong in the jungle. He's been having a couple hiccups, honestly, with his return to the jungle, and he's definitely going to need to get back to his old shape if they want to continue winning.
Right, and XDG has been on an upswing after several weeks in last now, while Coast has been falling back to earth with a 6-game losing streak. But for both teams, the stakes couldn't be higher.
XDG is probably having the worst spring split so far of any team. But lately they've been picking up momentum with Sheep, and they beat us the last time they played us.
Coast are pretty hit or miss. They go on lose streaks and win streaks, so if we catch them on a bad day, then it would be really good for us.
Shifter plays different champions for most mids. Like Ari, he played Ziggs before it was even popular. He could bust out a weird champion, but for the most part, if I play standard and play my game, it should be fine.
Right now we're both competing at the bottom of the barrel, so these games mean a lot more than any other game.
It's really important for us to beat Coast, because it brings us up and brings them down at the same time.
I think as long as we're focusing on ourselves and like fixing our play, we'll be fine against them.
I think we're getting a little bit of confidence back though. They're looking stronger, but I still think they're very beatable.
I think that's one of the big points I believe Daydreamin was making, was that winning against this team actually shifts you because you're so close. It does take something away from them right away.
Yeah, they're all really close down there in the bottom 3, and they're all fighting to get away from LMQ.
Well, let's see if the bunch can spread out here as we start. On the blue side with the lineups, it's Team Coast. Zion Spartan in the top lane, Nintendo X in the jungle, Shifter there in mid lane with Fusion on AD carry, and just to his left, I would say, is Daydreamin.
And on the red side, it's XDG. Up top is Benny, and the jungle is Smithy, keeping warm there. Then mid, we have Man Cloud, Zuna on AD, and Sheep supporting.
We'll see what these guys have for each other coming into the matchup. Daydreamin' and Sheep play quite a bit of the same champions. We've had a Lulu attempt on the side of Daydreamin' and Sheep. Actually brought out Zyra the other week, which is something we haven't been seeing. Elimination did it over in IEM. A lot of that zone potential, and with all the disengage that's been happening in fights, you might see a little bit more of her.
Yeah, she's very good, especially with the new Spell Thieves. If I had to pick supports, though, for both of these guys, the iconic supports, I'd love to see Daydreamin' on Thresh, because he's a hook maniac. He loves Blitzcrank and Thresh, very similar. And then for Sheep, Leona, because, I mean, that's the one he's had the most success on. It's the one he started on. Definitely like to see those two for these guys.
Definitely going to be putting a little bit of focus here on Xmithy and Nintendo. Two players we kind of talked about a little bit ago. We got to remember, versus the teams back in the day, Nintendo had his blue buff and red buff pulls. I believe Dignitas played that with Patoy on Blitzcrank, and he was able to come back, definitely able to get around and adapt to any troubles he had in the game. Xmithy, like we were saying, one of the most improved junglers last year, but both of them now kind of fallen off.
Yeah, they're definitely both struggling, so this is kind of the opportunity to come back and get yourself rolling against another jungler who is sort of stumbling
feeling that pressure
right now, yeah.
Zion Spartan, those were some fast bans coming out, and Kha'Zix has swept his way through as he did in the first game. We'll see if that's a quick pickup here. We know it's going to be for the solo lane, so it wouldn't be surprising to see support or that Kha'Zix pickup.
Last time around, Nintendo got the jungle Kha'Zix, which is pretty much most junglers' dream right now, is that getting that Kha'Zix for the jungle. He played the early game really well, I have to say. He did play the early game really well. It was a late game where a couple of picks really went against Kos in the end. And that's something that could happen on any champion. So I still think focusing Kha'Zix, getting that one early is a great pickup for them. Extremely strong champion on this patch. And I'd expect pretty much every single team to be focusing him either in bans or early picks.
And I would hope that Coast would kind of keep their picks in the we have the right to do things first. That aggression on Kha'Zix, maybe something strong in the top lane, like a Renekton for Zion Spartan, so he can keep going strong and win the game early if they can do it that way. Who knows? A lot to go through these picks and bans, and Xmithy will take Lee Sin. He actually has only played it once this year, but we know he is super proficient.
Yeah, that was one of his favorite junglers, even way back in the day when he first started jungling.
He was 4-1 on it last split.
And my goodness, did we just see Dexter show you how it's done with Lee Sin.
His first play on it, too.
Beautiful Lee Sin play. He's been practicing it recently in solo queue, but man.
I heard he played 5 straight games of last night. Thanks to whoever said that on social media. So we'll have to see. Shifter, he is not actually played Akali. I was going to say he's not a stranger to that pickup of the Assassin, which he isn't, but not an LCS play, that is. It's going to be the Shyvana and the Leona picked up. So Zion does get something he can bully his lane with. So far, great picks.
And they swapped over the supports that I wanted for these guys. Sheep actually takes away the Thresh early, so Daydreamin' doesn't get to play around with any sort of hooks. And then he takes up the Leona. So it's going to be a reverse situation. We'll see if Sheep's reactions are quick enough here to cancel the Zenith Blades. This matchup down bottom is pretty classic. Those are some of the top 2 supports, and it's really about who can get the first step on their opponents here.
It's definitely a game of cat and mouse with those supports, because Sheep has 3 plays on Leona, and Daydreamin' has 9 plays on Thresh. So they're kind of taking away each other's just to play on their worst statistical supports. See if it helps them out in the game. Definitely going to take them out of that first initial comfort zone as we pick in now a possible Twitch. Like we said, that was the first time we've seen Twitch this split. He's been picked 52 times back in 2013, but now only once here, 10 picks in.
Twitch is a great late game beast of a champion for AD carry, but Zuna's main problem on AD carry has always been his positioning. And if you remember back to last year, several times, specifically on Twitch, he was caught out and killed by a mid lane assassin, a solo. So Zuna's going to have to be very careful this time. Now, that being said, it is at least this time paired with a Thresh. So as long as Sheep is around, he can provide an escape to Zuna and provide that very, very valuable reposition. But man, Zuna has definitely had problems. And actually, it was specifically against Ahri, Link's Ahri, that caught him out last time he was playing this Twitch in the LCS. So definitely going to have our eyes on Zuna with his positioning, but it's also going to be up to Shifter to make those picks.
picks plays all around. I was going to say that's a new thing for Wiz, but he's definitely got theirs 3 times, actually. But looking on XDG's side, that is a first time in this split for Zed on ManCloud. And it is going to be Zuna's first Twitch, as we just saw the first one last game. So anyone here on out, everybody's trying their hand at it.
Yeah, ManCloud has been favoring a lot more range champions, a lot longer range AP mages for the mid. So we'll see how he fares on the Zed.
It will be his 12th unique champion picked. He's definitely up there in the pool of mid laners that have really tried to broaden the horizon on that aspect of their gameplay. We'll see what he can do with this Zed pickup. Looking for Benny. Benny's been all over that Shyvana, but it's taken away by Zion Spartan this time. So he's onto the Trundle. He's 1-3 with it.
Now, both of these teams are very similar, actually, the team comps here. They both have good pick potential, but they also have strong team fights here. As we saw in the last game, Twitch is extremely powerful when you get into those jungle fights and you can line multiple people up. Wild Turtle just putting out impressive damage. So it's going to be up to Coast to not fight in those corridors, try and spread out during the team fight, which is what they want to do anyway, seeing as how they have Kha'Zix, they have Ahri. They're going to have no problem splitting up these team fights and trying to pick off isolated targets, whereas XCG here are looking for a straight, condensed, straight line of a team
Lock
fight.
it down, secure the kills. So the game's about to get underway, so let's lock down and secure the percentages you've all voted on at LOLesports.com, and that says 70% of you are tipping this one in Coast's favor.
Pretty big percentage there. I have to say, if it does go in Coast's favor, it is going to look a little more chaotic, I think. Yeah. It's going to be those more spread out skirmishes, wandering around. That's really the type of play that Coast thrive on. Shifter loves to be roaming around,
flashing in
very early. Yeah, exactly. And especially on Ahri, he's going to have plenty of mobility to do that. It's also going to be a lot on Nintendo's shoulders this time around. Kha'Zix, as we said before.
I mean, that's something that this team does. I mean, look at that team right behind us on the screens. They are all diving in. Not many are going out of the fight. So once they're in, they're going to be killing you. But they have a lot to deal with that on the side of XDG as well. So it's going to be very interesting. It's kind of what we just got out of last game, is that both teams want to go straight in, just under their own circumstances and conditions.
All right, so I'm really interested to see what happens in the level 1.
As always, down 4.4.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
It's kind of the game of hide and seek. I pretty much always nowadays just want to be with my team no matter what they're doing for the beginning of the game, because you never know when that 5-man squad is going to come around, jump out from a bush or something. So it's become very, very important, the level 1s now. We've seen actually a lot of 2 vs 1s because it's very easy to 2 vs 1 now and guarantee a buff for yourself. You just invade your opponent's side. And it often turns out that you're just trading buffs. But as long as you're not coming out down 1 to 3 on the buffs, and that's probably the way most teams want to go. But man, XCG and Coast just go back to the same old boring 4.3 style here.
They're alive.
They don't want to take chances.
They're happy with boring if they are alive. We'll see what.
Whoa! Zoom in on Zion. He's going to be important. That's why.
Zion pushing himself into that spot so he can see in that bush position as well as anybody coming in above him. Quick bit of sentry safety as a personal. We'll see what else they can have on this first. I don't know if they're going to have the wards out. Nope. I was looking at inventories. No vision wards have been purchased, as we've seen in previous games going on by the supports.
All right.
Like these guys go blind.
The late invade. Looks like we will be having that up top here. Smithy heading up towards that bush.
So
it'll be interesting to see if they actually fight this, because nobody is on the bottom side of the map right now. Everybody is up top, and it will be a late invade, maybe from both teams.
Nope.
All right, the bait, Zion the bait. Can he lure him in?
Oh, man.
He's bobbing up and down.
Oh, man.
Bobbing up and down.
Oh, not what they wanted on this one. So
They got
Sheep is going to be going down in this one. Whether it's an assist for everybody else, they may flash over wall just for this. Nice Zenith's Blade take. Everybody waiting on that level 1 to take what they need to get themselves an assist and a hand in this one. It's going to be a whoa, wait a minute. Oh, wait, no, still wait. Yes, he is going to get out alive. Fancy feet. Proving me wrong, and I'm eating my own words here. Great job by Sheik.
All right, flash for a flash. Now it is a solo lane flash here, and it's going to be Zion You know, he doesn't really have to worry about it as much since the solo laners have been jungling a lot. But since the swap has been answered, both duos up top, he actually needs to get to that lane and not jungle as usual for the sort of top laners, quote unquote, that are actually going to be down bottom this time.
Very interesting choice of champions really all around here, especially with Fusion, like we said, playing that Varus. He has, but deciding not to go for Caitlyn this game on that. 6 plays on Caitlyn, a pretty good record. Not positive, but he decides to bring out Varus. Only played it back in week 1, so he may feel like he has something under his belt in the advantage here. Mid lane, Shifter trying to push ManCloud into the turret. Already has a bit of a level advantage, but can't push it.
All right, let's take a look at the top lane. Neither of them have started with gold for 5s, these supports. Oh, Sheep with a great answer for Daydreamin'.
Very nice flay into the auto attack. This could be it. No, they do not have that last shot coming out. Very close as Zuna almost goes down as well.
So Thresh and Twitch is a very, very scary early lane here, but so is Varus and Leona. They both have very similar damage procs.
Nicely predicted.
All right, so this is Shifter kind of showing why he's one of the few Ahri players right now. Taking those small opportunities to be able to weave your charm in through minions. It's very difficult to do, but he's...
It is. Especially playing Ahri when there's a big wave in the middle, is you almost tell when you're trying to get a charm off because you have to walk outside of it. So anytime he can get that now just shows the power of Shifter. He's already caused ManCloud to drink down his potion, so he's trying to farm from afar for the time being. 4 minutes in, only a little bit of a lead has been had by pretty much the pressure you've seen in the lanes here, and Nintendo's going to try to create more.
All right, so he heads up. There's no wards currently up top. Good call there from Team Coast. And Nintendo making his first move here. If XCG go aggressive at all, they will definitely pay for it.
Slowly wait.
So just by playing passively, Coast think that there's a ward here now. So Nintendo has actually backed off from his aggressive move. Now, down bottom, we talked about Zion. He was going to be a really important matchup here. He's down 9-24 because he took so long getting down to that lane. And Benny's going to have a really good time down here. Pretty much it's just up to Benny to keep good ward coverage. And he should be able to retain control of this lane for the remainder.
And what does it kind of tell us that we're not seeing teleport on these guys this game? We've kind of seen it in the past 2 games, especially with the 4.4 change.
Yeah, I guess they want to fight more. They want to have more combat viability in their lane. But man, is teleport hard to pass up now. I really, really like the new teleport on the top laners. Both of them looking for those in-lane kills, though. So they have brought the ignites. I mean, it's especially effective for Zion because he wants to cut through all the extra healing that Trundle has.
Right.
But it's not going to be the case this time around because, as we said, he got such a huge lead that Trundle in lane by getting there early. It's going to be hard for Zion to actually bully him.
We'll see what happens. They may get a little bit more love this time since they're on the Dragon side. And top lane may get a little bit of love here from McSmithy. So when this turret goes down, everybody's going to be swapping around, and we'll see what effect that Zion and Benny can have on the game. Only 6 minutes in here. The turret pushing is not too big by either team. Most of the lanes are just even at the moment.
And there's not any sort of deep ward coverage. A lot of the times we'll see junglers trying to take advantage of all these swaps and get down some early vision. Looks like Nintendo is trying to make his first move, though. Check.
Got it. Wraith Ward. 300 gold in the lead now for XDG. How are they going to push this or even work with this? Nintendo X still kind of waiting off on the wing here. Getting wards.
Now, the thing is, with Kha'Zix versus Lee Sin, it's pretty close matchup early game, but Lee Sin has the opportunity to miss his skill shots, whereas Kha'Zix is going to do all his damage no matter what. So really, it's pretty even until Lee Sin misses something. If he does, then it goes in Nintendo's favor.
There's an engagement going in onto Zuna. Good damage from the piercing arrow. And he misses the hail, actually. And then catch back onto Wiz Fusion.
To reopen there.
Zuna had to be careful there. He was actually walking back through the slow of the hail of arrows. So
yeah.
It's been a bad re-engage.
Just because you land a death sentence, you do not always want to re-engage there, especially since he got completely chunked before that thing landed. Very dangerous for him, but they pull back out because Leona's cooldowns were up, so not able to... All right. So if you're just going to keep calling that, you have to call where. or else it's just kind of annoying.
Zuna, oh, the barrier goes down. We'll have to see if Smithy can get it down here. Very nice cripple, but he can't activate the after the Tempest. Looks like Daydreamin may have a bit of a problem here. 3 level 5s, I should say, chasing him down. Do you want it? Lee Syndrome. He does not.
All right, so ward placement paying off there for XDG. Pink ward's going to secure them. And Smithy looks like he has stepped it up. He's able to get that first blood. Going to be very happy with that. We talked about him needing to step back up, get back to where he was. This is going to be a great start for him.
We'll have to have and see if Zion Spartan can get himself going. Now about 20 CS behind in that lane. Benny really taking control. He's going to be able to steal whatever stats Zion tries to get as they go into the late game.
Yeah. And down that bottom line, since you brought up the no teleport top lane, I mean, it kind of turns this game into a much easier to predict game, how it's going to go out. The last game that we just saw, TSM versus CLG, was more of a cerebral game, and they have many more options for their rotations and their map movements. But this one is really going to be all about just the grouped up team fights for both of these guys and their positioning during those fights. So the first Dragon, since both top laners are down there and the duos are up top, will probably be a lot further away. I'm very interested to see how they can actually set that one up.
ManCloud wanting that blue buff so he can get these clear on the waves and that energy regen. He'll be quite well off against Shifter here, but Nintendo's going to try to make that a little scarier, and they say, oh, I thought they were going to want the blue buff. A little too tricky to try and get a Zed, though.
Yeah, ManCloud's not worried. He's doing pretty well, too. Staying even here. He's got at least the Cutlass, so he has opportunity, but Ahri versus Zed is a very interesting matchup because when Zed goes in for his death mark, Ahri, you know exactly where he will appear after the shadow.
Yeah.
So an experienced Ahri will immediately be able to land his charm on you after you throw out your death mark. So if Shifter is able to do that and get his combo and also Spirit Rush away from the follow-up damage, then it goes in his favor. But it's up to ManCloud to wait on that cooldown until he has the positional advantage.
He'll be pretty blown away
Look at this.
to see that happen. Oh, he misses the Q just off to the left side. Zion Spartan staying safe in what would have really put him behind in this lane. He's already having trouble.
Man, I mean, this deep coverage is really doing a lot for Coast. They've got so much vision inside the jungle here. They know where Smithy's going to be for the next 10 to 15 seconds at least.
Yep.
And it opens up Nintendo to make pretty much whatever sort of move that he wants to. But he's just hard farming his jungle so far. There's not a lot of options for him. Zed very, very hard to gank this close to his turret.
Coast.
He's going to walk right over a ward as well.
Well, Coast making sure they gain all the ward control on the top. You can see they have 3 placed so they continuously can play pushed up against Zuna and Sheep. And 10 dudes seeing Benny, but he's waiting for Shifter. They're getting the group together here. They're calling in all the friends.
Coast should know that they've been spotted here.
If it takes longer than 5 or 10 seconds to activate what you're doing, you might want to reconsider. Shifter with one more rush is able to get out, taking 2 turret shots to the face. Looks like he may be able to get a Lee Sin Q, that extra damage. Zion Spartan still has Dragons to set. He definitely just juked him there. Those are some sore ankles coming out of that fight, and it looks like Sheep's going to go down. The last hit, the flash auto attack from Daydreaming coming in, but it was necessary. Zuna looking for the last expunge if he has it. The flask is down, but he does not have expunge.
Man. So down bottom, Smithy with a great juke there, canceling the second activation of Q with a safeguard to a short ward and baiting Zion's ulti. But man, up top, the difference between focusing support and focusing AD in those trades, yes, you killed Sheep, but Zuna retains control of the lane. So even though they got 1 kill each, so much farm for Zuna there. Yeah, great juke by Smithy there, just to get a cooldown out of Team Coast. And then, man, Mandatory Cloud, able to get in his ulti. As we said, it's up to him to wait for the cooldown. Answer kill for Nintendo.
Yeah.
But yeah, he did a good job using that on Ahri at the right moment. So kills all across the map here, and XCG come out with a nice gold lead.
Yeah, little bits of lead everywhere. There's a good charm onto ManCloud, stopping what could have been a death sentence into just that for Shifter. And ManCloud with that now has a kill death as opposed to the death assist. And he's on that Blade of the Rune King, finished up already. Seeing Shifter try to rush the Zanyas, which is not normal for him. Usually he goes for power, but he's putting safety in play with power this game.
Yeah, I don't think he's actually going to rush the completed Zanyas. You got the Arm Guard is a very efficient item when you're laning against an AD. Just because, yeah, as far as armor and AP goes, it's very efficient pickup. And he'll probably be getting that Deathfire. But yes, the Zanyas will be an eventual pickup, very strong against Zed, so he can avoid that extra damage.
Nice bit of block out by ManCloud playing the mind games as they take down Dragon. They have that timer. It'll be very good for them, especially with the bit of gold lead they've already been able to accrue. But a little bit of off timing on the mid lane, so they lose mid turret. Let their map get opened up a bit.
Yeah, it's a good answer from Coast. When they spend all their resources going for Dragon, they lose control of mid lane. And having that tower down is going to be great because, as I said before in the beginning of the game, Coast's all about picking people off. They need to make those moves with the Ahri, with the Kha'Zix, to find people isolated and opening up the entire map there with the mid-turret kill.
I'm surprised they didn't decide to fully go for that top there. Shifter should be able to clear out the mid lane, but Benny on the bottom, he's going to pick up that turret, push it back in the favor of them for after grabbing that Dragon. Good thing he didn't involve his wings. See if Sheep can get any more plays in for the team. Almost Blade of the Rune King finished in the top lane as well. We're going to have 3 Blades coming out on the side of XDG. They're going to be able to crush down objectives.
Oh man, yeah, once they complete all 3 Blade of the Rune King, that would be a very quick Baron if they ever get positioning.
Yeah.
And plus, both Lee Sin and Twitch can get into the Baron pit without being seen. So that's a possible 2-man Baron. Plus, Mandatory Cloud could do it as well, so it could be 3-man sneaky Baron for XGG in the future if they're able to pull off the coordination as far as the map control is concerned.
Heck yeah. Back in the day when Heartbeat brought out Tristana, he would use the Blade of the Rune King, and they'd do the early Tristana.
Hop over that wall, nobody even knows.
Put on the rapid fire and go to work. Looks like we got 15 minutes coming up on the clock. CS is actually fairly close for each lane. It's really been brought back together. Zion's doing what he can with even all that pressure in the bottom lane to get it back. He's not trying to build too much that Benny can steal from him, but he's still got to get himself tanky.
Interesting. A lot of pink wards actually from both teams, but XGG holding on to a couple of theirs. They could use it in a fight with Kha'Zix, try and secure a kill, but even if you reveal him, it is so hard to kill him with the damage reduction, but also the speed. It's not just all this damage reduction that people are talking about, soaking up spells.
That 40% speed, just running around like a crazy madman. Smithy.
You gotta call it before it happens.
We'll see what Xmithy can do. He's hanging off on the wing here, and this is when the fights happen. That ward vision. All they want is the ward, but they're gonna cost.
Yeah.
Yep. I thought they were gonna keep going for the fight, but it only cost them 1. Thought it was gonna cost them more than that.
Now, it's very... Ward baits are going to be extremely common in this game especially, and Coast getting one of the picks right there is really, really big for them because it also allows them to surround this top turret, knowing that they have the advantage, and another assassin coming in. Shifter's ready.
That's a good flash, but it's only a flash for him to go down. Looks like Zuna's going to be hit up as well, and Coast has really been planning this one for a few minutes now.
Now they're going to get the objective off this too. It's pretty much just up to Zion to try and hold down there against Benny. Talked about how Benny was going to have control of that matchup pretty much for the duration of the game, but it looks like he's lost it. Oh, good juke though.
A quick flash. Oh!
He turns back in.
Trying
oh
to put
my
it
God.
on. It looks like he may be able to get the kill here.
Whoa.
Pushes off Sion Spartan. Very nice play by Benny to quickly flash out of that one with the fast fingers, keeping himself alive, and the team is going to try to reposition here on the bottom lane.
All right. Get your heart pumping quick there. Watching Benny, and ManCloud tries to come down, but it's going to be way too late. They need to get some more coverage inside the jungle, though, because as we've seen already, Coast have been capitalizing on the picks that they get. It's not just a pick and then walk away. They got the top turret after they killed someone for that ward up top. Intent dude, good juke.
Sheep was got it. He got him on the second one.
Though.
There's that damage reduction you're seeing. He actually jumps away from Xmithy, so he can't take the dragon kick. Very nicely played.
Yeah, calculated. Got a kill on Mandatory Cloud there. Good initial juke by Nintendo on the play.
Might have actually got it. The kick went off. Wasn't quite sure with all the jumping around who it went on to. Deathfire Grasp and the likes of the Blade of the Rune King being used up in that engagement. And we see Daydream, all the sweeping going on right now. Things are clean on the side of Coast.
Yeah. 3 pink wards down for XCG. All along this side. It's a pretty good little path here, but they're not really in a space to defend those wards because they're fairly extended on the bottom side of the map.
Wow.
And with that turret going down, they lose a lot of ground.
Not able to answer. We just saw Coast in the top lane. It's like they all teleported down to the bottom, and then they're able to take that one after the other. The domino effect begins, and that's just one person. Wiz Fusion able to take down Xmithy to a quarter of HP.
So yeah, Coast, they do a good job making use of the power play here. After that pick in mid, well, it wasn't even really a pick. I guess it was a bait by Nintendo. We'll give him credit for that kill that gave them the positioning to do this. They get that kill, they make a move down bottom with their extra person, and Zuna answering up top. Good for XCG, but they have to make a decision now. Dragon coming up in 25 seconds. Do they want to bring him over for this? Because the gold is very close. They can easily do this team fight.
XDG has a heck of a lot of wards, but none of them are really where they need to be right now. Coast is past all of them. And right now trying to take down these turrets.
Zuna's coming in with a completed Blade of the Ruin King here. They do have all 3 done. Yeah. So this dragon is very, very dangerous for Coast. Because Zuna can open up if they're inside that pit. Very easy for him to hit everything. Oh, he's not here yet. They gotta wait a couple seconds.
1, 2, 3, the ultimates. How many ultimates just for Benny? The orb coming back, and it does take him out. They're now into Man Cloud. The Foxfires do hit, but it's not enough to finish off the rest of the fight for Man Cloud. It looks like they're trying to reposition as they jockey here, looking at each other, and those health bars are what Sheep wants. He just misses the hook.
Daydream and sidestepping the Q from Smithy to just bought himself some more time, saves his life. They actually trade this dragon for mid turret because they had lost positioning on the map, and XCG could push down that turret anyway. So they grab a dragon in answer, they get some extra global gold and control of this blue side of the map.
One of my favorite parts when both teams kind of just gentleman agreement, knowing that they'd all die, so they'd rather take a turret for the dragon. They're fine with it until they meet again.
All right, so let's take another look at this. Benny getting caught. Because he charmed closer to the team, the Solar Flare actually misses. Yeah. Daydreaming was predicting the escape. As well. This was all because Zuna was maybe 2 seconds a little bit too late to the team fight. If he had been there during that move from Coast up the little corridor, it would have been a bloodbath. But because he was coming from base, no home guards, was not quite in position for that. And the charm onto Benny paid off for Coast.
See what they have. Zuna trying to go for that Phantom Dancer so he can get the crits out on the spray and pay.
I mean, everybody cheering for these wards. They are actually pretty much the most important part of this game right now.
Yeah, no joke.
Because that's how all these kills are happening.
We've seen at least 3 or 4 fights just this game, along with the other games, just happening because of the ward placement. Ward Wars, next at 11.
Can they contest it though? Okay, so Nintendo doesn't want to get close enough. Oh, he didn't even have his smite up.
See what the discrepancy is here coming into the lanes as XCG begins to move around.
Now, Wiz is down bottom, so it's up to XCG to make something happen on another side of the map, because slowly right now, Coast are getting passive gold gain. They are winning right now, even though it looks like nothing is happening, because they had an extra person farming a random lane. They were getting an advantage, and XCG were just roaming around their own jungle, not making a decisive call, not getting really anything done as far as the game plan is concerned. You need to be getting down vision or going to try and put pressure on some sort of lane or objective.
Looks like Sheep is going to be the one to hold down the top fort right now. Kind of weird positioning here from XDG as they're waiting about for Coast to really make a move.
And XDG have to be careful. Because Twitch has invisibility, he often gets overconfident looking for assassination attempts, especially since his Blade of the Rune King is already completed. But there are a lot of stray pink wards for Coast. And if Zuna walks too close into some true sight, then they can easily jump on him and obliterate him.
XDG is pretty much just wearing a path between top and middle right now, right where Benny is going and coming from. Zion Spartan as well is kind of taking the toll there. He's making sure everybody gets charged if they want to pass. Now pushing down mid again. Coast is trying to flex their muscles here, but every time it happens, it's just wave clear coming out of XDG as well.
Wiz Fusion has the speed boots right now. Boots of speed.
Yeah.
Very, very
Swifty.
rare pickup for AD carry, but there are a lot of slows on XDG, and he does not want to be caught. I have to say, though, if somebody's jumping on him, it's probably going to be ManCloud, and the Swifty boots are not going to get you away from it.
It's also pretty nice when you charge that Q, you walk slower, so you're kind of like...
Yeah, that's why sometimes I used to get them on Vi, because
Right.
it's cool. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm always slowing myself. They're going to be so cost effective. I'm going to make so much use out of this reduction of slow. Turns out, not the most efficient item.
Not so much.
But it's cool.
Indeed. Absolutely. Gotta love the ideas. 23 minutes in, it is 7-3. A little bit less of a bloodbath than our last game, but pushing each other back and forth just as strategically. Figuring out a way to adapt on the fly is something XDG has to do right now. Push back to their second tier of turrets. They don't have much left but this mid one until the base.
Whoa, Zion popping his ulti, actually. That's a pretty good win there for XCG. They need every little bit that they can get, too, because tower going down very quickly.
Very good damage from Wiz Fusion, keeping his eye on the prize every time he gets the chance, but Sheep is just waiting for that hook, waiting for that pillar from Benny.
Exactly. So basically, if XGG get a hook, then it's up to Benny to try and shove people into a small area with his pillar. They want to make him artificially create a corridor for Twitch to shoot people down from. That's what this Trundle plus Twitch combination is for. That was a pretty good spot right there, but
they were
not quite close enough.
You can almost tell Zuna drops into invisibility and then they wait since he gets that attack speed and that steroid coming out. It's almost a primed engagement. If Coast had a ward in the backside, they'd know it's coming every time. Right now, they're safe for themselves. They're ready for the fight to come full on.
Basically, right now, I think it's just Coast. They have to have Wiz Fusion stand far away from Nintendo and Shifter. As long as they're not all three together, then they should be all right.
Only a matter of time. Coast able to get down that second tier turret in mid in the last three, actually top tier stands. Somebody was on that earlier, did not see it, so only 5 on the outside. And Coast will probably head up towards that top lane. Dragons in 30. So a few things to consider here, but a lot of power now coming out of Shifter. He's able to put that needlessly large rod in, and once the Zanyas is out, he can make even more plays.
Yeah, he's definitely itching to use that fire grasp. And as you said, Zanya's completed now, so if he does decide to try and split versus ManCloud, he's got a good chance of winning that duel. Just completing the Zanyas is a really, really big step up for Shifter, but he has to, like I said, play that charm perfectly.
Yep.
When ManCloud goes in for the death mark.
Speaking of ManCloud, 207 to 185, one of the higher CSers in the league. You can actually see he kind of taxes Xmithy's jungle, 97 to 70 there. So Xmithy kind of has to deal with that. Hopefully the team can get in range for this dragon. They will not, as Coast is able to clean up more of the jungle.
And with this Blade of the Ruined King heavy building XCG team here, they don't have a lot of tanky stats, and that's dangerous when you're playing against Kazakhs, because whoever gets low, whoever Shifter catches out or something, Nintendo can easily execute, and that's going to be pretty much a guaranteed reset. Even Shyvana, even Trundle right now, because you rush that Blade of the Ruined King, not too tanky at the moment, and Kazakhs with AD is going to be able to kill him.
Both teams playing very
Goes
safe, but
Daydreaming.
that's not too safe. Chain of Corruption comes in right after the Solar
Zuna
Flare. A good
positioning.
lockdown, but he's invisible now, and the team cannot get to him. Nintendo gets the hook as well, and it looks like they're going to try to initiate. Not enough damage to get out that reset.
Yeah.
There's a kick. Just kicked him right in the jaw.
We've seen so many Lee Sin kicks onto the Dragon's Ascents today.
Yep.
Now,
Very
that was
well
also
played.
a pretty cool interaction where ManCloud ults Nintendo, and Nintendo immediately jumping back to his team to try and bring him in, but the shadow still stays where you cast it. So he's ManCloud's in no danger, able to immediately swap back to it. That was very dangerous, though. We saw the combo that can potentially land on Zuna. If Daydream is able to land his CC on Zuna at all, then it's easy for Wiz Fusion to follow it up with his ulti. And if those chains land on Zuna and he doesn't get to go invisible, then he's toast.
I'm sure if he didn't go invisible, he would have caught another piercing arrow from Wiz Fusion. Those are doing quite a bit of damage right now. And he actually is not going for what we used to see in the Legolas build, where they kind of just hit up the last Whisper first to go for that pen. He's going for the full build, auto attack and all. Get those blights on.
I think I'm a fan of these Boots of Swiftness, just because it's cool looking, and he's able to.
It's cool looking.
It's able to reposition himself while he's charging his piercing arrow, so he can get that long range shot just to snipe somebody. Go for those YouTube highlights.
It's true though. There are a lot of slows as well. So if he gets stuck trying to charge a Q under a pillar, he's definitely dead. Trying to do everything he can to stay alive. Somewhat helping this game. He's only got one more death than Zuna. The AD carries have not fared too well in this one. 7-3 in kills right now. They've made it quite hard for ManCloud to do anything in this.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, they don't really have teleporting options. Both the teams are very similar composition, so we're going to have an extended period where both teams are fighting over vision in the jungle. And we can see right now, it's very hard for them to clear it out. That's why everybody's changing over to all these sweeping lenses, and they're spending so much money on these pink wards, because it's all about whoever is able to find somebody out of position here.
Yep.
If you have Twitch and Zed finding somebody, that's going to be a kill. But if you have Ari and Kha'Zix, it's exactly the same story. So
yeah, one faster
pretty
than the other
much
as well.
Just going to come down to who can catch who out and who gets baited in by the next pink ward. 5 hits is a long time to stand somewhere.
Hey man, ward placement. 5-3 on
Could
those
be that
turrets. 29 minutes on the clock. It looks like it may be the top turret to deliver us our
they want to
next
defend
fight.
it? Oh,
He's
they're
pinched.
trying.
He's squeezed in there. Big hips on Zion Spartan. He can't get himself out just yet.
They're getting turret damage this whole time, though.
Every time.
The Vision War is a distraction. Coast are using that Ward War as a distraction. Wiz Fusion this whole time, getting this turret down to half life.
It looks like this is all they will need to take it down as well. Nobody wants to be messing with Shifter. A quick Deathfire Grasp would be enough to cancel somebody out. A lot of the damage that sits there for Coast is a front end in-your-face burst. Yeah, you're going to get that from Deathfire, but with so many Blade of the Rune Kings, it's kind of an overtime fight for these guys on XDG.
I mean, XCG, as we said before, they've got no real tank here since Benny's gone so offensively oriented this early. So that's why you can see them at the turret. They're like, oh, we don't really have a point man. Can't really fight this. They need to get some sort of flank to try and get around the front line of Coast.
Oh, the long range Zenith Blade! Solar Flare hitting beautifully onto the team, but they all try to get out of it with their gap closers, and they do a good job of it, but the disengage is even better. Nobody has gone down in the fight yet, but there are blinking red on both sides. Good flash there. Stops Daydreaming from getting caught out. The Shuriken not enough coming in from ManCloud, and both teams are left wondering what would have been.
Just bang on each other for a little bit in the jungle here, and everybody rocks away unscathed. Let's see, what cooldowns did we lose here, though? A couple of flashes. Twitch still has all of his, though. That's the main thing I'm looking at. Since Zuna keeps getting away, even though the Chain of Corruption spread to him, he keeps on being able to go invisible and not going down to the fight. So with Twitch having the summoner advantage over Varus, I think XDG might actually look to take the next fight. They've been on the defensive for so long here, but they're in a pretty good advantage now that they do have that extra AD carry summoner spells working in their favor. Uh-oh, Smithy, though.
Just a little sidestep, keeps him safe. Nice. Double
Sometimes it's
arrow.
dangerous to go back for those lanterns. That was pretty close to the enemy team there. But we return to our same old game, fighting over jungle vision here around Baron.
It's surprising, too, because nobody's really gone at Baron that much to pressure the fight. They always find each other just before Baron, and they're like, all right, we'll just do it now. Good core items out for both teams, so it's really getting down to that skill set of how you can perform within these 5v5 fights. We're not near full items yet. Still considering pretty early in the game, looking at level 15s and 13s.
Zed's showing down bottom with the split push. Like the call from Costa, actually force something here because they have full vision control now. They actually finally won that vision war. But man, do they pull back from the Baron that quickly.
Damage. See where they decide to go with this.
We almost had action. That was close.
Holding the breath.
All right, but yeah, so we just saw there, XCG, they started with a little bit of split pushing here. And ManCloud, he's got his armor penetration ready. He can he could put up a really strong showing in any sort of duel.
Man, the Solar Flare into Chain of Corruption is so dangerous. You can see how far XDG stands apart from each other when they go in for these fights. There's the Solar Flare going down to the team. Chain of Corruption as well. Nintendo bouncing out, but he gets hit up by ManCloud before he can take him out. Gets a little kill for himself. Zion Spartan's going to be in a 4v1 here. I think ManCloud got a touch on that. They're going to tunnel on this one and possibly turn around for the Dragon. Huzzah! Got the hook. Got the kill. And they're going to be coming up.
Right in that fight, ManCloud goes for the AD carry without summoner spells. It was a great call from XDG. They knew they had the AD carry summoner advantage. Kill Wiz Fusion right at the beginning, and there was no hope for Coast after that. It was also a very nice job by ManCloud going back to his shadow to clean up that kill. He's making a case for himself returning to his previous form. We put so much emphasis on Smithy getting back to his jungle roots. ManCloud actually making a good play right there.
Doing quite well. Like we said, this is his first one on Zed in the LCS. He definitely rolled that with solo queue, but he's bringing it out here on the big stage, and it seems to be working for him. 3-2-1, 266, highest CS in the game, but Shifter's trying to stay right on his tail in that aspect. He is in every lane trying to farm right now when the teams are pretty much objective free here. Baron could be the next thing, but I'm going to say it's a ward fight because that's where we've been getting them all from.
Yeah. Back to our ward wars. Coast, they've pretty much had control of the actual Baron pit for this whole time.
He's right.
Well, all right. So I said you had to call it where it is, but now you have to call it before they put it down. Where's the next one that they're actually going to place? Huh? I may or may not have a stockpile of funny hats to give out.
2,000 gold as Kobe gets the crowd going.
Oh, he got a charge!
Oh, he gets the Stated Blade! That's not what they wanted to happen! They put an E in the books, and it looks like Sheep's gonna have to throw the box to disengage.
They got one pick, and they only had 3 people there, so run away as soon as we kill somebody. Everybody run away from the scene of crime. Smithy's dead. Nobody take a second look here, but now they're inside the Baron pit. XCG, they're looking to contest this one. They do have Twitch who can shoot over the wall.
Oh my dear, going into the pit.
He only got 1 shot off.
He is just chewing people alive right now, eating them right up, daydreaming very low. Benny's gonna try to go in. Baron is a non-option anymore. Wiz Fusion gets a kill on the ManCloud. Sheep going a little too deep and they cut his code off. Benny's gonna get chopped up by Nintendo. Zuna trying to go hard, but he can't do enough work. Getting taken out by Zion Spartan, and they're back to Baron.
Well, Riv, we were waiting for the pick this whole time. The Vision War lasted like 10, 15 minutes there. Finally, Smithy is actually the one who gets caught, though. Mandatory Cloud landing that charm to start everything off, and they make use of the power play. 1 man down, boom, immediately go to Baron. They force another fight and come out on top. Even though Zuna trying to make a play at the end, not low enough for him to capitalize.
So our first real chunk of gold going in favor of Coast here, about 6,000. Yeah, 6,000 gold in their favor. 3 turrets as well. We haven't actually seen them going for many more turrets after that second tier middle one. That was a good 5, 6, maybe 7 minutes ago. So Coast now may be able to put something else in their back pocket. Daydreaming, as you can see, didn't get that Baron off of that one.
Yeah, I think that we are drawing to a close here because Zion... Not only do his hips not lie, but he's got a blade mail now, or a thorn mail now.
Yes, indeed.
So all he has to do is jump in front of Twitch. Twitch cannot damage anyone now. If he's shooting his spray and pray through Zion, all Zion has to do is be in the front of him, and he's going to be killing this Twitch. Twitch is going to be killing himself at this point. So Zion actually, by going Blade of the Rune King last tier, is a really good build for him. All he needs from that is the slow, so he can stick on Twitch. It's pretty much just, you know, even if Benny shreds Zion's armor, it just means that, oh shit.
Ooh, they went very hard on Zion, or Smithy there rather. Zion doing what he can just to be, like you said, in the front line. He was kind of waving back and forth, making sure he was the first one to always be hit. We'll see what he can do. Really just saying, you know what, I'm against a Trundle, but I'm going to build stats all game. Usually you'll see a Shyvana trying to bring out that Blade of the Rune King first, but he gave no care. 1-1-6 coming out 256 on the CS as he's gotten a little bit of a lead over Benny here, and they still try to approach the turret. That Sunfire Cape always gives him aggro right away, so they got to be quick on this.
Yeah, Zion's just looking to be the front line here, though, and scare off XEG. He's opening up the opportunity for these hits onto the turret. They're slowly wearing it down, making good use of this Baron buff. If XEG want to go, it'll be on the next minion wave here. So the pressure's on. Sheep, can you land the next hook on this minion wave? It's going to be very dangerous.
It's going to be very big. Daydreaming
Charm
with the
misses.
Randuins as well. If he gets into the fight, he's going to be throwing that off. Sheep, for the other support side, has the Crucibles to keep someone safe. We'll see if all of these can be played out just perfectly. The pressure of the hook is now down for a few more seconds, and the 6,000 gold lead is starting to weigh on XDG in this mid inhibitor turret.
No defensive items for Zuna either here. There's 2 Banshees Veil out, but he still doesn't have one. He's going full offensive items for this Twitch. Very, very dangerous for him.
One more time. Zion
I guess they give it
still
up.
front.
They go in after the turret's
Smithy
down.
going in very hard. Kicks Wiz Fusion, but nobody's there. They didn't know he was going to do it. ManCloud jumps right onto him. It's going to be the death mark. No, he just actually takes back that first death mark shadow, and he will be safe. Daydreaming getting hooked up. That will be a kill, but no reason to let the rest of the dominoes fall. They are going to back out to the 1-for-1.
Now 1-for-1, but they engage the fight after the turret goes down, right when it goes down. So inhibitor turret down, that was the objective for Coast. They're very, very happy with the way they were able to spend this Baron buff.
7 seconds on Dragon. It's going to be great for XDG to pick up that gold. It's easily and close worth that Baron gold right now at its highest amount. So they'll get that for themselves. You can see the average time now being crested for both of these teams. Doesn't mean they're playing outside their means right now, but it does mean that we're going to have to see a little bit of what they can come up with for the late game here. And if XDG can really do something worth 5,000 gold to put themselves back in the game.
I don't know, we might be getting to the point where Zuna starts getting a little antsy and goes for some assassination attempts to try and make use of that invisibility, because they are getting a little bit desperate now. And exposed inhibitor at mid, Coast will probably try and force here, since you know, Dragon is down, long time till Baron. There's not much else on the map. But anytime you walk through that little window into the base, they're grouping up for Zuna, and once his flash does come back up, XG will probably actually take that fight.
Well, they're definitely not going to get the jungle fight we've been talking about. They have a good amount of wards to let them know where Coast is coming from, but I don't think it's their position to fight in just yet for XDG. Still on the back foot at 40 minutes in, 5 kills down and just about 5,000 gold. They're waiting to pick up these turrets. So the turrets on the map are definitely gold that could be in their pocket. So they do have a surge of gold they could work with here, but they have to get to those turrets. None of the lanes are pushed up for that just yet, so they got some time to work with.
I think, you know, XEG, now that they do have a tank with Benny, their chances are definitely improving a lot for the next team fight, because Smithy can kick away Zion. As long as he does it after Dragon's Ascent is already used, then he might be able to buy Zuna some space to actually get off that damage. They're putting a lot of their hopes into this Twitch damage, this full offense Twitch right now. They really need him to be able to survive and get off his full spray and pray to have a chance. But man, does Zuna have a lot of things to dodge. He has to worry about not only Shifter and Nintendo jumping at him, but also the ultis from Wiz Fusion and Daydreaming. This crowd control bottom lane that Coast are running. It's very, very dangerous for Zuna.
Interesting look at Sheep. Sweeper has not upgraded that yet to the Oracle's portion. Figured they'd be using that. They're still buying pink wards for coverage of the map, as well as Nintendo X in these fights if they wanted it. You can see that Daydreaming does have that upgrade. We're 41 minutes into the game right now, so you can see the priority of what items these guys are going for.
Yeah, so we're talking about defensive items on AD carries. We saw Wiz Fusion actually using his Quicksilver Sash there to take off the Death Mark. Sense Mandatory Cloud has shown a penchant for really going towards him and assassinating that target to jump back out immediately. Should save his life. Probably will save his life multiple times. Whereas, as we said, Zuna full offense, so he's really counting on positioning.
Well, this is where Zuna always really got the best of people in that late game. When he played his Kog'Maw, when he played that Vayne, if he could get to the late game with any of the long-range AD carries like Caitlyn, he would do well. Right now, he can keep that distance. We'll see what he can do if they get the corridor fights. We keep putting that pressure on for these guys.
Now, even though Baron is coming up, It's going to be a long time till Coast can clear out all these wards. There's some really good wards from XDG, pretty much all around the Baron pit, so they'll be able to know at least if Coast are inside. I think it would be much safer for Coast to actually force that fight towards that exposed inhibitor rather than around Baron.
Coast is definitely giving XDG's damage consideration. These guys should be in each other's face right now, but they're saying neither of us want to lose.
They're going mid here. Benny down to half already.
What they needed, exactly what they needed to start this one off. Nintendo's able to stomp out Benny with the rest of the team, but it's a good run from XDG. They could keep enough resources and members up here to just have the inhibitor go down.
They go up mid, and man, they find the pick just through the lane. That's ridiculous for Coast. They use Shifter's ulti in the process, but exposed inhibitor down. Now the real dance begins. 35 seconds for Benny. Baron is up. Pink ward's already inside for Coast.
Putting the Q on the race, trying to get a little extra vision at what might come out of the brush, but it dies off, and Xmithy was coming around the other highway. Looks like they are going to get a push down mid. They're going to try to say, we'll put pressure in mid. We'll leave Xmithy to do that. Get some far wards in, so if there's a disengaged fight, they can continue to chase, but they may be too split up for this. Once again, played out of the Dragon's Descent. Once again, can he grab it? The Lantern is in, and he safeguards the rest of the way as well. And it looks like Zion Spartan will not be able to get any more damage.
Fancy moves with the Dark Passage. Zion ulti down.
Oh, one after the other. He has to be counting his graces on having safeguard in that Thresh Lantern.
They bought enough time for Benny to be back up, but look at the minion waves. So much pressure on the outer turrets here for XDG. Now, they can give those up and give up the money, because even if the minions do damage to the turret, as long as they don't kill the turret, it will regenerate over time, the inhibitor turrets.
A full Orb of Deception just on the end takes Xmithy some big damage.
They got to be careful. ManCloud showing in the bottom lane here. They got to know that Coast are going to go right for this.
And he going around the outside. We saw him do a pretty good amount of damage and disruption. Xmithy goes down. Shifter's going to be able to charm once again. Orb and Foxfire are up for the kill. He actually held the Orb. Double kill in a 2v1 situation. Solar Flare comes down. Zion Spartan, it's the full Dragon's Descent this time, and XDG is in a bad spot at the right time for Coast. And it looks like Benny will be the next one to fall. The 1v1 of ManCloud and Wiz fusion. And Wiz does what he does best, taking out ManCloud.
All right, so they not only do they have that giant wave that was bottom, but they've got mids, double super minions. Top is already pushed in. That's probably game for Coast there. I think ManCloud showing bottom for that small wave. That wave was not even going to kill the turret.
We talked about the solo lanes. Talked about their solo lanes. Shifter. Zion Spartan coming out big in this game. The pickup of Varus for Wiz Fusion hasn't done it since week 1. Everybody prevails here for Coast. 45.5 minutes in, they get the best of XDG, and the head-to-head is 3-1.
Shifter showing the better pick potential in this game. He caught out Xmithy first, got them a couple more kills around that Baron. Then at the end, by Baron, catches out Xmithy again and actually gets the double kill second time around. So Shifter with the Ahri, able to make up a lot of ground for his team with those picks.
When the team as well plays near that level even, you can see how much energy the entire team Coast has. A lot of time it's chaos after the fights, them trying to regroup and figure out what happened, but they were in control the majority of the time.
And I'd say Nintendo right there, he's been getting a lot of flack. He performed very well this game. He only died one time on Kha'Zix. He had some good jukes and he baited in ManCloud a couple times. Very well played there from Coast.
A lot of these teams that have not been finding wins are struggling in the brackets. I guess we saw CLG's been doing well, but they found their win today. The new patch, early game, kind of affecting people. The swaps, the chaos that's being created. A lot of these guys that think on the fly for new stuff and not what they've planned are coming out ahead.
Yeah, you gotta be changing. I mean, flexibility is the most important thing in League of Legends, because patch to patch, the entire game can change.
We saw today, it was Lee Sin, and then Doublelift picked something on Twitch, and then Zuna just picked Twitch, and then we had, what was it? Who else was done something new? It was, just Zuna's.
Nautilus.
I was thinking of another
We
one.
saw
Yeah,
Nautilus.
Thank you. So even with this, everybody knowing there's a new patch, they're trying to push themselves to new levels and say, we have this in our bag. What do you have? And it seems like Coast had enough. Like I said, they take it 3-1 in the head-to-head versus XDG. That's the 4 games played.
And a lot of the times, it's usually the teams that are on the bottom trying to make these changes and trying to try new things so that they can actually climb up in the standings.
Right.
But TSM were the ones who tried Twitch first. So I guess, so popular over in OGN, going up a couple times that was enough confidence for TSM to actually use.
So talking again about Coast solo lanes, playing very well this game. They were kind of pushed off. We saw Zion Spartan get a lot of hate in the bottom lane. Not hate, shouldn't say that because that could just revolve around anything. Get a lot of pressure in the bottom lane from from XDG, and he was able to come out on top. At one time, I think he was 20-30 CS behind in like 2v3v1 situations in Kazakhs. Nintendo wasn't coming down to help him. They were saying, Zion has it. He can play that situation, and he did very well.
This was not the Zion show that people are used to when they see Coast win games.
No.
He was a solid Shyvana tank. They were talking about trying to change his play style, get him to jump into this tank meta, and this is sort of what they wanted from him. He delivered this time around, and Shifter was able to make the pick. So,
and he picked up on the other aspect that we were kind of dogging him on for as well, is that when Coast kind of did poorly, he wouldn't do as well. But when they were doing poorly, he actually was a key factor in the matchup. He was still holding strong.
So a lot of times when they don't do well is because he's getting focused early and stuff like that.
Right.
And then
you see what happens?
So you're referring to like these gold graphs and stuff. When a team is losing, it often falls on the mid laner to be the wave clear. Wave clear is very important when you're losing and you're getting sieged. And with Shifter playing things like Ziggs and stuff, he's the one that they have to have clearing all these waves because you have to do it very quickly.
Yeah.
And that's why in their losses, he has a lot more gold. It's not like, oh, we gave all this gold to Shifter, now we're going to lose, as we saw here.
No,
like,
exactly.
He's always performing very, very well.
Right, and don't forget to share your standout moments from our games today. Tweet them at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag LCSBigPlays so we can find it. For a post-game reaction, let's throw it over to Freakin' Jat.
Thank you very much, Riv. Hey, guys, want to welcome Coast Wiz Fusion and Zion Spartan to the desk. Guys, congratulations on the win. Coming to this one, you were 2-1 against XDG overall in the season. Were you kind of confident coming into it?
I would say, like, overall, we kind of came into this week thinking that we'd go for the 2-0 just because we're kind of in a slump, and, like, that's what we really needed to pick ourselves back up. And, yeah, we're playing pretty confidently, I guess.
And actually, kind of coming into it, your stats are interesting because you guys are now 6-1 against the two teams below you, and 2-14 against the teams above you guys. You're actually very consistent against the teams you play.
Yeah.
And I find that interesting about you guys when you guys have anything. So how do you feel about that? Like, do you feel like you're playing kind of the consistent level, or?
Just from saying that statistic, 2-14 from the teams above us, we're definitely not consistent right now, and I think that's probably our biggest issue, and that's something we want to fix. Obviously, beating the teams below us is really important so we can make it to playoffs. And the season's important, but where we really want to like make our big play or like really play well is the playoffs, because that's what really matters for the split. And hopefully, if we can fix all our issues, we can have a good pick and ban phase. We can not get caught out of position. Be there for the dragon fights. Do all these things that good teams do on a consistent level, not make the basic team element mistakes. And if we can do that for playoffs, I think we can do really well. And I think us doing really poorly against the teams above us really shows because of our lack of teamwork. And if we just have better teamwork for the playoffs, I think we'll do better.
And I guess with Fusion, it's kind of a big part of the teamwork can also be with the AD carry and being with the team. But in your guys' large slump that you went through before this victory, what were the main things contributing to that, and how are you hoping to break out of it so you can be in stride for the playoffs?
I think like what really happened was like in the previous games that we didn't really work on our teamwork. We kind of like almost like brute forced it to like trying to win lane and just snowball the game. And that's why it really didn't work against those top teams, because they're so good at using like their teamwork and getting the objectives. So I mean, honestly, it wasn't really the fact that me coming into the team, it was a lack of teamwork. It was just originally there was no teamwork to work with. So once we started working on that, then it was like a lot better, I guess.
I feel like even when we had our run during the spring split last season, how we won the game was just having really strong lanes and just like, hey, we're like 3 times as strong as our opponents. We just kind of win. And if that doesn't happen, then it's just like, oh, we're just all over the place. Our teamwork's just all over the place, and we just lose because teams know what to do in the late game better than we do and during the mid game. So now that we're improving that slowly, if we combine having strong early lanes with having strong teamwork, I think we'll be finally a decent team, and hopefully that will come about soon.
I was actually going to ask about that. I was like, well, why not just like embrace the Jax play style and split push all the time? Like, it felt weird because for a while you were kind of getting the Renekton and Shyvana a whole bunch more, this sort of standard top laners, and it felt like it wasn't working. You're just building a second set of strategies, or are you kind of abandoning the hyper carry top lane style?
I definitely don't think I'm going to abandon that play style, but in any given meta, there's a lot of like certain champions that work, and in this meta, like Cloud9, like when we play them, they just ban everything that they've seen me split push. Like they ban Jax, they ban Lee Sin. It's like, what are you going to split push with now? So it's like, I need to not only have those champions that can be hyper carries, I also need to play the tanks like Shyvana, like Renekton. If I'm solid at both of those, then even if they ban out my split pushers, I'll be solid on a tank, and I may be able to get the better tank since they targeted so many bans towards the split pushing strategy. So I think it's not only important to have that split pushing strategy, but to have just a regular team focused strategy of just like picks, baiting Barons, sieging, and all that. And I think once we improve at that, we can also improve our split pushing because our teamwork has dramatically improved.
Yeah, cool. And just kind of still on the same topic of picks and bans, WizFusion, I want to ask you about the Varus pick because you played it 3 times in a row at the start of the year, abandoned it, and now you're back.
Well, I mean, actually, kind of like throughout the seasons, I just practice it. I don't know. I like the champion. It's like just a good champion, but it never really seemed to work, especially since there's other stronger picks, right? There's Sivir, there's Lucian, Caitlyn. So I practiced it maybe like a week ago and then during this week as well, and it just worked in scrims. But this game I missed a few ultis, so it didn't work as well. And there was a Zed, so maybe it wasn't the greatest pick. I could have probably went with like Lucian. It would have been a little more solid, more consistent, I'd say. But I mean, it worked in scrim. We did really well with it, so I'm glad I was able to take a win with it.
Yeah, but getting into the team play, obviously, once you're out of the laning phase, it's back to the team fights, and at 35 minutes, there's actually a first really consequential Baron fight you guys have. If you can pull this clip up on the screen just to kind of jog your guys' memory to see what's happening, and talk me through what the goal was in this big Baron force, because the game was really close at this point.
Well, in the beginning, we kind of already knew that we weren't going to... We didn't want to pick a fight while doing Baron. We kind of just wanted to turn. But I think we ended up...
Zuna opens up and gets one shot over the wall on you guys.
Yeah, we really don't want to throw up Baron, so we're like, okay, guys, just turn immediately, kill Zuna, kill their priority targets, and get a good solar flare out. We immediately collapse on Zed when he ults in, and then we just slowly just build them down, and then Twitch goes invisible and sneaks a kill on Ahri here, but we just clean them up and we're able to get the Baron.
Do you think he could have gotten 2 kills if he stayed on you, WizFusion, or did you guys have him pretty much locked down?
I don't think he could have killed me there, just because I do too much burst when he's standing still.
Okay. Yeah. So actually, speaking of your champion, though, Boots of Swiftness, Varus, why?
Okay, there's 2 reasons. Usually in like, when you're playing a non-mobile champion, there's 2 things that's going to stop you, right? A CC or a stun, and then slows. Those are like the main things that are going to stop you from doing the most damage output. So when they have a Trundle, and that's pretty much it, it's just the Trundle. If I get pillared, I'm like... If it's a full CC, like a full slowed, then I'm pretty much screwed. So I made sure that if I was going to get Trundle pillared, if I was going to get maybe like Zed-E'd or Flayed, I wasn't going to be completely like zoned out of the team for completely screwed. So I just made sure that, I mean, it was just a solid pickup in that situation. I usually like it against Trundle, Eve. Those are the 2 picks right now that tend to have the most slows.
Okay. The big slowing initiators. That's interesting. So let's actually move on to then the second big fight you guys had. Took you guys a while to kind of get through it, but the second Baron fight, about 45 minutes in, I know Shifter opened up with a pretty good catch. If you want to sort of walk us through this one.
Yeah. So Lee Sin's over the wall.
Yeah. Oh, okay. We made sure that we wanted to make sure that Lee Sin was going to die before we actually finished the Baron, so that he can like have the chance to steal it. Yeah, so he ended up just getting the pick, and then we just keep on turning on Baron. We noticed that Zuna was probably the main threat, so they just kind of left me alone eventually. You'll see that when Zed goes on me, or Trundle and Zed goes on me. So I'm just left alone in the pit.
Yeah, Shifter cleans them both up, so we decided to go on the other 2 of them over here, and we immediately just go on Zuna because we know he doesn't have any peel. We get on him, he just instantly blows up, and then we just go on Benny. He's just the Trundle. Thing about Trundle is, even though he's a tank, he takes away stats from the other tank. He's not really that tanky himself, so once you get on him, he just kind of dies really quickly.
And it seemed to work out for you guys. Of course, you did finally collapse in that one, and of course, that was a well one. So tomorrow, of course, you're going to play another match. It's going to be, I'm spacing. I know who you're playing. EG, that's the one. How do you feel about coming into that match tomorrow?
I think even though we had a couple hiccups this game, I think we played somewhat solidly, more so than we usually do. Didn't throw up Baron. So I think if we just have a kind of clean game like we did, not necessarily clean, but a cleaner game than usual against EG, I think we'll be able to end it in relative ease. But I think Po Belter will be somebody to watch out for. And NACS has been playing well recently. I saw him with that Lee Sin top with the teleport. He was really pressuring cruisers. So I think their solo lanes could be a big threat. But I think if we just play our lane smart and have superior teamwork, we'll be fine.
Yeah, and it's an even bigger game because they're your direct competitors for getting that last spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, basically, like this is like kind of like the bottom like 3 teams mini playoffs. Like everybody's just like TSM versus CLG. That was the real Titans match, but for us, Coast versus XGG, that was our Titan match because it was like who's gonna get relegated, who's gonna play LMQ, and luckily it wasn't us. We had a pretty solid game, and hopefully we're gonna have the same against EG tomorrow.
And actually, you guys, so you're 2 games above both EG and XDG. You're 1 game behind Curse and 2 games behind Dignitas. Are you looking to stay, like, just keep yourself in the playoffs, or are you trying to make that push towards the end?
I think we're still trying to make that push towards the end. Like, especially since we had a really big slump, we were really looking forward to improving as a team, and then just coming into the Super Week, especially, we just want to. I mean, obviously the goal is 4-0, but we really want to just get some games off on those top teams and not be 2-14 against them.
Yeah. Well, of course, good luck. And guys, of course, congratulations on your win. We'll see you tomorrow. And, of course, we'll see you in Super Week as well. We've got more games going on today, though. So to recharge our mana, we're going to be back for a little while. When we come back, it's going to be the final LCS game of the day, Curse versus Cloud9. Then we get into the North American Challenger Series for the second spring third-place match. Don't go anywhere.
My dear, going into the
pit. He only got 1 shot off.
He is just chewing people alive right now, eating them right up. Daydreaming very low. Benny's going to try to go in. Baron is the non-option anymore. Wiz Fusion gets a kill on the Man Cloud. Sheep going a little too deep, and they cut his code off. Benny's going to get chopped up by Nintendo. Duna trying to go hard, but he can't do enough work. Welcome back to the North American LCS and our fourth game of the day. Team Curse versus Cloud9.
Now this is an interesting matchup because both of these teams have AD carries that have been historically overshadowed by the rest of their teams. For a long time, Cop was accused of playing too passively, but once again, he has the highest KDA on his team and some of the best stats. He and Bunny Fufu have been performing very well for being such a new partnership in the bottom lane. And then Sneaky often also gets sort of the backhanded compliment that he is a team-focused AD carry, with people saying his individual skills aren't that great. But he recently hit #1 on the solo queue ladder in Challenger, and he's been a consistent threat for Cloud9.
True story. In their win over Evil Geniuses, we saw Meteos putting a lot of time in the bot lane and pressing that advantage.
Oh yeah, Meteos brought a lot of jungle pressure, spending a lot of time in the bottom lane, going down there for several ganks. As a champion, though, that I Will Dominate has also had success with. So, as I said last week, I think that Kha'Zix is definitely going to be either a ban or an early pick for pretty much all teams on this patch.
We get to see in just a few. Today's CLG's win over TSM is still fresh in everyone's mind, which opens the door here for Cloud9 to tie it up for first place.
Yeah, and with Dig's win over EG, Curse needs to win if they want to end the day tied for 4th, which of course they do, the forever 4th team.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is definitely going to be big game all around here.
Yeah. So the standings currently have Cloud9 in 2nd place, and Curse says they are the team to beat and are playing at the top of their game.
C9 looks pretty good. I think they're looking like the strongest team in NA. They had a really good performance at IEM Katowice, and I think that they'll carry that over into the LCS. I think they learned a lot there, so they're in top form.
Curse was looking strong in their past matches, but then they just lost to XDG. After that game, it looked like they were too complacent or something, and then they finally lost. And now they might prepare more for the next match against us. We're gonna have to watch out for that.
They picked up Bunny Fufu, which is a really good solo queue player. I specifically remember him for his Thresh. He just goes really crazy on that champion.
He tries to throw it out. He can't get the second one off to even stun.
To beat C9, there's like 2 ways. You can out objective control them, which is kind of hard to do. Or the second way is just like win lanes and just use the advantage we gain through the kills or the CS advantages to just snowball the game in our favor.
Pretty big words from both teams, but it looks like Curse does confidently feel ready to win this game.
So Cop's like, either we kill them a lot, get a CS advantage, or control all the objectives. That sounds like a good idea.
Sounds like how you win a League of Legends match. Let's check out the starting lineups and see how well they fare. On the blue side, it is Curse. Quas in that top lane, dominating the jungle. Voyboy mid lane with Cop on AD carry. Gonna back up his words with Bunny Fufu on support.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Balls is up top, Meteos in the jungle, high mid, Sneaky AD, and Lemon Nation on support.
This is gonna be a pretty big matchup for Curse. They would love to get this game. It's going to be the 4th time these teams face, and Cloud9 has 3 of those.
Yeah, Curse definitely don't want to let them get a clean sweep here, so I wonder if they have any interesting strategies to pull out, because Curse are a team that don't get as much credit, I think, as they deserve for their strategical play. They come up with a lot of very interesting team comps and ways to play them in the LCS. They haven't always been able to execute those plans, though, so that's really going to be the key for them. I think that they will bring something a little bit interesting to this match at least, but it's really going to be more about execution. Can they actually execute the team composition that they want to?
Well, out of the gate, we do know that Curse and their unique champion picks are absolutely through the roof. We said ManCloud had 12 unique picks last game. Voyboy right now has 13. His champion pool is one of the biggest for professional play here in the NALCS, and with the bans going very fast, we still obviously see Pantheon being focused at for Curse. That Kha'Zix will not be played this time, but LeBlanc is alive.
Yeah, LeBlanc is alive. And it always looks like Quas is just waking up.
And you got to consider how much Elise has not been played today.
Yeah, so the Elise nerfs, actually, she's still a really good jungler. It was an interesting change to her. They definitely took a lot of power out of her. She's not the top anymore. Right. But the fact that her cocoon does scale into late game is an interesting little twist, because now she actually has that added CC towards the end game where it goes all the way up to 2 seconds. Whew. And it's a very powerful tool for pick compositions. If you get anybody with one of those, you should have enough damage to kill them, especially if you're going first pick LeBlanc.
Cloud9 going with the insta-lock strategy. As soon as they get a chance to pick, they lock down Renekton and Eve. We've seen Meteos just being a menace on Kha'Zix and Eve lately.
How many times have we seen them instantly pick Renekton first pick? As far as I can remember, like I don't understand why nobody's trying to attack Ball's champion pool at all. I guess they've pretty much resigned themselves to the fact that he's extremely strong in the top lane, and we'll just give him whatever he wants anyway because he'll perform very well on whatever he does get.
And I actually have to retract that last statement from watching Meteos solo queue. He has not played Eve in the LCS, actually. So this will be his first time playing it on the stage in the spring split.
Yeah, he's no stranger. He'll probably build it very similar. Pretty much everybody goes Lizard, Elder, Hex Drinker, then full tank. So it'll be an interesting transition to see. A lot of the early game is about can you take advantage of your high damage for the early game here and catch people off position because you can get around wards. Meteos is a very big fan of warding deep in the enemy jungle and counter jungling a lot. Evelynn is perfect for that because you cannot counter that. You're going to have to lose pink wards if you want to set up pink wards on all your entrances. Then it's going to be a lot of invested money. So we'll see what kind of early vision that Meteos can actually get. Dominate is going to be trying to do the same thing, by the way, sticking those green wards by the camps. You always want to do that against Evelynn. Green wards in camps and then pink wards at your defensive entrances where you can defend the pink wards.
Yep, he does lock in Elise for himself as well. We see Quaz going with Trundle. Thinking back to Super Week, he played that guy 4 times in a row, matching his times of Mundo played on the season, so he brings it into a 5th one. He's 3-1 on it, and we have seen him. Stays in that top lane, goes for the attack speed build if he can, and he wreaks havoc on your turret.
Yeah, and he's a fairly good answer to Mundo. That being one of Quas's favorite champions now is probably why they leave Renekton up for Balls, because they're sure that he's going to pick it, and they're happy to take that Trundle into it. So we'll have to see how he can actually execute that matchup, though, because Balls is, he's touted as pretty much the best Renekton player of North America.
The Morgana pulled out today by Lemon Nation. Haven't been seeing too much of that either. Looks like Cloud9 is going to start putting in their picks that they want. Does not seem to be hindered whatsoever by what Curse has brought to the table, but it is going to be a Karma pickup coming in for Bunny Fufu. He has been very engage heavy on Leona and Thresh, so this will be interesting to provide that engage utility for the team now.
This team for Curse is looking pretty good right now. They've got a lot of poke that they can execute at turrets. Karma poke under turrets. LeBlanc can actually do it as well. She can get a lot of good harass under there. And then as we talked about, the new Cocoon from Elise, late game the stun lasts for a full 2 seconds there. They can, if they land one of those, then they can catch somebody pretty easily. So definitely vision control will be paramount this game for Team Curse. Yeah, solo Soraka. Do it.
They'd have quite a bit of AP on the team if they locked it in, but it'll never hurt anybody too much. Oh, they lock it in.
All right, so
let's talk.
Soraka solo lane is pretty big in Challenger at the moment. There are a couple of solo lane Sorakas.
He is just smiling.
Some of them mid and some of them top. So we'll have to see how high can execute this, because Soraka's vulnerability is that she will be pushing you. So you know she's going to be far up in her lane, because Starcall is going to do damage to all the minions while you're trying to get damage onto the champion as well. It's going to be up to Dominate here. Can they actually make use of the fact that they know Soraka's going to be pushing? The problem with Cloud9 usually is, though, that all their lanes are pushing. And they've got Renekton, so he's going to be pushing as well.
Always. I feel like that pick was kind of just like, do you guys mind? Because you see Meteos smile, and then Lemon smiled, so I think...
I's checking first. You guys cool?
Can I? Is it all right? Please, Mom? All right, cool. So as the teams take to the Rift, let's check who you are predicting to win the game. According to LOL Esports, even with the Soraka pick, 80% of you think Cloud9 is going to come out on top.
What do you mean, even with the Soraka pick? That's like it's a detriment. It's actually a strong lane.
It is a super strong lane. I like to make the joke.
Yeah, exactly. As I was talking, though, it plays into Cloud9's aggressive early style so well. When you're pushing with just one lane shoved up early game, it's not a good thing for your team, because that's going to be an exposed point. But Cloud9, pretty much always, they go for early game winning lanes, and they're all going to be pushing. Renekton's going to be trying to shove. Same thing with the others. So it's pretty much going to be the same old story for Cloud9. Meteos, when all your lanes are shoving, he can get that deep vision into the jungle that we talked about. He can try and find Dominate at a camp. You know, usually you're like, oh, you don't want to fight Elise 1v1. But with the nerfs and with Elise, with Evelyn's vision advantage, you know, if you find Elise at a camp, then she can definitely have the advantage in that 1v1.
Everybody's ready for this matchup, and with that Spell Thieves, we actually see the Vision Wards coming out for Lemon Nation and Bunny Fufu. See what these guys have and how they can control that bottom lane. See what they going for the start. Ooh, gonna Void Boy here. He's gonna be on that LeBlanc. We'll see if he can crush out high in the mid lane. You gotta remember, back. Dignitas was the one to be bringing out the Lulu and the Soraka and trying to push every lane, get a heavy AP team going down.
Now,
she still works the same.
Yeah, well, Soraka definitely works the same.
Yeah.
She Star Call spams. We'll have to see how well he can use the silence, too. It's very good at interrupting LeBlanc's combo. LeBlanc is all about very, very quick spell casts. So if he can actually get in the middle of Void Boy's combo and interrupt him, it will completely throw off Void Boy's game. I also really like how all the supports are starting with one real ward now. So we do get a little bit more vision play back. Uh-oh. It's time to fight. Round 1.
Very close now. Only 5 yards
This is like
separated.
middle school playground. Do you hear this? Just They've got a ward here. Cloud9 got that ward in there early. So if anybody takes one step out of that bush.
It's the Dark Binding.
Oh, they're pinging the bush too. Both teams. Oh, they dodged it though. So they got no noise. There was no sound here.
The peace has been broken, but no damage has been done just yet. Patiently waiting on either side of the brush.
Oh, yes. Oh, it's going to happen now.
Oh, it's going to, the Dark Binding goes all the way to the back. A 5v5 level 1 ensues here. Curse and Cloud9 are going at each other's throats. The Star Call is doing the max amount of damage at level 1 for Soraka, and it's going to be first blood for Sneaky. Second blood going over for Balls. The Dark Binding just missing on the tail side of Dominate, and it looks like Cloud9 gains ground in the early game.
So Star Call is a beastly spell for level 1 fights here. Dominate doesn't want to give up though. He's got vision. Can he smite it? Oh, Meteos on target, and he actually smites it away.
I'm loving the level 1s.
Now, we always talk about, oh yeah, it was 50-50 smites. That was actually 50-50. All right, so the binding there, it landed on a person in the back, but since Hai can charge in with the barrier Soraka, he gets Star Call on everyone, and it is a massive, massive lead for your team in level 1 fights. That thing stacking up just helps so much, and then Cop right there, forced to burn his flash to dodge the extra binding from Lemon Nation. Yes.
Woo! Not the first time we saw it happen. Europe had this little foray the other day, duo mid. We'll see if Void Boy can hold this off. Still level 1, this is going to be a very tough lane with call for help from Dominate as much as possible if they can't get the rotate in.
Interesting. They're opting to go with Soraka
Level
2
gank?
versus 1. Level 2 gank, unexpected, but he has no red buff slow, so it's going to be up to the stun from Balls, and he has no slice and dice, still level 2 here.
And not hit it. There's level 3 for Meteos, but he's taking some minion damage.
Ill-advised.
Quas says, let's do it.
Ill-advised gank right there. Quas definitely comes out the victor.
Like, boom, I'm Quas. That's how it happens. 500 gold in the lead. Lemon Nation and Sneaky looking to put a little bit of damage on the turret now. Lemon Nation damage on the turret. He's poking out Void Boy. They got a little synergy going on.
That's a great point. So, I love Spell Thieves in 2 versus 1 swaps because it actually applies on turrets. You get so much extra damage and money just being able to hit the turret. You don't even have to get those champion hits in. Lemon Nation, he can destroy the turret and get the max value out of his gold generating items. So very, very good situation for both supports, starting with that item.
See a really great Fog of War game being played in that mid as well. Sneaky's kind of keeping the lane pushed to middle now, and it's just Lemon Nation throwing those dark
Will he run into Elise though? Because if he did, then it would be hard. But Dominate actually taking the long route.
This is funny because Cloud9 will usually have High rotate to the top lane as well, so they're kind of keeping with what they usually do, just with different roles.
And Lemon wasting a whole bunch of time here. And he's not going to be... He wants to get back in time to be able to use his procs on the turret. So as soon as that does get up to the... Oh, no, he's going back for the gank. 3 versus 3 up top.
Just wants to take
another rumble.
Let's see what happens. He's coming in slow. Voyboy taking damage, so he will not be assisting on this. And great Q coming out from Bunny Fufu on the Mantra. Able to slow, get a little bit extra.
Yes, so 3 versus 3 situations. The team with Caitlyn at level 3 is definitely going to have the massive advantage. So even though Cloud9 rotate all these resources up top, it's still pretty much cop with the advantage here. And Bunny Fufu even able to harass under turret. Little roam here from Dominate.
Sneaky.
All by his lonesome. Oh, wow, he just takes it.
All right, he played the timing there. He figured Voyboy may go for the chain first. Very lucky on that timing, though. Got himself to safety. A little bit of a gold lead in favor of Cloud9, but Sneaky now has to play this careful. Roam by Lemon Nation didn't exactly work for them, and that's not something you see from Cloud9. Usually everything hits for them.
Interesting. Yeah, Lemon Nation does make his way back, though, in time. They shove out Voyboy at the same time, too. So if they can push this one up to the turret, they can get a decent amount of damage.
Medio spending time in the top
Barrier
lane.
is back up for high.
Oh, they see him. Cop takes a turret shot as well. And a nice instant tether from Bunny Fufu. Keeping on point with that at Lemon Nation on the roam again.
Yeah, I think that was sort of a half-hearted gank. They're really waiting for Lemon to actually get there.
Well, definitely wasted the shield for Bunny on that one. Meteos not in range, just off of level 6 as well. He's still got to soak up at least a camp in a few waves here.
So the High and Meteos weren't in position because they wanted to wait a little bit for that gank, but the gank from Lemon was forced because Bunny Fufu went to ward. So good job there by Bunny Fufu, actually. Good timing to make sure that 3-man attack up top was unsuccessful.
Everybody backing right now. Wouldn't be surprised to see if the swap happened again. See what Sneaky goes. He's actually going to go to the top lane, yes, this time. And Lemon Nation's going to hold mid for now.
So they do cancel the swap here. Now I have to say, the reason I thought that was a half-hearted gank from Meteos, on Evelynn, you can get into a much better position than coming through lane and going straight at somebody if you want to, because she is invisible and there are no pink wards up top. So if they really wanted to make that happen, you can get all the way around and come from behind them. However, if you're coming from behind them, you are definitely committing fully to that attack, and you had better bring enough friends so that you actually win the fight.
Lemon Nation's first back is that Frost Fang and a pink ward for himself. He's going to keep good vision on the top side of the map. They actually already have a deep pink ward by their own Wraiths. It's actually in the Wraith brush. It's High taking some damage here in the mid
chain
lane.
misses onto a minion. Good little juke there. He did get the mimicked chain, but didn't get the first one.
Formulating something in mid.
But didn't get the first one.
Formulating something in mid now. Cloud9 trying to do a pincer maneuver. Looks like they won't be able to get a Dark Binding from Lemon, but still their movement really hasn't given Curse anything to work with. They're always on the back foot.
And here comes the invade from Meteos, making his way into Dominate's jungle. Starts up the counter jungling. All this roaming from Lemon is really keeping Curse off tilt here.
Yeah.
They're unsure of where Meteos is the whole time. So even though it's just a Morgana roaming around, they have to respect it like it's a Morgana plus Evelynn.
Voyboy getting his blue buff. You can see on his first back. 45 to 41 CS gets the Moby boots.
That red spawned, it looks like it could be a pretty easy steal for Meteos. It is spawned. Got the ward down in time. Strong counter jungling continued from him, and they also have great defensive wards for Cloud9, so they're definitely winning that vision game as usual. Pretty much their MO. The only thing they have to really worry about here. As Evelynn, very dangerous to gank someone like LeBlanc, because this early in the game, Evelynn is a very squishy champion. She's an assassin. She doesn't want to take any burst.
Voyboy looking for that mobility boots roam. He is sprinting right now, and they may be able to get a kill here down onto balls. That is for sure going to be a lockdown kill. Quaz almost gets it himself solo, but allows Voyboy a little bit.
I'm pretty sure Meteos saw him walking down there, though, right? Was that just miscommunication?
No, he cruised out of there.
He might have been
chase or what?
Yeah, he might have been just out of vision because he's moving so fast with those Moby boots. Kill does pay off, so Moby boots investment from Voyboy here.
Oh, very much an investment, and return on investment is going to be coming in.
Beautiful.
A few more here. He's got the heals, though, and he's got Meteos just on the backside.
No barrier.
Agony's Embrace goes down high, very low, but Voyboy cannot put himself in the spot he needs to. Yes, he can. Back and forth, the double kill coming in for High as he still goes down in the end.
Yeah, High was holding on to that barrier the whole time, trying to bait him in, and they do end up getting the 2-4-1, so big win for Cloud9 there. Even though Curse line up their CCs really well, they land the chain, and just as chain's about to wear off, Cocoon from Dominate comes in, but Meteos is able to get there in time.
High here, just thinking, wait, weren't you in the bottom lane?
Yeah, this is the frustrating thing about playing against Soraka. As a jungler, you always have to be worried about the turnaround because she's great in 2-versus-2 situations. And you know, he thought the burst was going to come from Elise when Elise was back down to execute, so that's why he used it early. But you know, there's pretty much no escape because LeBlanc can follow it up either way. Still a very big win for Cloud9.
What a crazy game, putting the focus on a lot of different champions. We just saw it was really sneaky in the mid lane, getting all the pressure. Now that we swapped out, it's been High now the focal point along with Voyboy. Meteos trying to come in again, dominate with Voyboy trying to tilt this mid lane. Level 8 and 6. They might have enough here to finish it off. One last step, but it's too far into the turret for both of them to go.
And High is actually leveling his heal second. So he's leveling, maxing Starcall first, as normal. And he's leveling his heal second, so extra sustain there. The silence is still just level 1 for him.
A little slice and dice out.
Got the ward, worth it.
Actually threw down his ultimate on that one. Thought Balls was going to go for the full fight. So Quas here now left to just kind of farm it up. His teleport's down, so he's not going anywhere too soon. His Balls trying to put the aggression on and bully him out and off the CS.
It looks like Quas will be going with the offensive build first too, because starting with the Vamp Scepter into another long sword here. And same thing from Balls, you know. I mean, he needs the extra sustain because Trundle will definitely out-sustain him. Uh-oh.
Ooh. Silence versus Silence, and it's Voyboy that gets his off first. Getting a little duplication on, but he will be safe on this one. They pretty much trade the same amount of health left in that engagement, and you can see, once again, both junglers right in the back pocket of the mid lane.
Right, mid lane's going to be constantly fighting, so both junglers need to be in or around this area. That means they're going to be farming Wraiths, and they're going to be farming Wolves. He goes playing with fire.
Nice sidestep there. Looks like he's going to force out the repel. Both junglers well off on that one, but they do get the ward clear out. Meteos gains a little bit of vision.
But he didn't check the second one. Oh, Meteos always walks by this small bush. I have to say, especially as Evelyn, he's done it multiple times. He never checks that little bush. So if you're playing against Cloud9, take note, because that's a great bush to put your team force in. Meteos does not check it very often.
See how this lane, 107 to 103. Quas actually keeping faring very well against Balls here, not getting too much attention since they're in the bottom lane, which is odd. We really haven't seen too much Dragon pressure either. A lot of different rotation coming out here in week 10.
Now,
Meteos now to the bottom.
The Trundle ult is already back up, so that's a dangerous dive to go for.
Especially if Balls dominate.
They are going to go
first.
for it, though. All right.
He throws it on. That's the subjugate that Quas wanted, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Agony's Embrace, that little bit of percentage damage.
Maybe not
Balls
so dangerous.
Flash it out with that red buff on, and a lot of the damage coming out of Balls Dominus. They were able to just take it down easy peasy, and they should be able to get good damage onto this turret.
It's so interesting how Meteos pretty much always ganks Balls lane successfully for the kills here. He spent some time with High trying to counter game, but pretty much every game at some point he's going to dive a turret with Balls Renekton. And that's why they always love getting Renekton for Balls, because he's going to shove it in, he's going to get that advantage, and they will eventually come for that turret dive.
So it's Dragon instead of mid, and now they're going to be forced into this fight, but Cloud9 wants it. Dominate very low, repels out. Where will he be dropping? It's right back in the middle of the fight. Meteos can't get the hate spike off, though. Good damage coming in from Cop and the rest of the team, but Quas, the front line meat shield, is the one who is able to push it forward. He actually turns the corner. They want to take down High right now, but they're not able to with his heal, and they're kind of just going to have to deal with the one kill.
All right, now they also have control over mid lane here. Can they make it happen? Soraka still able to sustain a little bit.
Very low HP here on both sides. One quick grab could be the death of somebody. Dashing out No damage coming in from Bunny Fufu there. His Cop getting a little bit of heal on with his potions. And that Bloodthirster.
Yeah, High blinking red right now. He still heals Sneaky instead. And he's going to go back to base instead.
Calculated.
Exactly. Gives him up to mana too. So full health and half mana AD carry for the mid lane defense. Cloud9 actually saved their mid turret after the old dragon. Pretty good objective control from them. They don't have to give up anything in answer for it. That little move.
So, if any, what kind of setback would you kind of be looking at with the mobility boots buy if Voyboy didn't get a ton of kills to kind of return that?
Yeah, well, it's obviously the spell penetration that's going to hurt you.
Yeah.
Because that's what the other buy that you would grab. However, I like the buy because he got the kill down bottom, and he was able to make it back up top. Roaming has been fairly important this game. However, remember how many times that High gets away with extremely low HP, because that magic penetration is going to come back to haunt you if you don't have it.
Very good point. We have seen that happen about 2 or 3 times, twice just recently in that mid lane. He's waiting here for High to grab this. Those star calls are going to be coming out quite hard for High. Right now they're going to be hitting for about 256 damage every time, and that shreds your magic resist. So
Yeah,
it's not feeling too good.
Yeah, that stacks up pretty quickly. Extended fights are definitely her forte. A lot of resources up top. My goodness. Curse, I'm really counting on a dive up here. It's not going to happen, though, so 4 people doing nothing for Curse.
You want to share. Sharing is caring.
Soraka can take a turret in that time.
Well, she's crazy at pushing turrets. Bananas.
Banana.
Stale bananas, +1 to turret damage.
Those are celestial bananas.
Whoops.
No, he wanted to save the minions. High's,
the turret mind games.
See? Minion still lives.
Curse trying to regroup. They leave just Quas in the top lane this time, and it looks like the rest of them spread out towards the bottom. It's going to be Dominate to farm that out on the golems. Hopefully Cop will get there to push some of that lane. It's already quite big. Balls and Quas, toe-to-toe in the top lane. A quick slice with no dice.
Interesting little conga line from Cloud9 heading up top.
Right through the
they're
river.
A little bit spread out, but I do like the move since they already got bottom turret and Dragon's not coming up for a bit. They have time to make this move with everybody towards the top side.
Just a few shots. Sneaky's not going to put himself in that scary position again. He leaves that up to Balls in the top, and again, Curse decides to rotate over as C9 leaves the top lane.
And again, they're not getting anything really done here. Moby Boots, you know, he's walking around fast a lot, but once he gets somewhere, he just turns around and runs again. So he's getting some exercise, but not a lot of gold. And Cloud9 are really running away with it. You got to keep your eyes.
Well,
Close that gold
Cloud9
deficit.
is quite a security kit system set up that is now being cleared out. But when you know where the opponents are coming from 5 miles away, you're definitely not going to meet them unless you want it under your own circumstances.
Yeah, let's see if they actually commit when Mito shows bottom, because it's pretty much the reason everybody's playing hesitantly is because they're going against a Evelynn, and you always have to be worried about it, where she is. Now that he's showing bottom, Cloud9's hand is finally on the table here. It's pretty much up to Curse to actually make the move now.
And the last turret up works for them as well. They get to go towards the teleport.
Oh, can he sneak attack?
It's a high. Not too much
just
there.
a little bit of poke action.
Quick spell shield, but even without ward vision on that area, they know where Curse is now just because of that attack. So Cloud9 still pretty.
Now they go for it. Oh, he misses
a little
chain,
too soon.
though.
Didn't get the slice.
Chain number 2?
Doesn't need the dice.
No chain number 2.
Very back and forth. These should be kills coming in right now for Curse. Missing
not
little
gonna
ones
get
like
anything.
this. Time that they are wasting across the map, and now Cloud9's able to regroup for that with the push in the bottom lane, and they're spreading Curse thin.
Yeah, Cloud9 extremely happy with the way this is going. Couple of unnecessary rotations, I think, from Curse. And now Lemon goes aggressive.
Just gets out of turret range, but the Soul Shackle is going to be enough for the consecutive lockdown. Cloud9 playing this one very strong. Sneaky not going to try to get any passive movement speed off of that one. He may have to help, though. He does get one shot off. He still gets a bit of that movement speed, and it looks like High could be going down. Finally, they get it in the end of that fight, but it comes and goes over to Bunny Fufu. So he gets a bit of shutdown gold there. Not really who they wanted.
Lemon leading the charge here. Ball's coming in from the bottom side, but it looks like Voyboy can escape. Moby Boots make for a quick exit.
Moby Boots, indeed. It's, like you said, allowed Curse to get all over the map and where they need to be, but they haven't taken any turrets. It's still a shutout in that
It
map.
was pretty much an investment, though, to try and get their poke pick comp ahead early, because they need to be ahead to be able to set up for all of these skill shots that they need to land, the cocoons and all the poke from LeBlanc and Karma. But because they didn't get ahead early, it's really going to hurt them. That mobility boost was supposed to be a jump start for the team, but actually they're trying to climb out of a hole, so they really haven't been able to make use of it, and they're just going to keep bleeding objectives here. It's very hard for them to actually siege up and make use of all these skill shot pokes.
Cloud9 has the means to just get around the outside, take them out when Meteos really wants the engagement. He and Balls have been coming in from the side, doing quite a bit of damage. So far, really only the disengage from Curse is what they've been able to come up with. 6,000 gold in the lead for Cloud9. Lonely looks like it's going to get more. They've gotten Dragons in their favor. Top turret will probably be a push mid for them.
So they're going to give up the outer and go for the inner turret here. Cloud9 running down the mid lane. This 4-man squad from Curse can actually do a pretty decent job up top because they're such a poke-heavy comp. Yeah, there you go.
That's the team.
That's the pick poke, but they don't have their Caitlyn. So Caitlyn down here, pretty much Cop is just trying to survive.
Nice try by Cop. They trade turrets on that second tier, so that is going to work very nicely. Without having any turrets, Curse picks up 2, so they get a bit of a surge in gold for everybody that was surrounding those turrets as well. That assist gold coming in, and now maybe an even inhibitor turret here. This was not what Cloud9 got off the push.
Oh, looks like Quas is going to be able to do it.
Soul Shackle's not really going to give them, or they're not going to pay no mind
from Karma,
to it.
they know that they need to get out here. Speed's already been used, waiting for the cooldown to come up again, and High gets into position.
Only going to be a silence. Too bad there's not a Rylai's Crystal on that Soraka. They would definitely be able to catch up. Bunny Fufu's going to keep himself in there, though, instead of providing that shield for the rest of the team. This could be really bad. Meteos is going to be caught up. No red buff onto Dominate, though. He looks like he should be able to grab this kill. The repel is used to get over the wall. The pillar from the Baron Pit from Quaz. They may turn this one around onto Meteos. The shots come in. The Hack Drinker to keep him alive, and he flashes the wall to stay alive. The binding was dodged out by Cop in the 90 caliber net, and now it's a chase onto Curse. Once again, they thought I had it turned around, but not for too long. It's Cloud9 doing what they do best, regrouping and causing chaos, forcing the flash onto Quaz. They may have stopped the tunnel here, and they'll be going down mid.
Yeah, Void Boy does not have a lot of damage. Once they catch Meteos, you cannot burst him down with the Athenes and mobility boots. Flash start, not a lot of AP there, and he can't kill anyone, even though they're able to get a pretty good combo here onto him. Silence and everything. Cocoon misses. I mean, it actually wouldn't have added any damage, and it would have stacked with the chain, so the Cocoon missing wasn't the biggest of deals. But the old
big old wish from Soraka.
Light Slinger from Sneaky was a pretty big deal.
Yep. High coming in big on that one. He picks up a Rylai's. Very nice. So they are going to be able to get all the fights that they want. 9-5 are the kills, and they spread that gold again. Well, I guess it's still around 6,000 as Curse tries to creep back. Top turret's going to be going down, and this is more just the Cloud9 is working off of right now. 4 turrets in their favor, but Curse just picked up 3 after having none.
So that was, yeah, and it was such a good rotation from Curse. Like, that was pretty much their best move this entire game, was getting that inhibitor turret down, and then sacrificing Bunny Fufu for it would have been completely worth it. But since, you know, Dominate also got caught, he got hit by that binding and wasn't able to get away, had to use his repel to try and get away from Meteos, and then they turn around. It actually ended up costing them in the end, so they aren't able to make anything out of that.
It's the name of the game recently. You got to kite and fight. Whoever can do that better usually comes out on top, no matter what ultimates are used first. There's a bit of damage onto Bunny Fufu. Is Sneaky making sure that nobody's in range to get him. He's trying to stay on the front line and get as much turret damage as possible.
Oh, man.
Actually, yeah, he does have the Triforce finish. I was looking over at Cop's side, so the turret damage is there for him. They just need to get to it.
High has such a lead on Void Boy here, comparing a combat effectiveness. He spent a lot of money on those mobility boots and does not have a lot of power with the LeBlanc. So pretty much this Soraka is going to be in the middle of your team. Constant Starfall damage, Starcall damage, plus all the heals that she can bring. He did actually max that W second, so Not only will it beat the ulti heal, but he's also got very strong single target. It's going to be very annoying for Curse to play against in full team fights. So I wonder if they even do try and group up, or if they want to make use of some sort of split pushing troll there with Quas down bottom.
It's going to be tough for Curse overall, as you were saying. We don't see Void Boy even really trying to pick up the Deathfire Grasp here. Maybe just be the pieces of a Void Staff right now for a bit of extra damage on what he doesn't have in penetration boots.
Yeah.
Definitely a lack of power there. We'll have to see if they can get the pick they need. There has not really been a Ward Wars fight this game. It's been Cloud9 kind of dictating what turret to fight under so far. And right now, it looks like it's going to be the big turret. It's going to be Baron.
They've got just supreme ward coverage over this entire area. It's an easy ban for them. Even though Quas has his teleport up, Curse have no idea. They're so late to the party here. Oh, wow, Cloud9 stop it. That was all they needed, was a ward inside.
Oh.
That's so lucky for Curse.
Quas teleporting in. Be in the fight, but it doesn't look like they're going to use anything on this one. They just placed the wards.
Wow, it was really low. They're so scared of Dominate's Baron steals, as they should be. Dominate has stolen multiple Barons this season.
True story.
And he's on Elise.
Meteos giving that huge respect along with the rest of Cloud9. They will back off. The culling's been used there. We see the mantra from Karma come out. Bunny Fufu speeding up the team. Cloud9 looks like they may be able to get out of this fight, and they sink their teeth in immediately. Void Boy tries to distortion away, but he gets hit up by the stale banana. High takes him down. Quas is going to be trying to run out. Subjugate's already been used, but he can't use it offensively, and the rest of the team gets out bleeding.
Dominate's still alive here. Crawling away. It looks like the rest of Cloud9 won't give up the chase,
Sneaky's got a broom! Look out, Dominate! Oh, he misses it! Woo!
All right,
watch out.
Dominate gets out alive, but that's going to be a Baron for sure for Cloud9 now. Looks like they aren't trying to give it away for free, though. I like the little answer. The only thing is they have to be careful about High coming in from the back, because he has Rylai's.
This is going to be great for them to get Dragon. If they can get mid-turret, that Rylai's, there it is. This is going to be some big damage. He got the shield and the speed. Oh, he tried to dodge it, but he walked into it from the other side. Definitely going down here.
Bunny, give him up.
Yes, Bunny, you need to run out of this one. Quas is there too. They now have, they can see wherever this goes. So Cloud9 can make any move off the ball here as they're chasing Curse.
Curse, we're getting a lot of answer, back for that Baron. They got the Dragon, they were getting mid-turret damage, but you have to be careful. As I said, the Soraka coming in with Rylai's. Cop does get tagged by it, and then a beautiful binding from Lemon Nation over the wall to secure a kill. They're able to answer back, and gold sort of comparable for the Baron and the Dragon. Not quite, but it's a little something there for Curse. They need every little bit they can get to stay in this game.
See if they can do what they need to. Right now, Curse has been getting the game back in their favor, even though they are still down about 5,000 gold. Remember, we just said a few minutes ago they had 0 turrets. Now they have more turrets than Cloud9 and an open inhibitor on that side. They have huge advantages if they can win a team fight, but that's the big if right there. Cloud9, that's where they excel. Cloud9 has been excelling at that game.
The only way I see Curse winning a team fight is getting a really good cocoon and followed up poke damage, and then they wait out while Cloud9 regroup, and then they get another one. They're going to have to get probably multiple picks for it to actually work out. Either that, or if you cocoon somebody and then pillar off the rest of the team, they might be able to finish him, because Void Boy has actually finished that Void Staff, so even though he doesn't have a lot of raw AP, he's got penetration.
Yep. Still going to hurt a little bit with that amplified. But can he get in? Not having the Deathfire Grasp is really something he would like. Balls throws on Dominus, goes right for Cop. The 80 carry on the back line, and they may have gotten a little too in their own heads on this one. Curse disengages. They get the kite and fight, and now they will initiate back on. Cop on the backside, just firing off every shot that he can. Sneaky turns around for a quick one, too. Quas is now in danger of that same death. But it's going to be from Meteos. He puts on the red buff. It's not going to hit. That was the burn from Lizard.
Yeah, Balls and Lemon Nation, they didn't want to give Curse any time to do poke damage. So they jump right in, and they scare him right off the turret, but because Curse chased too close to Soraka, long, drawn-out fights are what Soraka loves. So after you get a kill versus Cloud9 team, should let it go. Wow.
Waka. Jokes coming out of Sneaky. He almost takes down Void Boy in just a few shots. Baron buff is definitely not something to be played with, especially when you have three of the most blood-hungry people on the team. As we said, last year we may not have said that about Sneaky, but this season...
He's 5-0
yeah.
this game. And he has the most kills on the team. He's doing a great job this time around. He had to play some solo as well.
Yeah, right.
Roaming a lot. This is a great collapse there from Curse, though. The reason that balls went down so fast, by the way, of course, is that Trundle. Always got to remember the shred. But now, this is the ill-advised chase on a Soraka team. She thrives in these drawn-out fights.
Yeah.
And they just go a little bit too close there. All the damage was still up. The only ones that they killed were the Renekton and the Morgana, so still have to worry about all that damage there. And Sneaky catching them off guard with the burst from Trinity Force.
You gotta consider that's 345 damage coming out of Star Call every 1.5 seconds. And then it's gonna do more because it's shredding your magic resistance. So like you said, these elongated fights are just putting a big smile on High's face. Cloud9 finally going down towards that bottom lane with the map objective free in forms of Baron and Dragon. It looks like they're gonna get what they want to. No rotation here from Curse yet.
They should be making their way down here, though. So these outer ones are really hard to defend because you're gonna force yourselves to group up for Soraka, and it'll be pretty easy for High to get off some multiple person star calls. As I said, he's a big fan of those purple minions. He wants to save as many as he can.
Ooh, Meteos going Metal Gear.
He's looking for the flank here. He wants to come in from the backside.
We'll see.
And we've already seen Cloud9 are not afraid to dive. So while they have the option of waiting for somebody to go clear that mid creep line, they actually don't need to.
The approaching enemy. They see him on a cop. That's going to be the Agony's Embrace going down. No, Meteos holds the Agony's Embrace until they pile up. Cloud9 comes into this fight with the right idea, but Curse now trying to kite it out. Quaz doing what he can, putting himself in the front, but it's not going to be enough as Cloud9 continues to micro themselves in and out, not allowing Curse to focus one person at all.
They're not even going for the inhibitor, straight trying to end the game here. Nexus starts for Cloud9.
I don't know when the last time we saw a straight down the mid victory was, but Cloud9's going to try to do it here. 4 straight matches against Curse over the season, 32 minutes on this one, and a 15-8 score gives Cloud9 the win.
My favorite part about watching the Cloud9 games is that they don't waste any time once they get their lead.
Right.
You know the game is going to end.
Really great play coming out of Curse. I like the pickup from Bunny Fufu onto Karma. They utilized it. They had a point in that game where they took 5 straight turrets and overthrew Cloud9. They didn't get the gold lead though. They didn't get map pressure with those 5 turrets. They just started getting back into the game. And then back into the game against Cloud9 means it's already too far gone.
Level 1 team fight.
Oh my, level 1 5v5.
Cloud9 destroy with the Soraka.
That was crazy. Every game today has just been pretty much off the wall. Awesome fights, awesome hashtag LCS big plays, and Cloud9 doing what they can now to bring themselves 19-4 here in week 10.
Yeah, the big play has got to be that Dexter Lee Sin kick to win CLG.
Dexter Lee Sin kick, Thresh Lantern. Can't forget the long ride Thresh Lantern on the Dragon's Descent. Like I said, crazy stuff.
Those are pretty fun to watch.
Very fun indeed. So Cloud9 coming out with a very strong win there. Curse, there were a few moments in that game. You were talking about it a little bit. 4-man rotation to the top to gain nothing. And then actually 3 minutes later, they did it again. But the second time, Cloud9 realized that they were in the mind of Curse. And they'll say, well, we'll just make it happen and rotate people back and forth. And that's all it took.
The other thing that we get to see is that, yes, everybody knows, Cloud9's going to have these strong early game lanes that are going to be shoving. Meteos never had to deal with wards inside his jungle early game. He's Evelyn. Everybody wants to get those wards inside the camps of Evelyn's jungle so they know where she is. Curse never got the opportunity to go in there. They never got really deep wards there. They had trouble keeping track of that Evelyn. And with Lemon Nation roaming just as much as Meteos was, they could not keep up.
And they made sure to make this game hard for the top players of Curse. Voyboy was actually the first one to lose on LeBlanc in his try in NA after so many wins. And then again, they know it's not a super comfort pick for him. Obviously, LeBlanc can carry a game, but if you go at that person and know it's not their strongest, it becomes even harder to play that champion.
Yeah, so he tried to tweak it, and he tried to go with super early game. I'm going to get mobility boost, make running plays, get everybody ahead here. He got a first kill, but a couple of times he didn't have the damage to back it up after that, and it makes it hard to come back when you go that route. And
especially when you see those kills walk away with one each time, because the next time you want to go in harder, you end up putting yourself in a bad spot.
I was waiting for Soraka to come out in the LCS because all the players, the LCS players, keep talking about how strong it is, but they never pull the trigger and actually use her in the LCS games. Now we got to see it. You know, very strong, shoving lane early, great in the level 1 team fights.
Yeah.
Hard to take down late game, too.
Also, we have to consider what would have happened in this game if, what do we see it in Europe when they kept swapping back and forth over and over again in the lanes? What would have happened if Curse decided to do that? Yeah, they would have lost a little CS in lane, but they might have gotten the matchups they wanted instead of the 2v1 versus Voyboy right off the bat, which allowed Lemon Nation to roam top and roam bottom and roam top. Yeah. And just so much map pressure from Lemon right off the bat on Morgana.
Yeah, the start of the game was definitely all Cloud9, and a lot of it was due to the way that the level 1 played out. They had so many people up top on the top side of the map, Cloud9, because they went for that invade, that it's kind of, they're always like, oh, well, we're close to top. We'll have our ADN support up top here. They eventually switch it back for high on Soraka.
Yeah,
going there too.
And then they
so
it's
after he hits his point that he can sustain well, and he's the lane bully. And then they use high to draw all the attention to the mid lane. Meteos is just hovering around there. There's like maybe 3 or 4 ganks in a row where both junglers go mid, and Soraka keeps coming out ahead in these 2v2 situations because, you know, using the barrier as a bait, and then also just waiting for that star call damage to stack up allows Meteos hate spikes to do more damage. Really helps out. The early game Evelyn already does crazy damage, but with the Star Call debuff, it's got ridiculous.
Dominate having a little bit of trouble in the jungle again as well. Has blue buff stolen at level 1. Obviously going to slow him down, and then how are you going to help a 2v1 mid lane, especially when you're behind? So a lot of different things. Saw Meteos trying the level 2 gank Eve bottom. He just kind of rushed into that.
Oh yeah, that was a bad one.
Wasn't really able to get the gank down. Quas almost turned that around. Quas actually had quite a good game. You can tell that Trundle is one of his top champions that he likes to play.
That was one thing from the early game where I think Trundle got down there first. So he had like this, he was shoving the wave, so he got the level advantage. And he sort of started building up his CS early, and it took a while for Balls on Renekton to get to that point where he's bullying him up under the turret, and then go for the classic Cloud9 turret dive with Balls Renekton.
Now we got to remember now that with everything that's happened today, we have a tie for first. It's going to be pretty good between Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid, 2 teams that everybody obviously wants to see go at it again because of what's happened in the past few times. And it's just probably going to be an amazing game from what we've seen now. I think the early game of 4.4 has definitely given us a little more spice in the early game. So to see what Cloud9, Lemon Nation come up with, and really I guess it would be special on the other side for that early game on TSM. It's going to be intense because both of those guys are going for hook champions in the beginning, or Leona, or the Annie stun early. I like it.
Yeah, that's definitely one to look forward to. You know, it's kind of like a preview because those are, you know, the top 2 teams.
Right.
That are battling really hard to get to the top place in playoffs, to go to All-Stars. Everybody wants to be able to go to All-Stars and fight the best around the world.
All right, 4 more matches down, everyone. Let's see how the teams stack up after today, I guess, not the weekend yet. Starting with a tie for first between Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid. The first time that TSM has had to share the top spot since week 1.
And look, Cloud9 are on top due to the alphabet. So that's too bad for TSM. But they are followed by CLG in 3rd place. And in 4th place is Dignitas with 10 wins and 13 losses.
And Curse is 1 game back in 5th place with in 6th. Is Team Coast, who snapped their 6-game losing streak today.
And tied for last, it's Evil Geniuses and XDG Gaming.
We will be back again tomorrow at noon Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European Time with 4 more games. That's going to be starting with Counter Logic Gaming taking on XDG.
Then Curse faces off against Team Solo Mid, followed by Cloud9 and High taking on Golden Glue and Dignitas.
Then we will wrap up our LCS action with Evil Geniuses versus Coast. But be sure to stick around for more North American Challenger Series semifinals between LMQ and Cloud9 Tempest. And starting today, tickets for the All-Star Paris 2014 are available for purchase.
Yeah, running from May 8th to May 11th at Le Zenith Arena in Paris. It will feature the All-Star Invitational and the All-Star Challenge. The new format showcases both the top teams from around the world and also your favorite pros from each region.
The space is limited, so do not miss out on any of the action. Head over to Ticketmaster to buy your ticket today. So let's send it over to Freak and Zyrene for the North American Challenger Series now. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you very much, Riv. Hey, guys, welcome to the North American Challenger Series, brought to you thanks in part by our friends at Coca-Cola. I'm David Freak Turley, and I'd like to welcome Aiden, Zyrene, Moon to the desk, but I'd love to welcome you to the desk.
Oh, thanks, man. I never get to welcome you.
Would you like to? Would you like to try?
Guys, it's the lovely David Freak Turley alongside me here today. Look at that. Look at that.
It's so glorious. It's a good partnership. Guys, we're kicking out the final week of the North American Spring Challenger Series with a best-of-3 matchup between VVV Gaming and Curse Academy.
And tomorrow, we head to the championship match between LMQ and Cloud9 Tempest.
So that's the bracket on the screen, but as we know in Challenger, it's more than the bracket, it's the points that pay. Placing higher in the series means more points and a better seed heading into the playoffs. So let's crunch some numbers. In the top half of the standing, it's actually already set in stone. Both of the buys are accounted for. LMQ owns first seed uncontested, and the same for Cloud9 Tempest in second.
Yeah, and the same goes for Complexity Black, minus the bye, languishing in third with 9 points. But it's an all-out battle for the lower seeds. The winner of tonight's matchup banks fourth place, leaving the remaining team in a tiebreaker with Complexity Red for fifth and sixth.
And that is a Complexity Red that's now Golden Glueless.
Yeah.
Like you saw him perform well on Dignitas. Good player. Going to see how well they do with the replacement Fragnatic. And of course, today you can always follow the Challenger action by going to lolesports.com.
It's as simple as that, and you'll find stats, scores, and schedules, and more under the Leagues and Tournaments tab near the top of the page.
So now let's take a closer look at today's best-of-3 between VVV Gaming and Curse Academy. Now, last time we laid eyes on VVV, they were toe-to-toe with the Titans that are LMQ. They got 2-0 in the semifinal, and they're going to be back at it today, looking to school Curse Academy. That would claim them third place in the second spring series.
And yeah, that's absolutely right. And they are going to need Pekin Wolf to come out on top in his face-off today against Duosec. Curse Academy mid laner went 3-0-7 on Ziggs in their elimination game against Cloud9 Tempest. And Pekin Wolf's numbers were impressive in the quarterfinals. He also had a killer game on Ziggs, going 6-0-4 in a must-win Game 3 over LOLPro. But he only finished with a .75 KDA versus LMQ in the semis. And to be fair, he was shut down by Xiaowei Xiao, who put on a clinic in that matchup.
Yeah.
But Pekin Wolf isn't the only one expected to bring the thunder in a tough head-to-head. Chris is going to have to contain Rux and not get bullied in the top lane. Both these guys are former pros, and he's going to have to keep his team right on track and school Curse Academy.
Mm-hmm.
So, very, very wild card top lane up there.
It really is.
Yeah,
high aggressive players tend to be squishy, fighting a lot.
I'm looking forward to that.
Good place to be.
Yeah, and especially VVV. They also announced they had a roster change at support. Normalize will be starting today in place of Gonti. And on the flip side of that, Curse Academy is also bringing Kabigon in as a support over K1 Pro. And Kabigon's actually Japanese for Snorlax.
It's awesome. It trolled me too because it looked like a French word, and he's a French-Canadian player.
That's true.
It's Japanese. Looked like it, but it's not.
Yeah, and for those of you who aren't familiar with him, his name is Diamond on the live servers.
Yeah.
He's been around a very long time.
Yeah.
But it's a bold move by both of these teams to start shaking up their rosters so close to playoffs, and they're fighting for seeding now. So.
Yeah, it's the last chance these guys to really make some turns. We actually saw some, well, we will see some roster changes in EU as well when we get to the matches in a couple of weeks. So, of course, taken to the Rift on the red side is Curse Academy, and just like their LCS counterpart, they're going to be trying hard to avoid the Forever Fourth moniker here today with a win.
And as I was just saying, keep your eyes on Rux. He could be the deciding factor for Curse Academy. He went 9-4-7 on Aatrox in the semifinals with 0 deaths in Game 2. He has one of the top KDAs in this series.
Mm-hmm.
So look out for him. Also look out for him up against Chris. Don't know what they're going to play. Don't know how they're going to play either. But the whole team actually performed really well in that matchup against a tough Tempest team. Like Pat in the jungle. He could very well be that rumble that they need over VVV's Get Snuggled, who has been struggling a bit. Pat's had an impressive Challenger Series this spring with wicked numbers on both Lee Sin and Elise. And of course, there is always Mash, who let his lady do all of the talking against Cloud9 Tempest. What a gentleman.
Right?
Yeah, he finished the series 6-1 and 11 as Sivir.
Which, of course, this leads up to our featured matchup of the day. Let's take a look at the two ADCs making the headlines this series, VVV's Tails and Curse Academy's Don't Mash Me.
And Tails is coming off a rough one versus LMQ with a .64 KDA in the semis. But prior to last week's matchup, he had a sick 11.2 across 5 games. And then on the flip side of that, there's Don't Mash Me, the former LCS player for AD Carry on Team Coast. He is 21-5 and 32 in Series 2 with a 10.6 KDA overall. And this is very important because Mash Me went 10-3 and 15 in 3 games versus Cloud9 Tempest, 2 of which were losses.
Yeah.
So in his 2 losses, he had an 8 KDA. He went 3-0-5 on Sivir in that first game, not dying. So if you looked at the scores, you would have been like, this team won, right? No.
Nope.
So
he puts up cop-like numbers. Where he's very good at not dying. He does put out good damage in fights overall.
It's pretty much the definition of consistency as an AD carry. If you get kills and you don't die and you're CSing well, it's really your team that's just falling around you and just dying in those team fights. And you're like, well, I'm going to back up to the Nexus. I'm going to have to let it go because I'm the only one left alive.
Yeah.
So.
And I don't think you can take blame if you have a 0-death loss. It's like, well, dying at the end wouldn't have helped anyway. Like, I feel like that's not a fair criticism of an AD carry.
Absolutely.
Don't have to die to lose.
He's relevant in the team fights, too. So these guys have a lot on the line because loser of this plays Complexity Red. And Curse Academy already 2-0'd Complexity Red, though. So they could have a repeat performance if they do lose this and drop down there. But the loser of that matchup ends up in 6th place against Complexity Black.
Yeah.
So this is basically a repeat of what happened in Europe, where we have a tiebreaker for 5th, 6th. Loser of that's going to have to face a very strong team.
Right. And like Complexity Black, the thing is like they're the 3rd seeded team, but think about the teams they lost to. They lost to LMQ in fairly close games actually in the first Challenger Spring Series finals, and you look at them and you're like, all right, it's a pretty good performance. Their other loss was actually a forfeit loss to Cloud9 Tempest, I believe, if I have my team correctly. It was forfeit loss semifinals or quarterfinals. And again, if those are the only ways that team has lost, it's like even though we haven't seen Complexity Black play in a while, they're obviously a very, very strong team, and it's a seed you do want to avoid. They're very strong.
And we did see Robert X. Lee the other day on EG in the past week, and he still put up good numbers. I actually think out of all the substitutes, he was the most consistent on that stage. Really didn't seem to have a lot of nerves, and he's played there before versus LMQ on that stage, so not unfamiliar with it, and he will be back for playoffs if they make it past their first round, which, you know, with these 2 teams here is actually quite a gamble.
Yeah, honestly, and so there's a lot of individual skill here, and I kind of like talking about the individual players there and kind of following them, because we just got to see one of the success stories. Golden Glue coming out of Complexity Red, playing for Dignitas, 8-3 and 8 on Zed in his first game, and he's playing up, against some tough competition, but made it still work there. Against EG, against Pobelter, who's another great first-year pro there and has had a pretty decent season. And all these rosters are full of these types of players who are right there, top solo queue, are about to bust in.
Yeah, I think Golden Glue actually stole Meteos' Super Saiyan powers.
Yeah.
There can only be one super blonde person in the LCS at a time. Meteos lost his when he went to IEM, and now that's where it ended up in Golden Glue's hands.
Now in Golden Glue.
Yeah.
Do you think he named himself that because of his hair? Golden hair, Golden Glue? I feel like there was some kind of influence there. I think it's likely, personally.
So why is Ball's name's... Oh, okay, no.
Wow.
Anyway, moving on away from that. We want to talk about the players in this game here. Rux versus Chris in the top lane.
Yeah.
Rux and Chris are both pretty much the definition of wild card here.
Yeah.
They will either carry your game all the way through, or they will be the person that needs carrying.
True.
It's the flip side of it. It's like, oh my god, Rux is going ham so much on Renekton and Aatrox that he's buying Trinity Force and just carrying the game
it out really fast.
Exactly. Closing the game out incredibly quickly. Or it's kind of like, well, I'm really behind, I'm losing my lane. When you put 2 of those up against each other, I don't know what's going to happen. Is it just going to be huge extremes? Or are they both going to go at each other enough that they're even?
Yeah.
Over and over again. It's like, I killed you, and then I come back to lane, I killed you, and then it just goes back and forth.
I think that's actually pretty likely. I think they're going to be fighting a lot. I mean, these guys are playing fairly aggressive champions. Jace, we saw that from Chris. Chris had a 1-0-0 Jace game, actually, which that was hilarious in their loss to LMQ because he didn't get any jungle attention, really. So he just kind of sat there slowly losing his lane to Ackerman, and then just never died. And so every once in a while they can play the defensive enough game, but I think they're also likely to pull a lot of jungle attention. I think it's pretty likely, and so we'll see Get Snuggled and Pat get over there and try to tip the match in one way so that they can kind of win the lane out.
Yeah, there's so much on the map to consider, though. Both these AD carries are very, very good. Match Me, even in their losses, is extremely consistent. Tails, on the other hand, didn't hold up very well against Vasily. I believe that was our featured matchup going into that one, too.
Yeah, and it was rough.
Yeah, it was pretty rough on Tails. It had a game where he went 1-7-4 on Lucian, and the other one was a 0-4-2 on Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Like, we saw a sub-1 KDA. So it wasn't even going even, just basically... When against LMQ, if you lose your lane, that lane's going to fall into other lanes, so it's kind of just a huge snowball that they take advantage of. So we'll be seeing them in the finals, but right now, 3rd, 4th place.
We'll see what the bans end up being. Pantheon, Evelynn, and Shyvana all removed from Curse Academy. Rux's Shyvana, I'm not surprised to see that ban. Chris likes the squishier champions here. Jace is available in the pool. Lulu, Ziggs, Nidalee, banned away from VVV. Why not remove Peek and Wolf's Nid?
Yeah, why not? You want to get rid of those champions for him. That's typically the strategy of VVV, is to use some type of poke from Peek and Wolf, whether it's a Gragas, could be a Ziggs, could be a Nidalee. So those are removed, and now they're definitely taking their time with this. What do they want to get? They want to pick up a jungler first, maybe Kha'Zix, who's just been first pick worthy over and over again.
Exactly.
And, ooh, okay.
So Renekton comes through here. Kha'Zix actually still allowed through the pool right now. That is a good champion for Chris. He does like to play aggressively, though it's kind of on the lower end of his most plays there. It's not the thing you initially think of when you see Chris, right? You think of Riven, you think of even top Elise, although in 4.4 I think you wouldn't see it anymore there. And even the Jace removed is like not picked as well.
Yeah, and this really puts Rux onto a couple things. Aatrox is actually disabled, so he can no longer pick that. Shyvana's gone. He's left to... He does have kind of an unorthodox champion pool in his B list. He's played Kennen, he's played Tryndamere. He's actually played some top lane LeBlanc too, which we've seen in the EU LCS, but we haven't seen it work too well. Fnatic tried to use it, and it didn't work out.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see what Rux ends up taking it. And they lock in Elise in, but it's... I assume that's for Pat, because you would just...
Most likely.
You would put it on Rux if you were going to pick it for him. But Pat...
Well,
did have
mind games.
Yeah, well, Pat did have killer games with Lee Sin, though.
Yeah, he did.
In the past, and Lee Sin and Elise have been his go-to for the most part. He does play some Kha'Zix, but I like the Lee Sin pick here.
Yeah.
Saw it today from Dexter in the NALCS.
Great.
It was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a champion that is just very consistent, has a lot to his kit. And if you're a high-level player, Lee Sin just has a huge amount of skill cap on him.
Yeah.
Basically, an invisible ceiling. You just keep going, and you're just like, I don't even know where this is. It doesn't.
I mean, Lisa and the Blind Monk shouldn't be able to see the ceiling.
It's true. I'm so good because I don't know where the ceiling is. Yep.
Keeps going up, never hits his head. He's good to go on this one. Next couple of picks to come through, though, is going to be for VVV. They look at Caitlyn as well as LeBlanc here. It's going to be the pickup. So these guys are actually trading. They're trading lanes back and forth, basically. They're saying, okay, you know, first pick Renekton. Okay, fine, we took that champion. On the other side, though, they're rushing for contested picks more so than they're actually rushing for, like, counter picks, right? They're like, okay, but right now, actually, Annie's available. Let's grab that real quick, take that for ourselves. And on the side, LeBlanc's available still. Let's grab that for ourselves.
Yeah.
So they're rushing important parts of their comps out.
Yeah, and Peek and Wolf has played LeBlanc previously. I believe he had the same amount of kills as he did deaths, but they still ended up winning that game.
Yeah.
So kind of a very aggressive player with that. Might go in and get CC'd a bit.
Yeah.
Especially with somebody like Annie.
Exactly.
Go right in, straight onto a Tivers, and extremely squishy, extremely vulnerable to just being taken out in the CCs. Oof.
Yeah, just so you guys know, we've paused Champ Select. We'll come back in a second, so don't worry. Those picks are still coming through. I believe we're just going to resume them in a second here. So from what we've seen so far, total of, 5 champs have been picked, so we're halfway through right there. We know it's Annie plus X. I don't know if the Caitlyn actually got locked in yet.
Caitlyn did get locked in over on the side of VVV, so Tails is going to be playing that.
Yeah.
He's only played Ezreal, Lucian, and Caitlyn out of all of their games. And opts not to go for the Ezreal or the Lucian. He didn't have a great performance on that either. But his Caitlyn, looking to just go with the lane and up against somebody like Annie, it is a good pick. Because you can harass her from a distance, auto attack range.
575 now.
Yep.
Nerf to Zyra status, only amazing instead of ridiculous.
It's still really good.
Yeah.
I was like, what champions have 575? I'm like,
Zyra.
Varus, Zyra, Ziggs.
Yep.
I think. There's
Those are the ones
probably
I know
someone else like sneaky in there.
I know like Cogs rank 1W is like close-ish to that mark.
Yeah, he's got like 500 base.
Yeah. Yeah, he's short range base of this one. And so kind of thinking about it, right? So nice safe backline guy. Pick and Wuff, we'll see. He drew 2 bans, Lulu and Nidalee banned away from him. Took LeBlanc, who's another sort of consistent mid laner that we see. And I think depending on the matchup, he can choose to all in his opponent and choose to pull in some jungle ganks as well, but he can also just kind of wave clear forever and wait around and make moves later on. And I kind of want to see then how the team plays around this, because in Europe, for example, Ninjas in Pajamas play a very sort of slow and reserved game. They take a good long time before they put anything out. And you know, we could see that gameplay come out as well. I know, kind of looking at Curse Academy's matches, actually, in their semifinal, they played the early game so well. I remember actually casting these games with you, saying, I love Curse Academy's first 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And then they stopped finding things to do afterwards.
Yeah, it was really confusing. I liked the shot calling in the early game. And then after that, they did have K1 Pro, though, who ended up having a 1.43 KDA across their games, whereas Mashme in their losses had an 8 KDA. So the team was racking up kills, it just K1 Pro was not a part of them, and now they have Cabigon in there, basically subbing in.
Yep.
And now... Okay.
So Rise picked up here for probably the top lane, though it could be Duosec.
I assume it's for the top lane, but it could go mid.
Yes.
For multiple reasons right now. Rise does well against both of these champions because LeBlanc distortions in, you root her with the Rune Prison, and she can't go back. And Renekton is very susceptible to the harass from the overload in the very early parts of the game. So that's actually a great champion in either of those lanes. And he's basically saying, yeah, we're going to see all of your lanes and what you're bringing to the table before we pick that. So it's a flex pick that works very well for Duosec and Rux.
And we'll see if they want to pick a certain matchup later on. I know we do like Rise versus Renekton in general. Seems to go well for the Rise, but we can always see in the when the ganks come in. Kha'Zix picked up there. Fork gets snuggled in the jungle. Maybe going to see Thresh here for Normalize as well. One of the strongest lanes I think I can think of. In a 2v2 matchup, Thresh, Caitlyn should have a pretty good start to the game. We'll see if they can keep down Mash's Lucian.
Lucian, Annie, a lot of early game harassment there, a lot of chunking potential. Once you land the stun, you are going to follow up with your passive, and you can get actually 2 parts of your passive off if you just do a full spell sling there.
It's true.
And Kha'Zix being put as a 4th pick here in terms of rotation. It's something we don't typically see, especially since he's extremely powerful right now.
Well, yeah, and that was surprising to me that VVV Rush picked the Renekton. We've seen that once in a while. Early Renekton picks, they really, really want to win the lane. They think it's super contested there. And with the Shyvana ban, I can see it. But yeah, with Lee Sin picked up here for Pat, they said, okay, we know we can get Kha'Zix whenever we want. So they waited on it for a while. Kale does come through for the mid lane here for Duosec. So TP Rise in the top lane, and Kale mid versus LeBlanc.
I like Curse Academy's composition more right now because they have just taken it very slowly. VVV Gaming showed a lot of their cards early. Renekton. Then they get LeBlanc. They don't even know what Curse Academy's bringing to the table. Boom, Rise. And then they last pick the Kale. Kale does really well against Kha'Zix and LeBlanc. The intervention is fantastic. Rise does well against all 3 of those champions in the solo lanes, including the jungle of VVV Gaming. And he'll get tanky too. So overall, I do like what Curse Academy has brought to the table.
Yeah.
But on the flip side, VVV, I like their bottom lane just a little bit more.
Yeah, I do too, and it's surprising to me because most of the elements of Curse Academy's bot lane got picked early. They rush picked the Annie and said, okay, that's fine, we'll grab that. Waited for their next rotation to grab Lucian, and it feels like, you know, Curse Academy got sort of first dibs on a bot lane, and they're still fighting Kate Thresh, one of the strongest bot lanes in a 2v2 sort of setting. And that said, though, they got counter picks everywhere else, so I understand, like, sometimes you're going to kind of fall away there, but again, they have the options to pick Caitlyn, the options to pick Thresh early on, so I do want to see if that pays off, if they have a better plan for what Annie's going to do, a better plan for what Mashme's Lucian's going to do.
Yeah, and VVV, they look like they entered the game with a plan, what they wanted from Champion Select, because they have a very good pick composition here. But the thing is that Curse Academy just said, we don't have a basic thing set in stone. We want to see what you bring to the table and then counter that. So it's a pick comp versus a very durable composition here that has been brought to the table by Curse Academy. Intervention from Kale, you're going to have a very tanky Rise in the late game, and he can go wherever he wants with the teleport. Not going to have a lot of lane kill potential, but Rise himself actually does, even without the Ignite. He just roots you up, his spells are on such a low cooldown, then he has the chase with his ultimate, and you typically bring some move speed quintessences too, and go full utility.
Yeah, I'm actually curious, because I know there's a lot of really cool ways to build Rise, and I never found the one way that everyone plays it, but you can run, for example, mana glyphs.
People bring some type of mana inside of their
Typically.
their runes. And especially since he's up against a Renekton, he won't need magic resist. So
Yeah.
he might have a page set aside for that, where his blues are actually for mana.
Typically do.
Yeah.
I mean, if especially in a tournament realm setting where you know you're just going to play top lane, it's like I don't need the AD carry page waiting in the wings. I'm gonna just have all my matchups planned out. Like in the LCS, I've looked at the rune pages. I've seen guys have as many as 12 AD carry rune pages. If they're like, well, look, if it's a really, really
AD carry, really?
If it's a really abusive matchup like Urgot, they have like armor glyphs, armor quints. They'd be like, just to not lose lane, I will run 30 bonus armor in my rune page.
Wow.
I don't know if they actually do it. I just know the page exists on some of their rune pages.
Normalize, go back, go get your trinket.
Wow.
Rux, you too.
Rux, what? That's, yep.
They don't need it
There
for the
they go.
first 2 minutes anyway. Wards
true.
are useless right now.
Yeah. You know what's funny now is now the cooldown timers are going to like kind of desync. They'll end at 2 minutes anyway, but they're going to be in like, the angles are different. If they were clocks, they'd be asynchronous.
They'd get there, though. They'd get it there at the same time. Rux, on the other hand,
There's no reason to not buy the trinket early on.
no, there is no reason.
So long as I have my wings, you will
That's just probably just rushing out there. He did bring full utility. He's also got the bonus gold in his mastery, so he brought the extra movement speed inside of his kit. You can see he's sitting at 377 already at level 1. So I'm assuming he also has movement speed contestances. And he has some mana, because that 636 is about 130 more than Rise start.
He's got plenty there. Did you see if he had AP in the little, like on 7? I think that's standard for 9 offense.
Yeah, that's 9 offense standard.
So potentially 9-0-21 or like 9-5-14, something like
So you
that.
get 6th and 1 per level.
Yeah. Yeah, so okay. We've managed to deduce Rux's rune page.
6-0-21.
There you go.
Come at me, Rux. He actually went back and got it, too.
There you go. Ward Trinket is there. He's going to be all right. Everyone's going to be nice and happy.
Oh, Duosec doesn't see this.
Minute 15 of the game, Duosec does not see the invade.
But on the flip side, both top laners are now in a 2v1 situation, and the Reds are getting invaded from either.
Okay, so going to be a nice, easy trade of buffs. VVV going to send their dual lane up to the top, and Rux is going to be in for a rude surprise when he realizes he won't get any last hits for like 5 minutes this game. Gets snuggled level 2, has the claws level 1. He actually waits on a second point in case he needed to leap away if he got caught. Otherwise, could just learn W. And
it's always smart.
Yeah, I like that a lot, saving skills. I've been like level 4 and like still had a point waiting. Just because I'm like, in case I need my escape.
Yep. Just always, and then you put it in W and you're like, no! Ah, there's somebody around the corner.
Yeah.
Now I gotta jump.
He can woof level 2 right now. Duosec got to lane first and got level 2 second. Kind of weird, but he's going in. Does not find much of a trade. He actually learned his heal at level 2, so no burst potential for a while, actually.
Yeah. You see Get Snuggle actually doesn't clear another camp. He goes straight for his blue, so he won't hit level 3 off of this. It's going to take him a little bit. And on the flip side, though, Pat, he is going to get 3 off this camp.
So a small, very small, but existent experience advantage here, and Pat already make his way down to the bottom side for, looks like, maybe a 3v1 turret dive.
Yeah, 3v1 turret dive is typically what you do in 2v1 situations. You will push that turret, then you will go rotate Dragon, especially since Curse Academy are now in the situation to do so. And we always talk about their early game. First 6 minutes are on point, and we might see that happen here again.
Let's see what kind of lead they can build for themselves. Curse Academy do push out the wave. Pat gets it with the red buff tick, and now Chris is level 2. Ooh, the Q lands. Gonna force him to run away from this one, so XP has been denied. Want to see top lane here. Rux is going to get pushed away by Get Snuggled, and actually he's only level 1 here, so gotta say props to Chris for leeching experience much better so far.
Yeah, I was about to say, having the level 2 in a 3v1 is huge, because Rux was level 1, and it's always just those tiny little silver linings. Basically, you're like, oh, they have 9 levels over me combined, but at least I'm level 2 now.
There you go.
At least I have more HP. At least I'm able to be a little more durable. And now the question is Curse Academy going to go straight for the Dragon? They're going to push another one here. And that turret went down very quickly because it doesn't have the bonus resistances on it because it's the bottom turret. Only top and mid have those first 8 minutes.
True. So here we go for turret number 2. These ones don't have any kind of bonuses. Curse Academy's still happy to push right there, but Chris no longer in danger of being pushed away. He's actually going to go in for a bit of a trade. Get some damage, is gaining experience. Meanwhile, the dual lane of VVV has recalled. They'll be here to defend this very soon. Curse Academy won't get much more off this turret health.
And Rux is up in the top lane. He's going to be able to farm up and just get that CS for himself. And now Chris, on the other hand, he wants to engage.
Oh, good dash away by Mashmi. Chris stunned as well. And you know I like VVV's choice right here because instead of trading 2 turrets, and normally when you see this, right, you see the 3-on-1s, both teams trade 2 turrets, and then the team on the bottom side of the map takes a dragon. VVV sacrificed some turret health, but not the turret, and showed up in time to stop a dragon attempt.
Oh. Get Snuggles walking into that. Oh!
Wow, Curse Academy, first 6 minutes, there it is. 5-minute first blood, amazing play.
Smite off the field too, so now they can go ahead and rotate to the dragon if they want to, and Rux has TP.
Well, look at this. Yeah, Rux has TP. The mid lane's got the push lead. Mashby, Cabagon. They're actually still looking for more damage. The Flay back, the slow there on a normalize. You're right though. You call Dragon. I don't know why they're not going for it. They could. They could absolutely Dragon right now.
It's a very early Dragon still. They might say, we already have control of this area. Let's not take it off the map. Let's let it just get some more gold so it's worth more. And Curse Academy already have a 1,000 gold lead. So they're in a good situation. First blood. Tower's all good.
I don't know, man. The first rule of money is get more money.
First rule of money.
Have your money work for you.
And then the next thing is don't get it taxed, and that's how you stay rich.
There you go. Curse Academy looking into offshore accounts right now. See if they can do it. Get Snuggled, puts the ward down and says, ha! Dragon's alive, that's nice for me. Peek and Wolf in the trade with Duosec. Forced to flash? Peek and Wolf chose to fight. Why?
Peek and Wolf's LeBlanc is not his fort at all.
True.
He loves the Nidalee, he loves the Ziggs. His all-in, don't know how much he's actually adjusted to that, because it's a completely different playstyle than Poke.
True.
Now on the bottom though, the hook gets Snuggles off on the side.
Hook on the Cabagon, the Flay on both as well. Kate Trap comes down. Nice double stun. Here comes a TP in from Rux. Can they turn it around? Mashby shows up, so does Lee Sin. Pillar V3 comes by, the jump in on the Get Snuggle. Flash away from Rux. Look at the damage. Get Snuggle picks up one, picks up two. What a play. Pat forced to run away. They're going to trade one back onto Kha'Zix, but man, VVV turning that one nicely.
Rux flashed onto a trap and locked himself up, but Tails, can he get to the Lantern?
Wow. VVV with the plays.
So a Normalize was a good pickup.
Yeah, that worked.
The attention that he was paying to everybody in that fight. He's so low. He's extremely low, but he stuck around because he knew what was going to happen. Just having that presence of mind as Thresh. No, this isn't the time to back up. My team still needs me.
Yeah. You know what's cool about that too is Thresh has both really aggressive and really defensive patterns. Like if someone goes for a gank, you can either go in and fight that guy or run back and land your teammate out. And I feel like in both situations, Normalize made the right choice and switched modes partway through.
Yeah. That's one of those things. I remember Bubba Dub, it was always, his lanterns are really good, but his hooks, on the other hand, his offensive play was a little lacking. But he actually used to have more offensive play, and then he kind of swapped it over.
Sure.
So one of those things that actually made me realize it, that the best Thresh player is the one who can go between both very fluidly.
Yeah.
You don't notice it.
Oh, impressive stuff either way by Normalize. Doing some good early stuff. Cabagon, Snorlax. Wrong champion to emulate Snorlax, though. Until Tibbers comes out.
That's true. Snorlax Tibbers.
I feel like Gragas would be the best pickup there. Most similar to Snorlax champion. Mashby going to kill away a pink ward. Gonna remove that one. Of course, they know. VVV knows there's one there for Curse Academy as well. Dragon got attacked a little bit. And Curse Academy sticking around. VVV coming down to contest, though. Peeking with level 7. Early Chalice here, going for the Athene's build.
Here's the thing, is that VVV is pretty much caught up in gold. And if they get this pink ward out, it's going to be difficult.
Oh, some damage comes through. Lantern comes across, so Duosec going to try to push him away. Flash, the jump comes on. Peek and Whoop, though, overextends. Not in a good spot. Pat picks up the kill. Flash from Duosec, not quite required, though. Killed, he does help keep his team alive, and now the push in towards Dragon with the mid laner dead.
Again, Peek and Wolf's main champions aren't these all in. They're the poke-type champions.
Yeah. And actually, I misspoke during Champ Select, but Ziggs was also banned away. 3 mid lane bans, the big 3 pokers.
They targeted Peek and Wolf.
They clearly did.
And it's working right now. Like his playstyle, you can definitely see he's not as comfortable on that champion. Especially up against somebody like Kale. Oh, they get the hook on a mash.
Look for the attempt, the hook on a mash. Good damage across barriers on, but he's going to go down. Kill picked up there. Again for Get Snuggled. 3, 2, and 0 on that guy. 2 comes out towards Chris. No teleport for Rux, meaning this is now a 4 versus 3. And the blue team does slay Dragon. VVV bringing themselves back. Tied game.
That was the best target to actually get the hook on there out of everybody. Mashmi is the one you want to take out. He is so consistent in his AD carry play. And if you can keep him down, you will accomplish something that was not accomplished by Cloud9 Tempest. So even in their losses, Mashmi was fine. But now...
Absolutely. Pushing him down 46 to 64 minions among these AD carries. Definitely bit of a difference right there. Small 300 gold lead for VVV. Keeping track of that one for now. Here comes Mashby to last out under turret. Shouldn't be too hard. It's going to be all right. Yeah, Cabagon gets it. There you go. Got to kill his minions off. See, Mashme screwed himself up. He's proccing the passive, and if your first attack is going to kill a minion, you'll shoot your second bullet somewhere else, and he's ruining his own CS by doing that.
I like when they introduced that change.
It was a good change.
It was really good. Something else I want to touch on here is that the gold has pretty much been equalized, even though the scores are the same, because of the gold generation item that's on normalized, whereas Cabagon does not have one. So it's been pulling work, it's been pulling that CS that's all around in an advantage for Curse Academy aside from that bot lane. So the gold is doing what it needs to do, that gold generation item. And up in the top lane, we do see Chris has actually gone for the Hex Drinker as opposed to a tanky defensive item. So he's looking to be offensive onto Rux, but also we do see Lee Sin off on the side.
Ooh, good dash.
So he's going to build some MR versus this double AP comp.
And then probably still go like Sunfire and a Spirit Visage too.
Yeah. And something else here too is Kale has that persistent damage, but so does Ryze.
True.
And Kale will also shred your resistances to help Ryze out. And Ryze typically doesn't build a magic penetration item until about 40. You get your tier, you get your Roa going, then you'll build something along the lines of Spirit Visage or Glacial Shroud into a Frozen Heart. So there's 3 items right there. And then you build Void Staff.
Well, we'll see how long this game goes, if he can even pick any of it up, or if MR will shut him down here. And look at this one. Still having Get Snuggled waiting in the wings. Did evolve the ultimate first. Standard for a jungler Kha'Zix. Pat off on the other side, though. Just going to cue the Wolves jump over. Other two special right now, Normalizing. Tails also waiting for a play here. Ooh, nice by Mashme. Spots him out. There you go. It's the right move.
The Pink Wards, Battle of the Wards.
We're seeing a lot of Pink Wards this game, I gotta say. A lot of them have gone down already. I feel like this is one of the highest ward death games.
Rux is TPing down bottom behind them. It's a 4-on-2.
This is gonna be nice to flay onto Pat. The box comes down. There's Tails off on the side. Hook's not gonna land onto much. Tails down a half HP, pops barrier. Rux will look for Gorgon because the Lantern comes by and Tails gets out for now. What else can happen? The flash from Normalized. Rux trying to get his W back in. It's gonna be right now. Rune Prison in. The Chain Warden gets prisoned up and he goes down.
That's still a really good trade for VVV in the overall. They get the top turret, they only lose 1, and they get rid of Rux in the top lane, so he's not gaining experience right now. That was actually pretty big for VVV.
Yeah, I mean, they're holding completely equal in gold right now despite losing a kill down there. Pekin Wolf, though, is still having a rough time with this one. Like, we talked about him in the early game, but right now it's actually... I mean, I gotta say, Normalize and Get Snuggled holding the team in the game right now.
Duosa could actually turn this around and kill Pekin Wolf if he doesn't get silenced.
His ulti already down, just gets exploded right there. Chris making the roam happen, and there you go. Part 2 of top lane being left alone. Chris doing something with that.
Yeah, I like how he roamed down. Most top laners will sit in their top lane and try to farm. But with Renekton, after you take that tier 1 turret, tier 2 turret even, just go all through the jungle, tax it, come mid lane. It's something we see SK Telecom T1K do all the time in that top lane. Just come mid and hey, look, Faker's got 2 people on 1 now.
There you go. Successfully done right here by these guys. Chris trying to defend the mid lane, but that one is taking some damage. 600 gold lead for VVV. And even though Chris is making moves, I gotta say, Rux is last hitting very successfully. We said this matchup was going to be pretty volatile in the early game, and Rux is kind of opting out of even fighting Chris. He's like, yeah, I'm going to get my gold, I'm going to be Ryze, I'm going to stack up, but I'm going to go elsewhere for my fighting quota.
And I like that. Because
spotted.
Scaling of Ryze is just incredible. Like, I've said it before when we saw Ryze. When you hear late game champion, you're like, oh, Vayne Ryze. That's what comes to mind. And Snuggled. Actually, Cloak came over the wall.
Some good damage from Rux, so he's got to be careful. Pekin Wolf coming by as well. Snuggle will have 3 more slows to come in. Here comes Pat for the turnaround. Can he get it? Rux jumps over the wall, but there comes the flash engage from Snuggled. Kill comes up. Duosac on the other side, though. Snuggle's got nowhere to go. The Q lands on the Wolf, now out of range. No Lee Sin showing up there. 1 for 1, though. These guys bloodthirsty.
Yeah. Duosac actually had flash, decides not to flash over the wall and go for the kill. Pekin Wolf could have just jumped back. I like that. Another Pink Ward death.
All the time, man. People for the ethical treatment of wards have got to be crying about this game. Not as catchy of an acronym.
I was trying to think of what the acronym would actually be.
PETWA.
PETWA.
Yeah, see, not good. Not catchy at all. Not going to happen. They're never going to go anywhere. Wards are going to keep dying. People applaud when wards die. Clearly, there's no public support for this.
There was a lot today.
Yeah?
It's like the Gladiator games in the war.
They started calling out where they're going to put them down, too. That was great.
Wow, so they actually turned this on to the gank here.
Now the kick off towards Don't. Mashby, the flay gonna hit onto 2 though. Good damage coming across, but Mashby.
Oh, here comes
Beacon. The kill and normalize. Here comes Beacon Wolf. Can he turn one around? Finds Mashby. He's gonna find Pat, not landing it. Tails gonna get that kill though. Now Kevagon here with Rux. Rux everywhere on the map. Finds another kill for the team. Beacon Wolf in the back lines, but here comes Renekton from Chris as well. Duosec shows on top of that one. Kill goes with Kevagon. Still more battle going in. The roots onto Duosec. Flash away from Kill, gonna keep him safe. Bloodbath in this game. 3 for 2 though to VVV.
Intervention went onto Rux, not Kevagon. So
Oh.
just getting picked up there.
Yep.
They were right on top of each other. It's like, which one is he going to Ruthless Predator?
The guy without the big yellow bubble on top.
That would
Wisely
be
chosen.
the best stance.
Correct. There we go. Chris choosing good answers so far in this game. Spectre's Cowl picked up as well. Really knows who his opponents are. Mashby apparently not a consideration right now for the young Crocodile. Chris is with the MR.
I like how both of the new supports for these teams have the exact same score aside from CS.
And like almost the same items too.
Yeah. They just clone the same guy and goes, here, each of you can have a sub.
But they're both playing really well.
They are.
Like, I don't Normalize just died right there in that fight before accomplishing too much, but like, they've been putting out some really good plays overall.
I like Normalize's positioning with Thresh. The way that he will put himself where he needs to be. He'll be like, all right, I'm between you, I'm going to throw a lantern backwards. Or he's like, all right, I'm going to get out, you stay there, I'll throw a lantern to you so you can follow me. And it saved Tails' life previously, multiple times actually.
Yeah.
Every time that they're getting ganked, he doesn't panic and he makes the best of the situation via positioning on that Thresh. So even though his score, he has 2 deaths, both times he's died were actually very valiant.
Yeah, I feel like this would be a score for a number of times another dude didn't die because of me, and that score would be pretty high for Normalize.
What would that be called? Like
Undeath.
Your kill's death?
Kills, deaths, assists, and undeaths. It's not catchy at all.
Kadwa. Kadow.
At LOL Esports, hashtag Challenger Series, what should it be called? The score for supports that make people not die.
Like the person was almost at death, and you give them a shield, and
See, there you go. You got to track it properly, but that's fine. That's on us. I want to know the name. All I care about is the name. I don't care.
Okay.
What's in a name? A rose would smell just as sweet, so would undeath.
A rose by any other name?
Yep. Got it going. Tails playing the role of Romeo in this game.
His Normalize, his Juliet.
Why not? I don't know. I'm just coming up with random things at this point. Here we go. The mid lane push coming through. Not good for Duosec. Ulti's already down. Looks for damage on Chris, rather. Not going to find it here. Bottom lane turret's going to go down, though. VVV. Finding some good openings, though. Honestly, it hit 6 minutes. VVV started doing a whole lot better than Curse Academy.
It's just Curse Academy's mid-late game shot calling. Their early game rotations are very good. Their playmaking is very good at that point, and then it just gets out of hand.
I gotta say, Get Snuggled is the guy I gotta point to mostly for this. I think, yeah, he's got some deaths, but like, he has been going all out all the time and has 5 of his team's kills. Like, if Get Snuggled keeps doing well with the gold lead, got a Brutalizer to keep snowballing. It's on him a lot.
I assume he's sitting on a little bit of gold, too, considering that he's only got the Lizard Elder Brutalizer. 5 kills in his pocket. It's a low CS game for
Exactly.
But
3-1-4 for Pat as well, actually. 100% kill participation.
Yeah.
He's actually been all around the place. Like, I feel like Get Snuggled's getting a lot of credit because he's getting killing blows. But like, Pat's been playing exceptionally well. Only 1 death, actually transitioning into early tankiness. When I got to talk to Dexter earlier today, he was like, yeah, you should pick up the Hex Drinker. Maybe not so much this matchup, only 1 magic damage dealer. But like, yeah, you pick up another offensive item and you just kind of go crazy on people. Pat, by the way, maxing W second. I wasn't crazy, internet, for talking about it.
Were you getting flack for that?
Yeah, I was. And I was like, but people are doing that. Like, what do you want me to say? Dexter, I mean, I trust Dexter to be fair. He's an amazing player.
Well, he said it was preference.
Yeah.
Which it really is, and it's really matchup, too. It's how much you want to clear the jungle, how much you want to come out of the jungle healthy, and how much you want to save people.
Versus take all the kills for yourself.
And especially since something like a pit comp here with Get Snuggled, the Kha'Zix, and the LeBlanc, the shield is a good idea. Because you come out of the jungle, you're like, here, hand towels, and then they're safe.
Hand towels.
Love that. It just looks like hand towels when you safeguard somebody.
Is that only with
the default?
With no Pool Party Lee Sin.
No, I don't even think there are hand towels when you do Pool Party.
Well, no, but that's the one that would make sense to me.
I think they're all the same.
Okay, well, you know
We'll have
what?
to see, though.
That's not even thematic anymore. Let's get back to the game, though. Peek and Wolf and Get Snuggled he has been looking for these like slow-paced ganks a lot. I mean, 60 CS at 20 minutes, working in brushes a lot. Like, Get Snuggled is doing his best Garen cosplay this game. He's going to look for another opening here. I mean, Duosek's been getting picked on as well. 2 deaths, like, I feel like doesn't do it justice because he's been getting so many ganks on his face.
He needs a Juliet. Or a Romeo. Somebody to save him. Not kill themselves with him, though.
You got to pick a different play at this point. Romeo and Juliet's already been spoken for.
All right. He needs a Lady Macbeth.
There you go.
He saw that.
There's the jump on in. The slows are there. There's the ulti. Pat showing up for the assist. Can they make it happen? Nah. Duosek goes down. Pat a little bit alone now. Can he make this fight happen? Gets snuggled. Kicked in the back of the head. Trying to get out. Burns to death. Picks up the kill. There's a juke from LeBlanc, but not going to happen. Peek and Wolf gives the kill to Rux. Nice choice right there. But here comes VVV on the backside. Hook flashed away. And here comes Kevigon on the backside. Normalize puts down the box. Going to get 3 people slowed. 4 walls broken now. Flashes over. Survives. Pat flash Q. Not going to fight Tails. What a turnaround by CA.
So Pat, it's all about him right now from start to finish. 100% kill participation still. 505. Oh!
He's going for it. Rank 1E. A little bit of
the red buff on Tails.
Jump to the ward. He's got a shield.
He's got the flash.
He's got a shield.
The hand towel.
Hand towel's broken down with bullets. Tails picks it up. A little bit too aggressive there.
All right, we're going to look at that again. Get Snuggled comes in for Duosek. He makes himself invulnerable. The Pat was off on the side. He realized it. He was like, I'll be your Lady Macbeth. Comes straight in. Takes him out. And then gets the kick. Get Snuggled is burning right now from the red buff. Gets dropped. He goes after the clone there. And they let Rux take it. He's able to close the distance, just throw an overload out. And then not even able to finish that because they're getting surrounded here.
They're trying again. Bloodthirsty game. Stun to Kevigon. The jump in towards Rux as well. Get Snuggled's going to separate the team. Kevigon's got nowhere to go. Sits in the menu wave, but not going to matter. Get Snuggled 6-4-1 now this game.
I like that Get Snuggled went straight for Rux to force him out and leave Kevigon completely isolated. If he had jumped onto Kevigon, possibly would have given Rux a chance to just turn it around and do some extra damage. It's a good choice there. Isolating the targets, talk to Crumbs about that with Kazu.
We agree.
And jump positioning. Very
good. Quite nicely. Now normalizing Tails. The rest of VVV going to show up. Smite, not required. Uses it, but goes over to Caitlyn anyway. VVV, 2,000 gold lead in a 22-minute game so far. 3-3 in turrets. Very close in kills. We're at a close game right here. Standing on a ward.
They'll see it in a second. They're like, oh, we were seeing all along.
Ward Corpse. Should have seen it. It's okay, Get Snuggled's gonna chill here anyway. They're gonna look for the mid lane right now. Let's see if they get anything out of this one. 4 members defending. Looks like 4 members attacking, so it's gonna be a stalemate here. See what these guys go for next right now. We see, of course, Dragons off the map. Baron, really not possible this early in this close of a game. Unless you get like the Miracle Sneak, which is super hard to do. So let's see what the teams actually look for when they choose to go aggressive again. Because you got to remember, you've got a Renekton on one side and a Ryze on the other. One of these has a better future late game. And it's the one with less syllables.
Wreck.
No. Still 2 syllables, still more than Ryze. There you go.
It's
that was a test, you passed.
Wreck.
Wrecked. Nope.
Wrecknectin.
Wrecknectin is a good name.
It's when he starts wrecking people.
Yep. That works. Angsty Crocodile.
Yeah, Ryze is going to go ahead and scale up. Like always, he's finished his Archangel's Staff. He's got his Glacial Shroud. Lots of mana, lots of damage that's converted for him. And the tankiness that he's going to be accumulating here is very good up against the team of VVV.
Yeah.
If you get burst out. Kha'Zix, we saw it earlier, like Get Snuggled when he went on to Pat. He's like, wow, this guy's a lot tankier than I thought he was. The Lee Sin going for the defensive build second. Really took him off guard in that fight. Because your Kha'Zix, you're like, I'm just going to rip you apart, and I'm not.
Yep.
So he immediately finishes his Black Cleaver after that. Says, all right, they're building all this armor. I need to just chop through it very quickly and set up my team for success.
Let's see what they can find. Because right now, Get Snuggled is waiting to set up Chris for success here in the top lane. Rux is waiting around in the wings. Does have a defensive pink ward in his Tri-Brush. Get Snuggled. Shows himself. See if they pull any rotations. Pat and Mashme are nearby.
Well, he flashed? Get Snuggled just flashed.
Yeah, he did. Unintentional, I'm guessing. Well, Get Snuggled flashed.
It was intentional. It was the intimidation. He's like, I don't have flash. Come at me, bro.
I don't need it. Just proving his power right here. Chris about to face check into Mashme. Mashme does want this fight a little bit. Does some damage, backs off. Blue trinket used by Mashme. Shows that they are in fact running away. He is safe. Now the Wraith Camp under attack. Gets snuggled. Gonna go for the steal. Gets it. See, you don't need flash for that.
Nope. Leaps so far with those evolved wings.
All right, so the mid lane siege continues. Caitlyn dealing some great damage here, Tails. Hook on a Pat as well. A little bit of damage, not too much. The team's still defending. Curse Academy going to eat a trap right there, but they're basically one wave from losing this turret. Can Curse Academy turn aggressive? Still a 2,000 gold deficit. See what they look for.
Here's the thing too, Duosec actually went for the Void Staff second because he saw how much magic resistance Chris was building, and also will get through a little bit of that Athene's Unholy Grail that Pika Wolf had bought for himself. Yeah. It's a good buy there, also he'll stack up his passive. And Pat, he's got a good Sonic Wave there. Don't know if you want a Resonating Strike that one.
Could have been right on top of Thrash and got flayed away.
Could have kicked somebody into his team though.
I don't think you could if you get flayed in the middle of it.
No. I think Normalize is actually a good enough player to pull that one off.
Seems to be an exceptional player.
Yeah.
So yeah, I trust Normalize in that one to press E at any point during like that half second it would get the room for. So let's see what we got. Mid lane, still the focus of attention. Still the wave we're coming in from Tails, no big deal. Capcom looks for the engage, stun's gonna go off, and down goes Normalize right away. In comes Get Snuggled, can they find much more? Do a second in the back line, pops the ulti onto Annie as well, gets snuggled now. Running away in the front lines, peeking off, sends the clone out just to take some more damage. Cavagon jumps in, Chris picks up the kill, the re-engage, Rux low on health. Peeking doesn't quite find much more, looks like a 1-for-1 overall trading supports. Naturally not gonna find much more here.
Peekin's still off on the side. They know where he is. Ward's gonna be able to show him. Wow, just on the overall there, Normalize got destroyed so quickly. Talk about him being an exceptional player. He's also exceptionally tasty because they just cooked him up.
Yep.
He's gone. Nom nom nom.
Just broken down to just his soul, went to his lantern, but he's respawned now. He's gonna be okay. Crazy fight.
Look at this. Just where's Normalize? I don't know. You just saw him take about 200 damage and then the rest of it was gone. And so what happens here is we see Get Snuggled tries to go in, tries to finish something, doesn't happen, and Rux is focused on Tails, and they're like, all right, we should probably get Tails to try to chase him out. Chris says, I have to get something. Go straight for Cavigon. And Pat actually couldn't follow up that Sonic Wave into the Resonating Strike on Tails because he was zoned out by Peek and Wolf on the right side.
Yeah, it was cool. It was like an offensive support move. Peek and Wolf's like, if you dive him, you'll die. And he gives room for Chris to get out because Chris went super hard to pick up that kill.
Yeah, I like that where they were just trying to get back, and it's like, all right, we have to push them back in order for us to get back because of the aggressive move from Chris. This very pretty much just jumped in there. Wild card! What's going to happen?
Wild card! Made it happen. Mid turret goes down 4-3 now. Still a 2,000 gold lead, actually. Looks like VVV holding pretty steady. 30 seconds until Dragon comes back up. VVV already in position. A bit early, though.
Yeah, it is a bit early, but they could catch somebody out on their way there, which is the perfect position to set yourself up for a Dragon. They see Kale there. They see Rux.
Peek and Wolf going to jump away. But now Curse Academy put some wards down. They know about this. They know Dragon's not yet up, but they know it's close.
Chris is on the outside of them, so he could pinch them in, or if he gets caught. So here's
the Ascension out of the pit. They're looking. Oh, the mid lane's getting started by Curse Academy. VVV has to pinch this or navigate properly. Chris's jump is down. He's going to go back around behind the turret. Curse Academy hook onto Pat. They might follow up a little bit of damage to this one, but this turret down below half HP. Chris looking aggressive. Rune Prison to the face. Good damage comes down onto him. Hook, jump, ooh, not quite for Normalized. Peek and Wolf shows up for Rux. Half HP.
There's a lot of damage there on that tier 2 turret by Curse Academy. They had the inner track to that. And now Dragon is still alive. Chris, he's up in the front line. Rux, on the other hand, he's going to split push. He has his TP available to him, so he's going to back. I wouldn't be surprised if we buy something like Home Guard so we can TP into the fight. There it is, boom. Immediately buys the Home Guard, TP into the fight, and just runs straight at somebody extremely quickly.
He's going to try. He's there on the side. Tails takes a bunch of damage off on the side. Chris chasing down. Normalize goes down on the other side of the fight, and Dragon, I believe, is still alive. Now, Duosec takes a bit of pain. He's going to be all right in the back lines. Curse Academy finds the 1-for-0, though, and stops Dragon.
Oh, but Get Snuggled's in trouble if they get him.
He's invisible, but he's going to be going down. Kill picked up again for Mashme. 13-13 now the score. Curse Academy turning it back.
And here's the situation Curse Academy's in. They already got that turret to half HP. Why not finish it and then go get Dragon afterwards? More gold, more money in the bank, more of a lead. Like you said, turn your money into more money.
There you go. It has suddenly multiplied and become more cash dollars. 300 gold lead now, Curse Academy. Getting their first taste of a lead since the first 10 minutes of the game. Looking now actually for the top lane, interestingly enough, using the death timers to go for this pressure. Peek and Wolf is around, though, not going to allow them to push, but Mashme is starting up the Dragon.
And then there's a huge wave bottom right now that nobody from VVV is actually answering for. Instead, they're looking for these kills up top, looking to chase them out.
Didn't want it.
Not worth it?
Not hungry enough. He's 2-0-4. He's well enough fed. Doesn't need wards to add to it. Petzwell got to him and said, hey, could you stop this? And Chris is a conscientious man. He declined this time around. But in the top lane, Duosec's actually not in the best spot right now, getting surrounded on by Thresh and Kha'Zix. Not the best spot for Duosec. Tries to look for Normalize. Gets the kill during the invulnerability. Now can he get away from Chris? Hastes himself out. Finds a Kavagon. Uh-oh, Chris, you bit off more than you can chew. Never mind. Spits it out. He's fine.
And VVV look like they don't want to follow that one up either. Normalize, his box wasn't used. I think it was down for a couple more seconds after that. But just a bad position, and the damage that Duosec can actually deal is immense.
Yeah.
He didn't go for a Lich Bane just yet. He's going to complete his Rabadon's Death Cap when he backs. And then he's going to be just such a destructive Kayle right now. And the Rabadons will add more damage to his auto attacks and his Tooth.
Exactly. He's actually more auto attack focused now.
Yes. As opposed to being a caster. And Lich Bane with the nerfs in 4.4.
Yeah.
He opts not to go for that. Something we would typically see as a last item. He might go for a defensive item like a Zhonya's after. It's really up to him. There's so many builds here.
It's still strong. And the interesting thing is, Lich Bane is actually comparatively a better first item. Because it's comparatively worse late, so you're going to get it at all. It's a little bit better early on. But of course, really wants the Nashor's Tooth and then just kind of scales into just more AP. And I like it. I think it's a good build. I don't think it's wrong to skip on Lich Bane for now.
Not at all.
See if he picks it up later.
I like that. And we actually see Rux in top lane picking up both resistances, the Spectre's Cowl and the Glacial Shroud, before completing either of them into a Frozen Heart or the Spirit Visage.
I think that's wise.
Depending on what he wants, yes. Be as tanky as possible, because what's really going to stop you from doing your damage is if you're dead.
Yeah.
And that stops you from being dead.
Yes.
So Ryze's spells are on a low enough cooldown that you'll just spell sling them out. His passive will allow his cooldown speed even quicker, depending on how much you sling out.
He's in a good spot overall. So we're going to see just some wave clear from Mashby that can't stay for too long. There's no wards in the bottom side of the map. Didn't know if he's going to get pushed on or not. Only saw a few faces in the mid lane. Opted to be safe with this one. Duosec going to grab blue buff for himself. Plenty of CDR in this champion. Did run magic with his glyphs. Just saw the 42 right there, and it was like the meaning of life and the MR you have if you run MR glyphs on a non-scaling champion. Should keep himself okay against Pekin Wolf. And to be fair, like Duosec did win the lane. Like we haven't talked about him very much this game. I feel like we've talked about his build, but not his play necessarily. And I feel like Duosec, he won the lane against Pekin Wolf. Right, the plan to ban out the mid laner of VVV worked because Duosec won the lane.
Yes.
Got ahead in CS, got ahead in level 16 to 15 right now, for example, and is starting to convert now in fights. 2, 3, and 5 is an alright score, but his damage is there. He's ready to deal a whole bunch of pain in team fights. So I think, yeah, that switch worked out. And of course, remember that Curse Academy also, he's a replacement mid laner for only Jaximus as of this split. So still a little bit new to the team, but playing quite well.
Yeah, he has a much more orthodox champion pool than only Jaximus, which I think is actually very beneficial to Curse Academy, and their new roster looks extremely strong. VVV kind of combined their rosters, and they're like, oh, we'll bring Chris over, we'll bring Tails over, and then get snuggled. He can go move from top to jungle, and we'll add in Pekin Wolf and Normalize.
Yeah.
It looks well-rounded to me.
Yeah, and you can see these teams putting on good performances. You can see both teams. There's no like obvious weak points, right? It's not like some of the games we've seen where it's like, man, their jungler's not keeping up. He's letting their lanes down. Oh, this guy's super inconsistent. He's gonna, be dead weight a lot of the time. Like right now, these guys like just across the board, everyone's putting up positive KDAs, making some plays. Normalize is getting caught out, but I think he's making good plays.
Duosec does so much damage with his auto attacks. Might as well pick up
gold.
25. Oh. It's good.
Yeah,
so
it's alright.
Pekin Wolf was hanging off on the side there. He wanted to do some damage to Duosec. At this point, it doesn't look like he can actually duel him and burst him out. He would have to just get a perfect DFG and a perfect combo with the silence.
It's incredibly hard to...
Extremely difficult. I like the counter pick from Duosec from the start.
Absolutely.
And now he's able to split much faster than LeBlanc's able to split. LeBlanc's kind of a pick champion and then can't push turrets herself, whereas Kayle can do both of those things.
Yeah. if she's like left alone, she can keep hitting them. And like the way that LeBlanc would push a turret is just by being like, if you show up, I'll kill you.
Yeah.
Kabagon looks for the single target stun on Chris, does find it.
3 members
Nothing
of VVV are actually going for duo sec right now.
He's recalling out of the brush. Gotta be careful. False alarm. He's good. He's fine.
Yeah, nothing's happening from Tails and Normalize right now. They're starting to move. There's no ward here for Duosec, which is the big thing. He has no idea where Tails and Normalize are. And that 3-man strong in the bottom lane just spread them a little thin. Could have been very bad for them if Curse Academy had taken advantage of it.
Okay, so the next spike in things happening is going to be about 25 seconds when Dragon comes back up. The gold lead actually starts to 3K for Curse Academy. They are actually back in the driver's seat here. And VVV, I feel like they're playing like they're behind, so I think they know they're behind a little bit. And I want to know if they actually contest for Dragon or if they let Curse Academy continue to sort of accrue advantages. But if VVV lets that happen, I don't know how they get back in, because Rux is just getting bigger and bigger. He's still got another item and a half to build up and then be unkillable on top of a high damage Rise.
That's true, and I talked about it earlier where Kale's passive is going to help Rise and synergize with that, so he just does even more in team fights. And on top of all of this, there's so much warding here for Curse Academy. The Sight Stone for Pat, also the Sight Stone for Kabagon, set them up in a Baron to know when it's going down. But right now, they're actually trading Baron for Dragon because Duosec and Rux aren't there.
There's going to be Baron taking a whole bunch of pain. VVV putting the damage down, 2,000 health left on Baron. Pat shows up. He's going to get the smite. Curse Academy gets Baron, but a trade kill back. Chris picks up the kill onto Annie, but the fight's still going on. Good damage in from Mashme. Snuggles forced to jump away. Q's going to miss there from Pat. Rux looks for damage. The kill off finds it. Duosec showing up, flashing over the wall to get the kill. The jump away, gets Snuggled and Peek and Wolf both die. 2 for 1 plus Baron. Curse Academy.
So they pulled off the Baron a little early. The hook onto Kabagon kind of baited them out of the pit.
Yeah.
So nobody was there to deal with Pat. It may have been a better idea to actually just keep normalizing the pit so he could lock up Pat when he tries to jump in. Maybe flay him so he doesn't make it all the way, or throw a hook so he's stunned right during the spike window.
Exactly, yeah.
But he opts to just try and peel off and go for Annie, and they all try to converge on her. They do get the kill, but they lose the Baron, and
Duosec CC'd up. He's going to get the KO ulti just in time. It's going to be enough to keep him alive. Another push in. Thresh going to go down. It's going to be Renekton dying as well. Curse Academy picking up another 2 for 0. Inhibitor's going to be going down.
It's a very close game overall, but now Curse Academy just burst through the window. They're going for this inhibitor here. They have that late game scaling team, and there's not much Peek and Wolf can do about this either. Reserved to basically a B-list champion for him that he hasn't had fantastic success on. I said even in their victories, he was something like 4-4-1.
Yeah.
Having as many kills as deaths on LeBlanc. So just being very risky with that champion and not always getting the insta-burst rotation.
Yeah, well, same thing here. 3, 3, and 5. Same kills as deaths. Peek and Wolf was a big factor for them earlier on. The flash away. Peek and Wolf trying to stay alive. Mashme's going to get that one. Pops the barrier just in case. Didn't need to, but it's okay. 3.5 completed offensive items for that man. Going to be the bottom lane farm as well for Rux. Just easily kills off the minion waves. Double cannon minion wave. Still picked it up without much effort.
He's 2 levels ahead of Chris right now. Incredibly scaled in the late game here for Rise. Has his Archangel's Staff, his Seraph's Embrace completed. Has the Banshee's Veil, no longer grants mana. But he opts for that over the Spirit of Visage, which is a good idea. He's already at max cooldown reduction. It's fine. But here's the thing. I want to jump down to our featured matchup. You see Tails is 2-1-6, hasn't been giving up too many deaths. His CS is on par with Mashme, who's 6-2-5, who was shut down a little bit in the early game.
Yeah.
So they have just been very consistent in their play, which is something I expected. But if either of them have gotten a huge edge over the other, then it was pretty much going to transition into this dominant late game. And we can see that a little bit here from Mashme with that build that he's got now because of all the gold he's accumulated on himself. Almost full build, almost unkillable at this point. Just so much burst damage.
Well, the Banshee's Veil is going to fall off of Rux right now, thanks to a Q from Peek and Wolf. VVV on the defense right now. Can they find a way in? Duosec split pushing on the side. Finds damage. Yep, that's a positive trade. Took a turret shot, still won it. Oh, good damage. Pops the ulti. That means Peek and Wolf is now in kill range. Once the cooldowns come back up, Duosec's got to heal himself back up to full.
It won't take that long. If they don't make a move on him now, he'll be full in about 2 seconds. Or he'll just face take the turret.
There you go. Full health is going to be okay. Rux getting CC'd up. Do they have the damage? They traded bottom and hip turret for this. Get snuggled. Evolve W does slow a bit more, I believe, if you evolve it, in addition to the 3 shots. Going to jump in maybe one more time. Gets a slow down again. Rux still trying to run away. His Seraph Shield is down. Can't find the first kill. Finally comes through, but they lost bot and hip for 1 kill.
A 2-on-1, and he was very close to 2v1ing them. If he had killed Snuggled, then it would have just been a little bit of time where he could kite out Chris. But I like the play there from both of them, having the Hex Drinkers. And Pat, he's over a trap.
Oh, he gets the KO to stay alive. Actually waits around in range just for fun, but gets bursted afterwards. Look at the damage coming through. Peek and Wolf normalize helping as well. There's another kill picked up, so VVV, they find some kills, but the problem is they've been losing their base.
Chris is on base duty right now. Get him off the turret. You moved away. He stunned it.
Gonna
He stunned
survive.
it.
Okay, he's gonna keep that one alive. It's gonna regenerate. Peek and Wolf though helping because Caster Minions were even doing some damage here.
The double super minion waves are just so hard to deal with.
Yeah.
Even when you're full build, they just buff each other.
Yeah, they're big. Oh my gosh, the kills just keep getting found out of nowhere. Down goes Normalize. And honestly, I feel like he's starting to bite off more than he can chew. 8 deaths on Thresh is more than you really expect.
Yeah, he was looking good earlier in the game, and now he's just trying to make aggressive plays when they're behind. And we saw it when he first got picked off in that mid area, where he threw out the hook. Then we saw it again in the Baron.
Yeah.
He went for Cabigon instead of being on defensive duty, so he's kind of swapped himself over from being the Lantern guy to I'm going to try and make a play and get my team ahead, but it's not working out. It's actually putting them further behind.
Yeah, and kind of speaking of guys who are also, I feel like, biting up more than they can chew, get Snuggled. Started 5-3, and has gone 6-6-3 afterwards. You know, went very offensive build. Grabbed a Hex Drinker, finished Black Cleaver as well. But in the lack of tank items, he's been dying a lot in these team fights. I don't know if we talk to actually Peek and Wolf. Will not get the root. Keelty comes by, gonna do some good damage. And Duosec's gonna go down. Peek up with the bait to find it, but mid lane under siege. Mashme's found 1 kill. Now the battle gets Snuggled. Can he make this one happen? Gets the slowdown, puts the Banshees off of Rux.
What? Oh.
He just didn't cast it. There we go. Q comes out. Rux rooted up box. Not going to land onto anything, though. Chris now in the front lines finds major damage and a giant crit from Tails. Kills off Cabigon.
They're
now
picking
Pat
them off one-on-one.
picked off as well. Exactly. The pickoffs one at a time. VVV clawing their way in with kills, but minions are worthwhile too.
Their 2 strongest members are still up. It's Mashme and Rux. Rux is going to get away from this with that bonus movement speed from Desperate Power. But Chris is off on the side. Banshee's Veil is back available. He's going to take so much damage
Good
here.
Rune Prison is going to jump in for Mashme. Finds the stun. In comes Get Snuggled. Mashme goes down. Now Rux, what can you do?
Red
Roots
buff.
up Tails. The jump in from Get Snuggled. Some good damage. Chris waiting in the wings. Can't go in, of course. The chase still in. There's a Seraph Shield. Kill comes through. Trades the kill back, but worth it for VVV.
They end up getting an ace all the way from their base to this bottom tier 2. But their base is under siege right now. They're losing turrets.
They're losing stuff to the minions right now. You can see bottom in Nexus turret just barely surviving to the respawns. Look at that top turret. That top turret's at about 2/3. It was like at 300 health not long ago. Those things regen pretty quickly.
So VVV put themselves back in a great situation. They showed that Curse Academy, once they lose Duosec, they're very easy to pick off after that because he's their most sustained damage right now. We'll get to that in a second. Tails is actually going to try to blow this up. Oh!
Yep. Tails crit it for 800, which put it right in range for the KL auto attack. Tails was trying to EQ out the last hit, but the crit betrayed him.
Sometimes you just don't want the crit.
Apparently not. And the thing is, you're likely to get it. He has 55% crit chance in his build. And then you got to be like, okay, if I'm going to crit this, let me get it to like 600 health.
Calculate.
You got to.
Do the numbers. Crunch some numbers.
You gotta
do it,
math.
Tails.
You got to try. You got to try. It didn't work out that time. He's a happy man of this one.
And now we see Baron's back up. Dragon off the field. VVV still down. Their bottom inhibitor respawned. So now they have all their inhibs. They have no turrets. Bad situation for them. Because Baron is going to be contested very shortly, but at the same time, they can't get stuck between Baron and their base, or else Curse Academy will end the game by pushing and shoving. Duosec has so much damage to buildings and structures in his build, his auto attacks. It's the fact that he can just decimate them. It would take seconds for Curse Academy to just barrel down the base. So they're going to set up for Baron, put themselves in a situation to do it, and if VVV answers, there's really almost two possible contingencies where they could stop that. That's it. Where there's so many ways that Curse Academy could come out on top.
Absolutely. So we'll see if Curse Academy can make those happen. The ball is in their court. Absolutely. They're the ones able to make plays. Only the Nexus turrets remain to fight against champions and minions in VVV's base. Curse Academy setting up Baron right now. They've got decent pink ward coverage. They get spotted by the blue trinket, upgraded blue trinket, so Tails knows all about this.
And it does not break Banshee's Veil.
Does not break Banshee's Veil. I had to ask that one, but it's going to be the case. Chris taking some good pain, but a lot goes back out of Cabagon. Going to jump in there, peeking over breaks some Banshee's Veil. More poke. Honestly,
yes.
I know why I like Get Snuggeled's W.
The Banshee's Veils.
Yep. He's really good at breaking Banshee's Veils.
That's exactly why he did it. It'll also apply his Black Cleaver to everybody he hits, setting up Tails a little bit better. And I mean, it's team fighting. How often are they going to be isolated? You still get the missing HP on your Q when you evolve it, but at the same time.
He's setting up his teammates more than playing for himself. 7-7-7 now his score. Lucky man here going in. The Baron going to be started up for Curse Academy, and all of VVV pushed away with this one. It's going to be an uncontested Baron pickup there.
Oh, and they're going to hide in it too.
No way.
And wait for somebody?
Thing is, look how deep their ward coverage is. They know no one's even trying. No one would actually contest Baron at this point.
No, VVV knows it's gone. If they're anywhere in their right mind, they're like, okay, that was 5 seconds. The Baron's gone by now.
Yep. I mean, it's a cute idea. Like, I can't fault C8 for trying. They didn't lose anything to make that play, so it was like 0 risk, tiny chance of reward. But it'd be a big reward if they got it.
Yeah, if one person was like, oh, we got to reward Baron, and then, oh, that's it.
Yeah.
So right now, Curse Academy in a great situation to end the game, but at the same time, we saw how it went last time when Duosec was away from the team. So now, basically saying that's not going to happen again. I'll just stay with you guys. He has his Zonias completed, full build. So even if he uses his ultimate on somebody else or on himself, he can Zonias immediately afterwards and save own HPs.
Yeah, I like that choice. Just self-Zonias if you see it coming in. Save your ulti for a teammate. See if you can find that. Curse Academy rotate to the top lane there. They're backdooring the inhibitor, because why not? Doesn't get a bonus for that one. One hit to go. They don't find the inhibitor kill just yet. Giving respect to VVV's lineup. They're pushing forward. There they go pick it up. Cabagon, though, not in a good spot. Takes the Kale ulti because he ate a cupcake.
That's go time for them.
And his appetite a little bit too big for herself. The flash in, the shield from Lee Sin. Ooh. They don't find the kill, just barely. And Cabagon actually saved his Mikhails the whole time. He had faith he's going to live.
It's a lot of faith. I think would have been one of the situations where he used his Talisman of Ascension, would have just been like, why not?
Yeah,
well,
of course.
Just use the Mikhails on myself, save me. And meanwhile, down in the bottom, that inhibitor turret was taking some pressure for Curse Academy. It'll regen itself back up. There's some minion waves just throwing themselves against it. Suicidal, we gotta get the turret. Help VVV, help our team out. At the same time, VVV, once everybody reaches full build, which everybody's pretty much about 1 or 2 items off.
Yeah.
Chris is a little bit behind. A lot behind Rux, actually, in that regard.
Yeah. I'm impressed that he's still 4-1-7.
Yes.
When your team has 21 deaths and you're a champion that traditionally falls off late game, like Renekton, and you're like your only real frontliner for the team, only died once. It's really impressive for Chris.
Yeah, he's been getting a lot of help. Every time he jumps in, somebody's there to zone for him afterwards on the retreat.
Yeah.
So Chris has been playing extremely well. The problem is that his jungler, Get Snuggled, who was having a great game at first, been falling off and normalized too. The game kind of blew up into this big gold lead for Curse Academy.
It did. Now 9,000 gold. And with that, they bought a Death by a Grasp on Cabagon's Annie. So he's going to be there to really make sure that people die when Rise and Kill start hitting him.
Yeah, because it'll amplify everybody's damage to it.
Yep.
Not just his own.
Not just his. So a lot of damage amps available for these guys. Looks like Curse Academy now look for the bottom lane. Top inhib is dead. He's going to pull attention the rest of this game. Well, the next 2 minutes or so. Close to the same thing.
All these Banshee's Veils. Get on it. Get snuggled.
He's going to snuggle them with his Void Spikes. KQ, ooh, nicely dodged there. Peek and Whip shows up. Not quite going to land it. Snuggle not going to break any Banshees either. Tails forced out Peek and Wolf low as well. Good ulti from Mashme, and down goes inhibitor number 2. Rotate towards the mid lane. Can they get number 3 on this one? Rux doing some good early damage to Chris. Down to half. Honestly, the initial poke from Curse Academy, very, very strong hook on a Pat. He's going to jump back. 3 inhibs dead now.
Now,
a good start for Curse Academy.
Curse Academy are systematically pulling them apart, getting these inhibitors, waiting for the super minions. They are stronger in terms of items and everything else. Now they're just waiting for that guaranteed win and guaranteed push. Because at this point, even if they get aced, VVV will have to deal with all the super minions pouring into their base.
Yes, they will. VVV not likely to get anything off of a team fight when except just some golden XP from minions, so they're all almost level 8 team at this point anyway. Curse Academy waiting in the mid lane until super minions show up. Should be the next wave coming down the pipe. Top lane did have supers. There, ooh, looks for Rux, doesn't find it. See what else we can find. Ooh, good damage from Mashme, not going to land the hook. Curse Academy just waiting for that one opening. Get themselves into this game. It's got to be soon.
It'll eventually reach the point where it's now or never, because each lane will have double supers.
Oh, Duosec pops ult on himself. Snuggled runs in there, takes a whole bunch of damage, and down he goes to Pat. The fight into the back line, it's going to go. Curse Academy backing up a little bit. Box comes down the chase on Normalize, and he's going to go down as well. Tails not in the best spot, taking more pain, shut down right now by Mashme. Only Peek and Wolf and Chris are alive. It's going to be the game. Curse Academy in 51 minutes takes game 1.
Peek and Wolf picks up a kill for himself so he can say, I didn't go even in kills and deaths this game. 5-4-7.
Rux TPs to a minion to make it look stylish.
Nice.
Sweet new particles for that one. Yeah. It's all swirly and awesome.
So Curse Academy pull out game 1.
Yeah.
First 6 minutes were really good, then VVV started coming out again. But then the fact that they picked this late game scaling team composition worked wonders for Curse Academy over VVV.
That seemed to be the big saving grace too, because it took them so long to get back in. Right? Like, for the next 20 minutes or so, it was a lot of great moves by VVV. I really got to say those guys played a great game to bullet 51 minutes after that start and against that kind of comp too. But then, it took them so long for Curse Academy to sort of pick up the slack, get back into team fights, get Barons, and then even then VVV kept fighting it. Even then VVV went in there, found picks. You talked about the ace they got that started in their base, ended in the opponent's base. Just so many attempts there in a close game from VVV.
Yeah, and Curse Academy really put up a big fight in the middle. VVV, they were down 10k gold for a very long time, and they didn't give up.
Yeah.
But I would like to see Peek and Wolf on something else other than LeBlanc.
Yeah.
His performance on that has not been very convincing to me.
Yeah.
His poke champions, and you could tell right there at the end, if he was on a poke champion, then he could have stopped some objective sieging, and the way that VVV was grouped up and the way that they would play was kind of like, I would love to see a poke champion there. Because Chris goes in when everybody's half HP. You just set up more opportunities like that with a poke comp. So even something like a Gragas would have been effective in a way.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see something, a little bit more long range. And honestly, I think you're right. The LeBlanc didn't quite work out, of course. Good job on Duosec to win that lane. Had the push lead, had a CS lead, did a lot in fights. And I gotta say, generally speaking, some pretty good kill interventions.
Yeah, Curse Academy's composition, when they were formulating it as a counter to VVV's comp, because they had the Renekton and Renekton and LeBlanc already shown. They were like, all right, we'll pick Ryze and Kayle into that, who will win both of those lanes and scale into the late game harder than those champions.
Yeah.
So you're looking to win lane, we're looking to win the game.
And, of course, they did win the game. Proves that just because it rhymes doesn't mean it's always the way that it works. The guys are going to dash to a quick commercial break, but we're going to come back with Game 2 between Curse Academy and VVV Gaming. Stick around. We've got more Challenger action after this. welcome back to the North American Challenger Series. It's time for the third place match between Curse Academy and VVV Gaming. Game number 2 is coming up. Now with one more win, Curse Academy will lock down the 4th seed in next week's Challenger Series playoffs.
The beginning of Game 1 was all about the junglers. Curse Academy's Pat and VVV's Get Snuggled pick up the first 6 kills of the game. And after that, the team settled in for a long, evenly matched battle. But in the end, it was Curse Academy who wore down VVV thanks to Pat and their AD carry Mashme, who went 8, 3, and 7.
Yeah, I mean, and again, sort of the AD carries of this match went consistent. Of course, Tails on the losing team had a positive score as well, picked up a number of kills, was, I guess, shut down at the very end. He had a killing spree going on there. Yeah. So Caitlyn, Lucian, the two of them, still putting out some good performances. I got to say, Pat really impressed me on Lee Sin that game. I thought he had an incredible showing overall. And even though Rux's score didn't look it, I thought his rise is also pretty key to making a win.
Yeah, his teleports and his plays and his map presence, especially that early mid game, knew how to handle that situation. Because sometimes on Rise you'll get put behind, and then you're like, I don't know how to lane anymore. I need to stay in my lane and just try to scale up. He was teleporting everywhere and being very relevant in Dragon fights and down bottom when they like 4v2'd VVV's bot lane.
Yeah, but only got 1 kill because of like an amazing like lantern. And it's always fun to me to kind of look at that because whenever someone teleports out of lane, you expect them to, you know, get behind in the lane but pay for it by getting an assist or something, getting the rest of the team ahead. Rux left his lane so many times and still had a CS lead top lane. Like this is after like teleport like 3. He left his lane 3 different times, still got a lead out of it. Like that's to me incredibly impressive. I mean, keep in mind at the start of this game, you had like the 3-on-1 lanes. And Rux like was stuck at level 1 for a while. Yeah. Whereas like Chris was already level 2, was actually able to leech experience even further down the line. Like to come back from that and then leave your lane more and then still make plays is very impressive.
Yeah, and Chris ended up building the Hex Drinker to try and deal with Rux. And Renekton's typically have great wave clear, great CS in the early game, but they'll typically rush something like a Hydra and Tiamat so that they can insta-clear it and keep the pressure up. But he didn't do that. He opted for the magic resistance instead because he was put behind because of the 3-on-1.
Yeah, and that was kind of interesting as well, is that there was a complete lack of AoE damage from Chris. I know I mentioned like, oh, his Sunfire's going to come later, but his only offensive item was a late Maw of Malmortius. And to me, like, that's a bit risky as a Renekton. I know in talking to some of the pros about Renekton plays, like you need at least 1 big offensive item. For a while, it actually used to be Brutalizer. Like way back in like the middle of Season 3, Sunfire Cape ended up being one of the big ones. But also, as you talked about, right, Tiamat tends to be a really big one. Tiamat is going to give you more damage than Maw typically will.
Yes.
Because there's no tank stance on it, but like it's going to give you more damage there. And so I always felt like the damage output from Chris was low. He was 4, 1, and 7, but like, why would you even focus him anyway?
Yeah, and the Tiamat helps you in the team fights. Also, you can animation cancel your W with it. So you're just able to use your abilities immediately after Ruthless Predator. Just lock somebody up and still auto-attack them. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And the thing with Maw, though, is like you get more damage the lower you are. And Renekton, you know, once he gets lower, his passive is that he gets more Fury when he's below 50%.
Yeah.
So, but he wasn't really in that low area. We saw his score. He was doing very well. At one point, he was 4-1 and I think 7.
Yeah. I kind of pulled out of my hat, but I think that's the number I remember seeing.
Your hat.
Yeah. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Here we go into the game, though. Curse Academy, will they repeat the bans? So far, so good. 1 for 1. Pantheon still banned away from Pat, and Italy still banned away from Pekin Wolf. Now, of course, Curse Academy has the chance to first pick Lulu if they want, one of the big contested champions there, or Kha'Zix if they think Get Snuggled was too effective on it. I want to see if any of their strategies change. The Gragas does come through, so there you go. There's the Lulu ban.
So they banned out the Gragas here, which I actually want to focus on because I talked about Pekin Wolf could have played Gragas last game. It was open, it was available to him. It would have been great for his playstyle because he loves poking champions. He loves wave clear champions. LeBlanc does neither of those very well.
Yeah.
She's basically all in, burst you, and I don't want to say it's a higher mechanics, but it's higher cost-benefit analysis and risk orientation. Nidalee, you're in the back line, you're chucking javelins, and you're like, all right, did it hit? Okay, good. If it didn't hit, all right, let's throw another. LeBlanc is like, I jump in, got to hit all my keys very quickly and in a perfect sequence, and then get out. And did they die? No. Then you're like, I got to wait like 40 seconds before I can do that again.
Yeah, sure.
So.
Well, but Curse Academy running something a bit different anyway. They're looking at maybe the first pick Ziggs, because, I mean, again, we said we weren't very impressed by the LeBlanc, but they're going to ban it out here, leaving Ziggs on the table. VVV take a long time to make their last ban. It's Annie away from Cabagon. So now is it Kha'Zix? Is it Ziggs? What is it for Curse Academy?
I would assume it's a Ziggs. They didn't ban it. And Duos, like I said, great games on Ziggs, but so has Pekin Wolf. So yeah, obviously they're going to take that one away for themselves. Now Pekin Wolf, what is he left on again? Now he doesn't even have the LeBlanc at his disposal. So he's looking at something like... Okay, I don't even know what he's looking at right now.
Because he's played yet.
Because he plays Nidalee, LeBlanc, Ziggs, Gragas. They're all gone.
Whoops.
He also plays Kassadin, but this is 4.4 with Kassadin disabled.
Disabled, yeah.
So I don't know what he has left in his champion pool. He's going to pull something out that...
My blind guess is Kale.
It's possible it could be a Kale up against the Ziggs. Kale typically doesn't do very well in that matchup.
No. I don't think it's for the matchup. I just think of champions I feel like he would play.
But I like that they target a single person out with their bans, which is something you should do in competitive play. Just be
I
like,
think so.
I don't like that person's champion pool. Get rid of it. What do they do now? Especially if they're a linchpin to the strategy of the team. See if they can do something else. Because VVV is typically a poke composition. And the Orianna would actually be pretty dang
That was my second guess.
It'd be pretty dang good.
So Thresh does come through here for Normalize. Had a great early performance on that champion. Started getting caught out late. He's going to be back on Thresh here. Pekin Wolf will play some Orianna. See how well he plays the more supportive mid lane role here for his team. Actually, to be fair, Orianna's got great wave clear and long range. I'm sad I didn't think of it before.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing: is he hasn't played that very much in solo queue at all.
Sure.
It's like his 7th, 8th most played. It's down there. But at the same time, he's not going to be able to have one of those champions that pokes and wave clears, or just pokes, which is basically what he's the best at.
Yeah.
But now he's on a wave clear champion. He says, all right, we at least need some ranged wave clear, which is not the LeBlanc, which is like melee range lane clear.
Melee wave clear. Great.
Yeah.
It's okay. We'll see what happens here. Shyvana does come through. That was banned last time against him. So Rux said, you know, I could play Ryze again, but I want to play Shyvana, which prompts Chris to pick up Riven for the top lane counter pick. I want to see how that plays out with a Vi jungle. So Kha'Zix gets through unpicked.
So Riven is Chris's most played champion. He's very well known on that. He's played a lot back when he was in Velocity.
Yeah.
Which is go-to top laner. And now that the Bruiser meta's come in, he's looking for something that'll just stomp the lane. And Shyvana's early game isn't that great. She wave clears pretty well.
Yeah.
But Riven levels 1 through 3, and then once again when you hit 6, and then basically all of late game, if she went even or got a little edge, is devastating.
Yeah.
Especially against Squishy. So if she could make contact with Duosec on that Ziggs, he's going to go down.
See what they can find with it, honestly. It's going to be fun to watch. You can outplay the skill shots or what you can find with this one. Lucian, the cover for Mash, sure, why not? Worked for him last time. Picks it up again. Cabagon, I want to know if he actually goes for this. There's a lot of aggression on the VVV lineup. I mean, you got Vi, whose name just synergizes so well with the tag, as well as Riven, who's going to be able to play aggressively. And the Janna does come through here. So very defensive support. Honestly, a lot of backline power for Curse Academy.
So I like that support choice right now, especially since there's a Riven on the field. And I said if Riven gets close to Ziggs, you're just going to blow him up. So what you will do is you'll shield the Ziggs, you'll get rid of the Riven as much as you can. You can also interrupt him with your Q. Just make it so that he's in a very bad situation. Then if he tries to retreat, Zephyr him, slow him, your team's all over it. That's fine. So I like that pickup. It's also going to help mash me in the lane. And this is something that we saw somebody in Europe do, who's Masterwork.
Yeah.
Played Janna. He loves that Janna Lulu support. And then that was also onto Riddix as the AD carry. But now Mash Me, he's not going to have a very offensive support, but I think he can handle this. Considering his playstyle where he likes to just destroy people in lane, he's very mechanically sound. The fact that he can have extra AD and a shields for trading, I like that. And I would love to see the Tristana or something like Vayne for Tails, because he's known for his hyper carry. And if he has the Tristana in the late game, is amazing for him.
I like this. I like Tristana. So there's interesting things about Tristana here. So one is explosive shot's going to suck in lane because it's very easy to shield. As Janna, the cooldown's better. The damage isn't going to really break through at any given time. Cabagon's going to be able to easily get rid of all the offensive capabilities of Tristana. That said, Janna is such a kind of unaggressive laner that it allows Trist to lane. So it'll allow Tails to actually get his farm going. And he'll never really be threatened by the dive of Curse Academy. So it definitely shores up VVV's late game problems they had last time around. I think the lane basically works. VVV's looking to go even there, and that's fine. and I think it works strategically for the team.
You know, I do like the pick. I like Tails on those hyper carries. The fact that he picked it into a favorable matchup, not something that he's going to get punished for, or if it's an Annie and he gets stunned and then picked up. So I like that. And they also picked Thresh for themselves. So they know that that wasn't going to come out. And Thresh is pretty much the biggest counter to Tristana in terms of supports in lane.
Yeah.
So Tails is going to have a good time on that. I don't know if they'll lane swap it. Most likely not.
They won't need to. I mean, Trist will be okay. Like, she's actually a pretty good lane swap champion. This is 4.4, meaning Rapid Fire has no mana cost. Not that important to Tristana anyway. Her mana wasn't really constrained early game regardless. But it does mean that every time you go push a turret, if you do go 2-on-1, you will have a 30 to 90% attack speed buff just like waiting for you to use, which honestly doesn't suck. It's pretty strong. It's going to be pretty useful. You have really fast wave because explosive shot. Why not? It's not Jinx tier, but he's going to be safer and have pretty high damage output late game anyway.
Yeah, that's true. I was actually a little surprised we haven't seen any Kog'Maw for the most part with the buffs to him, because I think he's outstanding. But the Tristana, little buff, no mana cost. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Honestly, the free W on Kog'Maw is actually way stronger than you expect. It's such a big boost to his laning. Because I wanted to do the math actually to find out the numbers, but it almost gives you the same damage that like a Spinning Axe would in the very early game. Like pre-BF Sword, Spinning Axe is only so much damage, and like I'll bet you it compares pretty favorably against like Bioarcane Barrage. I don't know for sure, but I want to look at it and figure it out.
Because it's percent HP.
Yeah.
It's magic, so.
So it's like, 3% of 600 health is not bad.
Also, you get the range too later on.
It's enough to outtrade pretty much anyone. You're going to have 600 plus range. I think it's better than people expect. So coming into this match, though, of course, Tristana will, speaking of range, of course, will gain range over the course of time, over the levels. We'll be able to outrange the Shyvana and, of course, knock her back. Throughout the LCS, we've seen so many Lee Sins knock back a Shyvana. Now Trist can do it, too.
Kick him in the face.
It's going to be like bullet them in the face. Ooh. Cannon shot in the face, Buster shot. Buster shot's the one.
Yeah.
It's going to be painful. I like that Pat is back on Lee Sin. I think that's really good when he had a great set of plays earlier on here. I'm a little bit surprised Chris Cuddy didn't just go for Rise again anyway, just because I feel like it works so well with Rux. They're just like, let's just go a different direction with it.
Yeah, they opt for something else here. And they wanted that frontliner. They wanted to be able to have somebody who can just go straight at the team. And the fact that they also have the wave clear from Ziggs, it's not a huge synergy with Rise. Because now they're going to try to clear waves, try to poke down, and then engage with the Lee Sin and the Shyvana.
Yeah.
And then disengage with the Janna if they get engaged on by Get Snuggled. Which is pretty big, too, because like if Get Snuggled uses his ultimate, and everybody else tries to follow up, you can go ahead and just use your Monsoon and separate everybody from Get Snuggled.
Yeah. I remember like way back in the day, this won't quite apply, but I want to bring it up anyway. Back in the day, around middle of Season 2 era, Janna was considered the big counterpick to Leona, and part of the reason that Leona wasn't very popular. And I remember it was played like Xpecial or something, said that, maybe it was like Muffin Cutie, but he said, basically Janna into Leona is a ticking time bomb until you lose. Because she'll ditch all of your engages, she can Q the E, she can Monsoon after you engage, and it's going to be a horrible experience for you. Now that, of course, isn't the case here in the LCS, no one's picking Janna as the counterpick. But you have a similar situation to Vi, where she can go in, and again, as you're saying, you knock the team back and set you up. What I've been thinking about with this comp, though, is you have a Shyvana and a Lee Sin who need to go in to do anything, but a very defensive support in Janna, which to me is not really a synergy. So when thinking about how this works, I'm like, Rux by himself, the rest of Curse Academy as a group of 4 pushing early, because with Ziggs and with Lucian and with Janna, you have incredibly good early sieging. And I feel like that's the thing we're going to see from Curse Academy that their comp is trying to acquire.
And you can tell the VVV, they don't look extremely scared of the composition of Curse Academy. Like, just for example, Peekamwolf brought Ignite instead of Barrier, which is a spell we see a lot of Oriana's break. I've seen Cleanse on Oriana, too, when there's some CC. But opting for the Ignite, he's not usually going to be in range to use that unless there's somebody on top of him. So he's not scared. He's looking to get kills instead of prevent them.
She'll be able to do just that. Hook does not quite land. Mashby ducks in behind the minions to keep himself alive. There's the Janna shield. Blocks the Thresh damage. He's safe. Tails actually, I'm surprised, but taking a lot of poke right now. And Kavagon did open Doran's ring. He did it last time on Annie as well. So 2x Doran's ring start here for the support. And using the AP for some really big shields.
That's good. It's going to help Mash Me out. It's going to be able to give him some AP too. I think it scales. The
damage scales
the
with
AD
AP.
scales with AP. Yes. So he's gonna be able to hand him a little bit extra, allow those trades to be just a bit better, and it's paying off already. Early level 2.
Yeah, I mean, hit the tornado on him, knocked them both up. Good damage to normalizing Tails. Tails already no potions. Match me low on mana, to be fair, but they're still in a good spot.
And it's Tristana up against a lane bully Lucian. This is typically
Yeah.
how the matchup will go, regardless of the support for the most part.
Yeah, I'm impressed by how much the John is actually helping affect this match, though.
It's affecting enough that Get Snuggled is going to
Yeah.
put the tension here.
He's going to walk through a ward spotted right now. Can the team back off in time? Of course, you can stuff the Vault Breaker with Q, so there is something there that Cabagon can go for.
Just backs off immediately, doesn't even go for it. Just a slight movement change there from Mash, and Cabagon tipped him off.
And I'm trying to figure out if that's actually, I think it's just a trinket ward in that bottom brush. Because I know we see some supports start out with 1 potion, 1 ward.
Didn't.
Yeah. So just the potion start. The Warren's Ring, all that fun stuff. I do want to see if his build is like what Kiwi Kid went for earlier today with Dignitas. Which was the high damage, like full AP Karma.
Well, he did that for a very good reason.
Yeah.
His team was mostly physical damage, so you looked at the top lane.
Yeah, Shyvana is magic damage, but like kind of a lowish damage champion. Oh, Tails knocked into the air. Some good damage comes out from Mashmi.
Yeah. And just going back to that point, he built it because, oh wow, just never
Hold
mind.
on. Chris flashes, safe, but the gank from Pat does force a flash. Get Snuggled shows up late to the party.
Get Snuggle's actually off on the side. They have no idea that he's there. Coming around the corner. Chris is still being very aggressive. He's baiting him in.
Baiting in for Get Snuggled. There comes the jump in. Does find Rux in this one. Half HP, but Get Snuggled.
Oh,
Still
Snuggled
the
is
front
caught.
lines. Uh-oh, Q comes in. Pat finds the kill. And now they look for Chris. Jumps to a ward to get away from this 100 health left on him. Flashes away. Chris does land the knockup, but the Q comes in. Double kill for Pat. Great start, Curse Academy.
And this is just like last game where they were getting the kills early, and it was all about Pat from start to finish here. And now Rux, he's past that point with Shyvana. Just those 2 assists is going to help him out. He was hiding by his turret for so long, and now they're able to just push up and get the CS. So Get Snuggle only hits Rux here, and then Chris abandons him. And he takes so much damage. Level 4 for Pat, really paying off, doing that little bit of extra. Going in, safeguards to the ward, gets out there with a flash. Chris already blew his previously, and then has the cooldown on the resonating strike.
Yeah. Pat dodged the W and the first 2 Qs. It took basically no damage the last half of that fight. Really, really well played. So it depends on the point that we were going to make about Kiwi Kid and Karma.
Boom.
I actually looked at the post-game stats. 2nd highest damage dealt the champions in the team.
Yeah.
Did more than Golden Glue.
They had
more than
that was their source of poke.
Yeah.
Though you would see him throw out his Soul Flame, and then he would just do so much damage to the AD carry if it landed. And the fact that they were building all armor keyed him off that was going to be the build to go for. I loved it. I was watching it and I was like, first item I saw come out, I was like, okay. And then I just noticed that the top laner of the enemy team just kept building armor, and I was like, wow, this is going to chunk people.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's going to do that with Janna, though.
Unlikely. We'll see. Picks up the Ancient Coin for some gold generation. Speaking of people getting chunked, Mashmi gets back for an early Sheen with this build. He's already been winning the lane, 43 to 32 in minions. But Tails and Normalize shove the lane. They're going to back as well. Let's see what else these guys can pick up. A little bit late from Pat. Going to see you get snuggled, but both are level 5. Pat close to 6. See if you can find anything.
Basically having that whole Meteos thing. If you don't know what to do with your time, go find the enemy jungler, keep tabs on him, go duel him if you know you're stronger.
Yep. Pat jumps into a ward, gets some damage on a peek and whip. Is it level 6 Orianna? He's got to be careful.
Not level 6 on the Lee Sin just yet.
Yeah. Without Flash, he, like, peek and whip could have shockwaved him in a turret. Pat wouldn't have died, but it would have been some damage.
And now at the same time, Get Snuggled, clearing out his jungle, trying to get to level 6 so he can assist something. And now the 6s are coming out for the junglers. Pat has his Dragon's Rage. That ward is already set up for him, so if he makes a repeat visit mid, and Peek and Wolf is pushed a little too far up, he could possibly get him, but he has Flash in his back pocket.
He does. Gonna be pretty reasonable. Rux level 6 has Dragon form. Duosec gonna grab blue buff for himself in the mid lane. Happy little Ziggs, has a lot of mana. Gonna be alright with that one. Blue's gonna spawn soon-ish for VVV. Get Snuggle did start on the top side of the jungle, so after Red make his way down there. 31 minions now for both junglers. Happy place for these guys, but boots and an extra long sword for Pat thanks to his kills. Definitely an early lead for him.
So this is a very different game than we've seen from Curse Academy in the past and what we saw last game with the lane swaps and the fact that their first 6 minutes are very, very good. We saw the rotation from Pat up top for the double kill. It was fantastic. Yeah. But now it's always this age-old test here. Can Curse Academy hold out in the mid-game? And I think with this composition, which once again scales really, really well with Shyvana and Ziggs. Lee Sin, on the other hand, not so much, but if Pat, the situation he's in right now. Oh!
A little bit early there, Pekin Wolf. Kind of a last hit it.
It was a guess.
He thanks the team for the help.
It was a complete guess there from Duosec. He didn't have vision of it. We were just throwing it out.
Yeah, okay.
Curse Academy are in a great
Gets a timer for it, basically.
Yes.
It does reveal when it starts coming down, so you'll be like, okay, it's around 13:25-ish, something like that. Be able to tell his team. So we'll see if Curse Academy can actually invade for that if they get enough of a lead in the mid and bottom lane in 4.5 minutes.
Got to see now Tails. He's getting to that point where he is outranging Matchmade by a decent amount. I realized was going to help him out just a little bit more. The fact that nothing has really happened in that bottom lane is a little surprising. But here comes Pat. He already completed his Elder Lizard 9 minutes in. Oh, he gets the shield too for the extra AD. So he's going to be fine. He's fine.
That's one thing I really like about champions. Champions like Lee Sin and Janna, actually, is you have these kind of ways to make plays. Like, Kevigon didn't really betray the fact that they were going for it. He's like, he walked out of lane for a second.
Looked like he was warding.
Yeah, right? Like, no big deal, but yet gets to affect the fight from behind the wall. Of course, Lee Sin similarly can just jump over the wall himself to make that happen. So, I'm a fan of that play from Curse Academy. It did work out. It's a 2,000 gold lead, and Mashmi and Kevigon able to actually freeze this lane.
Here comes Get Snuggled down to the bottom lane. He does have his Assault and Battery ready. There are no wards here, so he's just going to go ahead and walk himself right up. And we'll see if Normalize can land a hook. The thing is, Kevigon has Exhaust and Monsoon. Yeah, so he just abandons the whole idea of that. Get Snuggled says, nope, not for me.
No,
backs off. It's a good choice.
At all. Yeah, looked for it, didn't find an opening, no gank came through, no big deal overall. Only a little bit of time lost. Rux, though, playing so aggressively in his lane, has started to take away double golems in between his wave clears, and Pat will now show up. He's going to walk right into Chris. There's the slow coming in. Can the damage come through? Lands a Q.
Here comes
More
Rux
chase coming in.
Ulti
Ulti popped on both sides. Chris jumps in, misses the stun, but here comes Rux in from the side. Pat's got to be careful. Takes some good damage, flashes out, barely survives. He's going to chill. Spam a little bit of laugh. Oh, Twin Bite's going to take him down. Rux picks up the kill, 3-0. All of it in the top lane.
So the flash and the key strike missed.
Yeah.
From Chris, which was the crucial part of that. Hook onto Kevigon.
Going to be a bit of damage, but the double tornado shot's going to land. I like the foresight to be like, you know what? I'm going to aim my knock up to make sure I hit both. It's good play by this Janna.
It's very good. Now Get Snuggled. Ping that out because actually it looked like Ziggs was going to go for it for a second.
He's like, he mindfielded this.
It's very calm game for the most part. All the action's been happening in the top lane. They've been picking on Chris very effectively, trying to keep his Riven down. If you keep a Riven down, she's just going to be able to deal with squishies in the late game and just get over-tanked, out-tanked.
Yeah.
And just run up to her and it'll be like, oh, Shyvana's doing so much damage to me and I don't do enough to her.
Well, exactly. And think about what just happened right now. Rux could have chosen to push the top lane turret down and killed it off that gank. Instead, took the time to back and grab Sunfire Cape plus a cloth armor. So Rux is basically guaranteed to thrive in this matchup right now. And it's going to be rough for Chris to stay in this matchup. He's down 20 CS right now. It might get worse soon.
Yeah, a lot of people are like, let's take the turret and just perpetuate this to late game. And Rux is like, no, we actually want to stay in the laning phase because we have better lanes.
Yeah.
And he's
the right choice.
Doing a great job there. They've shut him down by about 20 CS now. And now Duosec looking to the bottom lane. He does find that pink ward. Gets snuggled off on the side. Pings all around these areas.
Well, yeah, of course, the ward that Duosec just put down did get spotted. Snuggle puts a ward down. Duosec knows. There's the flash. Ult comes in. Shockwave as well. Good damage. Flashes from Duosec. Minefield comes down, but no satchel charge available. Ignite helps, and the kill goes to Pekin Wolf.
Oh, Get Snuggled caught out here.
Pat's going to try, but the shield's going to be enough. Can he get a Q? Pekin Wolf trying to block it. Winds up. He's all right.
All right. I liked that they took advantage of the fact that his satchel charge was down because he used it on the pink ward to just get himself a little distance.
Yeah.
And that was Get Snuggled just saying, all right, it's time to go. And oh, Get Snuggled Don't want to snuggle dragon.
Ignites on. There's a yeah. The flash makes it happen, and in comes Pat as well. The slows land.
Rux is so tanky.
Dodges the Q with it. They're still chasing down. He wants to take out of the turret to get something going on. In comes the haste. The slow. Pat is trying the kick. Oh, it's gonna be enough. Wow. I don't know if the Q landed or if it was just the red buff or the Lizard Elder ticking. But Chris on the chase. Q. Oh. Rux just warded for him. I'm pretty sure Rux warded for Pat to jump away.
Chris?
What a play.
Chris was off on the side trying to use his abilities.
Yeah.
I think his Broken Wings and his Valor were all kind of stunted there by walls and corners.
Yep.
And it was just those crucial inches that made it for Pat there.
The case. Zig's ult comes down. Not a good place for Tails. Ooh, some damage. Normalize also in a bad spot. Hook comes out. Grabs a minion. That bottom lane's got to leave.
All around the map now, they're transitioning that lane advantage that Rux had into that jungle area. You saw him picking on Get Snuggled even more. Has not been having a good game. And then Rux just says, we're going to go mid. Tanks it out and saves Pat there really hard.
It's going to be the bottom lane turret now getting hit as well. So Curse Academy really picking up a lot off their early victories. Going to bring the lead to 5,000 now. Only 14 minutes in. Say that is a sizable lead right now for these guys. 2-0 in turrets, 5-1 in kills. Well in control right now. Move up to Peek and Woof, who's still actually behind in lane. I gotta say, Duosec twice in a row now. Minion lead in his mid lane. Did give away a kill, but that was Get Snuggled getting a gank. Duosec, even despite dying there, actually having a good time in the lane phase, I gotta say.
Yeah, and now Rux, with that top turret down, he's able to keep Chris at his own turret. He's able to get control of his jungle and just free up more for Curse Academy. And like you said, Pat now has more roaming potential. He can come mid and pick on that mid lane, get Duosec further ahead, pick on Peek and Wuff a little bit, and there. That's that ward that got him last time.
And Snuggled realizes that Friends got brought and a ward came down. He's not going to look for the engage right now. Ulti is back up for Get Snuggled by. Rux still pushing the top lane. The turret did finally go down. Now I want to see what Rux does off of this early lead. What can he do against Chris with a tank lead, with an item lead, where he's going to go with his pressure?
Well, yeah, he has to go somewhere, and the top lane right now, he can duel Chris super tanky. Chris, his build right now is 3 Doran's Blades and a Vamp Scepter.
We got it.
He basically tickles.
Big Golem went to Chris, though. Laughs on his way out, takes some damage, doesn't care. I gotta say, if you're in the losing matchup and you steal away something like that, it just feels so good.
Oh, going for it.
The Duosec Shockwave's gonna go the wrong way, but brings him away from the satchel charge. Used plus the barrier. Duosec not gonna survive anyway. Get Snuggled, takes the kill. Well done right here. These mid lane ganks are working. But Curse Academy used their jungler to get the dragon picked up. Mashby jumps in and Peek and Woof some good damage.
He's got the culling.
The ulti, good damage. It picks up Peek and Woof. Cavigan helps as well with the Janna shield. Great stuff.
So Get Snuggled decides to back instead of possibly blocking some shots for him. Don't know if it would have helped. Probably would have sacrificed his own life there. Man, I liked the culling, the positioning of that, and Peek and Woof had nowhere to run.
Yep.
Basically, it was caught between a wall and a culling and ate both of them.
Yummy wall. Less yummy culling. Hugging trees did not quite work there for Peek and Woof. Mid turret goes down, making it all 3 outer turrets for these guys. Rux did roam down to the mid lane. It's going to be ward coverage now starting of the upper jungle. Be 1 ward right here for Lee Sin, who did go early Sightstone. I believe Pat did that last time as well. Could be wrong. But I know it's been very common for jungle Lee Sins to get the Sightstone out. Just get more ward coverage. Cavigan not too afraid of Chris, actually.
He can duel Chris! That's a far heavens on it. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, it's a good sentiment, right? You're not wrong. Chris did run away from that one, but that was more the threat of other teammates.
Yeah.
I know you were joking. I just felt like, correcting you for no reason. Because that's just how I cast.
Well, nothing's really happened in the bottom lane, though. There's been that kill from Nashmi with the system Cavigan when they roamed middle, but Tails has pretty much been far removed from this game, saying, I'm going to farm up, get to that Tristana late game.
Yeah.
And if BVV can hold out to that point, I still don't know if it's going to help them as much as they need it to. Because Chris is behind, Get Snuggled is behind, Peek and Woof is behind. That lane in the bottom lane is still actually behind in CS.
Look how close he was. I think they knew the ward was there, and he's like, I misclicked it. Can you just sweep over here, please?
Please. Thank you.
I look stupid, but please kill the ward. But I gotta point out, though, you talked about Tails. I do want to actually bring this up.
Yeah.
It might be too little too late, but despite the turret going down, unkilled, only a 15 minion deficit, highest CS on his team. He was behind early, was getting bullied early, but he's now into farm mode. Ooh, good juke. I want to see now how Tails goes for the rest of the game. Double Doran's, Bloodthirster. No AD ratios to speak of, aside from his auto attack, but see what Tails does.
Yeah, that's really going to be the key to victory here for VVV is the shockwaves from Peek and Wolf if they can be on point. And Mash, oh, they engage this. Oh.
Gonna get the ulti onto Duosec. The shockwave again, just over and over the combo, but Duosec with a good satchel charge, keeping himself in a decent spot. Ulti comes in, Peek and Wolf flashes, picks up the kill on a Duosec.
Mashmi's by himself.
3 times in a row. Mashmi's gonna be a little bit careful in this one. Actually, nope. Happy to fight, gets snuggled. Goes for the damage, but there comes Tails. The burst comes out. VVV. Man. Wow, but Chris goes down to the top side, though. Pat helped to make it work with Rux. Sorry, missed that one a little bit.
Everybody was up in the top lane trying to get Chris and normalize. And then it was a 3-on-2. They get 2 for 1 in the overall and a little bit in favor of VVV on that. Normalize.
Ooh. Little. It's okay. It's just Janna. A
little far forward.
He's all right. He's all right. He's all right.
Rux is getting damage to that top turret. And that red buff is now within their grasp, so Pat might take that away. Then look at it again. What happened up in that top lane? You see Rux going after normalize. The flash over the wall. And they end up getting Chris at the end of this, just with a kick backwards. That's why he got reset. And now we see the Q with the Resonating Strike to finish it off. Those 2 fights simultaneously.
Yeah.
You know the voice comps are probably going crazy.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, you gotta like coordinate. Like, kick him. Wait, who's kicking what?
Yeah,
I don't understand. Yeah, but of course they made it work. Very well executed fights on all sides right here. And I gotta say, VVV, their one shining hope is that get snuggled Peek and Woof duo combo. Every time Snuggled has ulti, he just shows up and ults Duosec. Every single time, over and over and over again. This poor Ziggs is 0-3 and 0, still killing minions really well, to be completely fair with this one, but getting super picked on. Peek and Woof with a good amount of gold because of these kills.
Yeah, and you were saying the assault and battery into the shockwave is how they've been picking him up. They got Duosec's flash last time, and they always separated from the satchel charge, just pretty much by pure luck, too, because the shockwave angle is really
Well, it's always going to be the same angle. Because Vaya's always showing up behind the target,
behind him,
so they're always shockwaving him towards his own base.
So they'll suck him away.
Yeah. So now what Duosec's doing?
Yeah. He's got to put a satchel charge in a different place.
He's just waiting.
Yeah.
Like the last time this happened, he just waited to get shockwave, and he's like, okay, I'll satchel charge out. But there's too much damage at that point. The Q got recharged by get snuggled.
Oh, using assault and battery. He still has Vault Breaker, so he can knock it back.
Jumps in, a lot of damage to Mashmi. He's going to go towards the top side. Barrier comes out, Janna shows up, Q comes in there as well.
Oh, he flashes it.
Ooh, he's going to try the Janna ulti as well from Cabagon.
Oh.
Not where you want to be. Peek and Wolf picks up the kill. Nicely done.
His Tails ended up flashing the Howling Gale there, so he didn't get knocked up, losing any distance, but at the same time, his team's coming to back it up. Chris versus Pat in the mid lane.
The Pat's honestly really big right now. Lizard Elder plus Brutalizer.
Yeah, didn't seem to go Brutalizer last time.
Yeah, he cashed in on the fact that he's got a lot of kills this time. Normalized low on health. Pat not... Ooh!
Oh, no, you
Quite
killed
landed.
it. Get snuggled.
Oh, man. That is unfortunate. Counter jungled by your own team. Kind of.
That's one of those things where you repel as Elise and you're like, I'll go to the raid. Oh, the raids aren't there.
It's okay. Nice.
It would have been a
there.
sick play.
Oh my gosh, it was close. Curse Academy, though, in a good spot right now. Gonna put some damage into Chris. The mid lane under siege right here. Half HP in the turret. It's gonna be going down. Mashmi sent to the bottom lane to fight up against Tails, who did equalize the turret score down there on the bottom side. So you've got 2 assists versus 1 kill. Same CS, same turret score for both of these AD carries. I gotta say, Tails escaped the early game at this point.
Yep. He's trying to scale up, but the problem is Curse Academy, they have 2 really good scalers versus very behind Riven, 0-3-0. The Orianna, the Vi, and Tristana are the key to victory right now. And Chris, I don't know, if he might have to put his farming pants on. But at the same time, he'll have to deal with Rux, who can definitely outduel him without an offensive item.
Yeah, true.
Very difficult situation for VVV.
It really is. VVV's got to be a bit afraid of this one. They are down 8,500 gold. They just have not been able to control global objectives. They've found kills off and on in various locations. They're trying to control Baron now. They know it's in the table. But honestly, VVV just unable to capitalize every single lane with the push deficit. Curse Academy, like, this is the kind of game, this is like the kind of game of why you push. It's like, yes, they've been picking up kills because of the pushing. Yes, we're only 3 kills apart. But because CA is pushing, VVV has nowhere to go. They have no turrets to kill. They don't even have like control over Dragon or anything. It's the reason Curse Academy's winning.
Yeah, it's an 8K gold lead for them. And all these turrets, all this gold, 5-1. And you can see the pressure that's been put on their jungle, that's been put on their entire team. And now they have to group up and risk not getting picked to prevent themselves from getting picked off if they spread out, because everybody's just so much more powerful than they are on Curse Academy. That when VVV all group up, though, they're at a disadvantage in the team fights, too. They have to rely on the Wombo combo and hope it all hits, and hope they blow up just the squishy members first, and then can pick off Rux last, and Pat on the trail off.
We'll see what they can find. Ward swept away.
Cabagon! Oh, Captain, my Captain Boots!
Nice. Cabagon really going... I mean, I like this because the Janna passive is already 5% move speed, just to anyone who's around.
Yeah.
If they're facing her, it's another, I believe, 8%. And it's like 10 or 15 or something on minions. Like, dude's going to run fast around Cabagon. Like, they're going to be able to, like, run around and make some decent plays here.
And it's when you run towards the person. So when you're retreating and Cabagon's in the back, still helps.
Yep, exactly. There's the Ascension used up, gets snuggled up into the front line, doesn't quite land it onto Rux, but there's the ulti coming in. Shockwave! Shockwave onto 2, and down goes 2 of them. Chris with a great ultimate. Now Rux in the front line's not necessarily wants to be anymore, gets away with a flash. 2 for 0 though, VVV, great Shockwave and a Wind Slash.
There's a good Wombo combo. We saw Get Snuggled peel for his backline of Peek and Wolf, so he was very calm and said, all right, now I'm going to throw the ball there. Almost looked like he had 3 there, but he got 2 priority targets. Basically blew up Pat, who has no magic resistance right now.
Yeah.
There's actually no magic resistance for Rux either.
Nope, just the base stats, honestly. The armor stacking, maybe they've got to reconsider a little bit. Peek and Wolf getting a lot of ganks early on and a rushed death cap now at 24 minutes. He's scary.
We're going to look at it again. We see Rux go after Peek and Wolf, and then Get Snuggled turns around, Assault and batteries it, and then they all get sucked into this vacuum where they need to help Rux, and that's where the ball was placed. Just saw a really good Wind Slash across that afterwards for the double kill for Chris. So now he's 2-3-0, getting himself back in the game.
Absolutely, VVV finding a fight that you really wanted.
Rutrow.
Chris, he's spotted.
He's got the broken wings over the turret.
That's a good choice.
Gives you a little extra distance, but there's Bilgewater Cutlass coming out for the slow.
Randuin.
And the Randuin.
Well, the Q onto Chris as well. The damage isn't going to be enough. Another shield comes
He's got
out.
the broken wings, too.
He's trying, but there comes Vi. Ooh, the Lantern is enough. Pat not going to find the kill. Kicks him back in, though. Gets snuggled. Not in the best spot. Getting slowed down. Kill picked up. Cabagon somehow secures it for himself. And going to back off.
He's the captain. He has to get all the kills now. And Get Snuggled. Didn't have Assault and Battery or Flash available to him. He'll have them in a couple seconds when he's back up in Rux. They're going straight for this. They know the smite is not there.
Wow, they are rushing it, and they all jumped over the wall. So the thing is, the ward right down here by the ramp is not going to spot them, but they're going to think about it anyway. Curse Academy really trying hard. 25.5 minutes in. The damage still coming through. Tails sees Duosec. It's a bad trade for Duosec. Honestly, he's not in a good spot. Jumps away. There comes the kill from Chris, but still Pat picks up Baron. 1 for 1. Baron picked up for Curse Academy.
And the overall, it's a great trade for Curse Academy that allows them these temporary combat stats. They don't have to worry about anybody doing the Baron. And now in the bottom lane, they can go clear that out. They can go protect their turrets, go back by, be even more powerful for this next fight. Possibly stack on a little bit of magic resistance, because they've just been getting bullied around a little bit by Peek and Wolf when he does get the good shockwaves. And now, VVV, just even more on the back foot, even more on the defensive. And I love that they went over the wall where there was no ward. Because VVV thought they were dealing with people on the outside, but Baron was actually being done at the same time.
Yeah, very incredible stuff right there. Curse Academy making it happen. That's a good, smart play. And there was no hesitation, too. They got the kill and just said, Baron. And they were like, sure, screw it. Siobhan ulti, let's go. And it did work out. So, 1 kill separates the teams, and by the gold, you wouldn't even know it. Almost 10,000 now. It's putting Curse Academy ahead. Luba for Duosec. And, like, I hate looking at his score and seeing him as 1-4-0 because I feel like he's playing better than that. But he's certainly, like, those deaths are all deserved. Or I should say the kills on him are all deserved. VVV are making some really good plays to take him out. The engages, the can't get stuck on Peek and Wolf is actually really effective. I mean, we talked about a little bit before, the only magic damage dealers on a team. Peek and Wolf is the only magic damage on his team. He's got Sork Shoes, he's got a Death Cap. That's going to command respect from Curse Academy. It's going to require MR at some point.
At some point, and apparently it's not that point just yet. They're still trying to shut out Chris, shut out Get Snuggled. But of course, the Denting Blows are going to shred some armor anyway, so that Chris will be in a good situation. They're so far ahead right now. that if they just group up and start pushing things, or they can 4-1 split push and just have Rux off on the side, which is what they've opted to do because Capagon can just disengage a fight. We'll have to see, because they are very objective focused. That's been their MO all game long. They're going after Pika Wolf here.
Rux is looking for a little bit of something.
He has the Bilgewater.
Forward, good shockwave. Ziggs ulti comes out, good damage to Pika Wolf, but an overextension from Mashby. He did not want to be there. Flashes barriers away. John ulti helping keep the team alive. Fox going to land on a just one. Normalize going to go down right away. Chris in the side. Will he rejoin the fight? Stuns up Rux. Running towards the back line. Exhaust is on. Snuggle going to get slowed down by the minefield as well. The dive in from Pat finds the kill. Double kill so far. What else will he get? Wow. Not much more, but wow, what a fight.
So it's a 2-for-0 on the overall there. Tails, he's looking for more. He's going through the... Oh!
Overextends and Duosec picks up the kill. Both AD carries overextending, but only one of them goes down to this one. Pekin Wolf now in a 2 versus 5.
No shockwave available. If it was, might be a little different. Oh!
Duosec flashes for the satchel, doesn't land it though, but it does mean some good damage on the inhibitor turret, and now the push. Pekin Wolf, oh no!
Wow.
Not in a good spot. Kill picked up. Mashby will burn to death. No, he will. Couldn't quite lifesteal enough HP back, and Hib does go down. +4 kills on Curse Academy, and an inhibitor at 28.5 minutes.
12k gold advantage for Curse Academy now.
Yeah.
That was a huge push. The defense from VVV was very flawed. It was not good rotations there. They kept getting picked off, just one by one, and they tried to re-engage it, but just the members of Curse Academy so far ahead. If they were equal in gold, that would have gone VVV's way, 100%. And now Curse Academy, even more map pressure. They're going to get the dragon, so there's no objectives for VVV to pick up and get. And now the warding, oh, they're just sweeping around for Chris now.
Well, he's going to get spotted, though. There's a lot of minions around there. What will Chris go for?
The great chase.
Wards over Dragon Pit, sees that there's a pink ward, doesn't want to go for it. You know, he's safe. You know, he's fine.
Yep.
Done.
He's out of there.
End of the dramatic music is over. We're on to the denouement of Chris running away, because he's safe right now. But the mid lane is under fire. Honestly, Chris Academy did not rotate to the mid lane nearly in time, and the lane did get pushed up. Looks like VVV will get some global gold back in their pockets. Difficulty being there still quite far behind, and Curse Academy has just bought a whole bunch of items.
And now the magic resist coming in. The Negatron Cloak for Rux and Pat. Still has another chain vest on top of that for Rux. He's looking to mitigate all the damage that Tails is going to do, and Chris. So I guess that's good because Tails hasn't exactly been shut down at all. He's getting to that point where he's going to get IE Edge in a bit. But if they allow Tristana to get to that 40-minute mark, complete a Last Whisper and IE, then they're going to be in a bad situation.
Wow, the flash slow and the knockup from Capagon. Ulti in from Rux as well. They're just trying to get Pekin Wolf.
Oh,
and the Shockwave plus Lantern. VVV trying to keep himself alive. The pull in Ziggs box. Duosec finds it. Rux going to stay alive with the John ulti there. Into the lines they go. Going to back up away from this one though. Turret being a pretty good set of defense there. Q lands. Do it, Pat. Do it. Yeah, he goes in, gets stunned up by Christo, jumps to the ward, not in a good spot, ulted in by 5.
He's just so tanky.
He is pretty durable overall. Still running away, 1 shot to go! The wards almost kill off Pat, but the turret goes down for the inhibitor. The dash in from Mashby, not quite gonna get it, but hit number 2 is gonna go down. It's still a 5 versus 4. Chris got to be forced to run away.
They have the bottom and the top inhibitors both down. Chris, he's looking for something here. He wants to try and engage this fight.
Are they trying to kill Chris? No way, Lantern's fine. Waits around, takes it. Looking stylish, he's going to be all right. Curse Academy going to back off once again. This time, all the waves are pushed very deeply into VVV space. It'll be much harder for them to answer back and get a turret off of the retreat from Curse Academy.
And now Curse Academy, nothing really on the map for them. There's Baron up in a minute. We're going to see Mashby go ahead and steal that blue away in just a second. But now all the waves are going to be pushing into their base. There's only that middle inhibitor left in Curse Academy's way, then the Nexus in their sights. And it's basically game 1 over again, except Curse Academy had a foothold in this game from the very beginning because of Pat.
Yeah.
And they'd like to piece their enemy apart. Be like, we'll get 1 inhibitor, back off. Go to the complete opposite side so that super minions are pushing and might take somebody's attention away. Go get that inhibitor. And then it's like, all right, now we'll get Baron again, and then we'll go get that last inhibitor and go end the game. But the question is, can VVV answer? It's really difficult. Like, we've seen the shockwaves from Pekin Wolf be be pretty decent.
Yeah.
That last one and the one before that. But they have to be perfect when you're this far behind.
Yeah. And I really got to point out the big team fight contributors because Pat, of course, we talked about him a lot. 6-1-5 right here, Duosec. He started 1-4-0 from getting camped. Has gone 3-0-2 since then. 4-4-2 total score. Great pickups there. Remember that Peek and Wolf and Get Snuggled started out 2-2-0, and they didn't transition much off it. So Baron goes over to Curse Academy. No one was around to stop them. Honestly, so much gold in their pockets. Make the money work for them. Use the lead to take a Baron.
I like how Cavigon just zones people off.
Yeah.
As Jana. It's like, we're doing Baron, and you can't even get close. I'm going to slow you. I'm going to go ahead and Monsoon you guys away if I have to. I'm going to Howling Gale over and over again. And they just can't get there. And now Curse Academy, Baroned up, looking at that mid lane. The siege has begun.
Well, there's only 2 inhibs left standing. The bottom lane, of course, already has a turret gone, so Curse Academy looks for this one. Cavigon's going to look for his positioning, does not get hooked, that's good. Can easily shield up Mashme, and the damage comes through. Quick inhibitor kill. 2 inhibs dead, only 1 turret remains defending an inhibitor. That's the mid lane right here that VVV is holding on to. Now will Curse Academy go for inhibitor 3? Will they go for the next? Let's find out.
Tails, he has his last Whisper completed. No Infinity Edge just yet. He's trying to be a tank buster. Don't know if he can do it. VVV, they're really on their last foot in the last stand. Look at how much damage that takes.
Oh, I know. And Pat having to tank turret aggro for a little bit just to get some more attacks in.
And Duosec will walk up with his Sheen and his passive. Lob a little bomb on it, chunk it down. Mashme will do the same thing with the Trinity Force proc, and it'll be gone.
Hook won't land. Here comes Curse Academy. Honestly, Gets Snuggled forced back to the base. It's a 5-on-4. Curse Academy gets the next turret. That's number 9 on the map. And go in for the inhibitor now as well. Pat jumps in, stunned up by Chris, but does he even care? Goes back to his team. Zigzbon comes out. Gets Snuggled about to die. Normalize already did. Peek and Wolf in the back lines ignited and will go down. 3 kills so far. John Ulti keeps the team alive, and VVV forced to retreat well into their base. This could be the 2-0. Curse Academy take out Chris as well. Pad the stats up. This is going to be game 2-0. Curse Academy taking 3rd place in the matchup overall. 4th seed coming into the Challenger postseason. They killed Tails for good measure. Down goes the Nexus.
Curse Academy, from start to finish, in control of that game. Thanks to Pat in the top lane. They shut down Chris on the Riven. It was a good strategy. I liked that since the pick and ban phase. Game 1, target Peek and Wolf's champion pool, and then counter everybody else with picks. It's like, oh, we're going to play Ryze into Renekton, and we're going to play Kayle into LeBlanc. And then game 2, ban out Peek and Wolf's champion pool and just play whatever you guys want, play standard, and just, it worked fantastically for them both games, start to finish. So I like their strategy coming into it. And like you said, they solidify themselves as 4th, so they will play the 5th seed, and that will be decided by VVV versus Complexity Red.
Yes. That'll be played this weekend, a best of 1, and we'll see who their first run opponent is in the playoffs. That'll be played next week. Now, the 3rd place series is in our match history. Let's take a look at the updated bracket. Curse Academy not only wins 3rd in the spring series, they do lock the 4th seed in the playoffs that kick off next week.
And that leaves the only unfinished business on the bracket. Tomorrow's finals between LMQ and Cloud9 Tempest.
And of course, tomorrow, before we get to those finals, the North American LCS continues its coverage of Week 10. Up first, Counter Logic Gaming tries to build on their win over TSM when they take on XDG.
And immediately following, after the NALCS signs off, we will crown the Challenger Second Spring Series champ. All this league action begins at 12 noon Pacific Daylight Time, 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time, which happens tonight.
Yeah, Europe's going to join us in Daylight Savings Time. Enjoy your very, very dark mornings. And with that, our time together has come to a close tonight. But before we go, I want to say thanks again to our friends at Coca-Cola. Now for myself, Zyrene, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. Good night, and GG.
We'll be right back. Please, you're what?
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got on the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls singing, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. I look good, I look good, I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good, come on. Right, yeah, come on. Right, come on. Yeah, right, come on. I look good, right.